2. You continued. A what? You say. A moon. Alabaster, beloved monster, sane madman, the most powerful orogeny in all the stillness, and in progress stone-eater's snack, stares at you. This has all of its old intensity, and you feel the will of him, the stuff that makes him the force of nature that he is, as an almost physical rider on that stair. The Guardians were fools to ever consider him tame. A satellite. A what? He makes a little sound of frustration. He's completely the same aside from being partially turned to stone as the days when you and he were less than lovers and more than friends. 10 years and another self ago. Astronomestry isn't foolishness, he says. I know you were taught that. Everyone in the stillness thinks it's a waste of energy to study the sky when it's the ground that's trying to kill us, but Earth fires, Scion. I thought you would have learned to question the status quo a little better by now. I had other things to do, you snap, just like you always used to snap at him. But thinking of the old days makes you think of what you've been up to in the meantime. And that makes you think of your living daughter and your dead son, and your soon-to-be-very ex-husband, and you flinch physically. And my name is Essun now, I told you. Whatever. With a groaning sigh, Alabaster carefully sits back against the wall. They say you came here with a geomist. Have her explain it to you. I don't have a lot of energy these days. Because being eaten probably takes a toll. You didn't answer my first question. Can you do it yet? Can you call the obelisks to you? It is a question that made no sense when he first asked it, possibly because you were distracted by realizing he was A, alive, B, turning to stone, and C, the orogeny responsible for ripping the continent in half and touching off a season that may never end. The obelisks? You shake your head, more confused than refusing. Your gaze drifts to the strange object near his bed, which looks like an excessively long, pink glass knife, and feels like an obelisk, even though it cannot possibly be. What to... No. I don't know. I haven't tried since May of. He groans softly, shutting his eyes. You're so rusting useless, Scion. Essun. Never had any respect for the craft. I respect it fine, I just don't... Just enough to get by. Enough to excel, but only for gain. They told you how high, and you jumped no further. All to get a nicer apartment and another ring. For privacy, you ass. And some control over my life, and some rusting respect. And you actually listened to that guardian of yours, when you don't listen to anyone else? Hey! 10 years as a schoolteacher have given your voice an obsidian edge. Alabaster actually stops ranting and blinks at you. Very quietly you say, You know full well why I listened to him. There is a moment of silence. Both of you take this time to regroup. You're right, he says at length. I'm sorry. Because every Imperial orogeny listened to their assigned guardian. Those who didn't died or ended up in a node. Except, again, for Alabaster. You never did find out what he did to his guardian. You offer a stiff nod of truce. Apology accepted. He takes a careful breath, looking weary. Try, Essun. Try to reach an obelisk. Today, I need to know. Why? What's this about a still light? What does... Satellite. And all of it's irrelevant if you can't control the obelisks. His eyes are actually drifting shut. This is probably a good thing. He'll need his strength if he is to survive whatever is happening to him, if it's survivable. Worse than irrelevant. You remember why I wouldn't tell you about the obelisks in the first place, don't you? Yes. Once, before you ever paid attention to those great floating half-real crystals in the sky, you asked Alabaster to explain how he accomplished some of his amazing feats of orogeny. He wouldn't tell you, and you hated him for that. But now you know just how dangerous the knowledge was. If you hadn't understood that the obelisks were amplifiers, orogeny amplifiers, you would never have reached for the garnet to save yourself from a guardian's attack. But if the garnet obelisk hadn't been half dead itself, cracked and stuffed with a frozen stone-eater, it would have killed you. You didn't have the strength, the self-control, to prevent the power from frying you from the brain on down. And now Alabaster wants you to reach for one deliberately to see what happens? Alabaster knows your face. Go and see, he says. His eyes shut completely then. You hear a faint rattle in his breath, like gravel in his lungs. The topaz is floating somewhere nearby. Call it tonight. Then in the morning, see. Abruptly he seems to weaken, running out of strength. See if it's come. If it hasn't, tell me, and I'll find someone else. Or do what I can myself. Find who to do what? You can't even begin to guess. Will you still tell me what all this is about? No. Because in spite of everything, Essun, I don't want you to die. He takes a deep breath, lets it out slowly. The next words are softer than usual. It's good to see you. You have to tighten your jaw to reply. Yeah. He says nothing more, and that's enough of a goodbye for both of you. You get up, glancing at the stone-eater who stands nearby. Alabaster calls her antimony. She stands statue still in the way they do, her two black eyes watching you too steadily, and though her pose is something classical, you think there's a hint of irony in it. She stands with head elegantly tilted, one hand on her hip and the other upraised and poised with the fingers relaxed, waving in no particular direction. Maybe it's a come hither. Maybe it's a backhanded farewell. Maybe it's that thing people do when they're keeping a secret and want you to know it. But they don't want to tell you what it is. Take care of him, you say to her. As I would any precious thing, she replies, without moving her mouth. You're not even going to start trying to interpret that. You head back toward the infirmary entrance, where Hoa stands waiting for you. Hoa, who looks like an utterly strange human boy, who is actually a stone-eater somehow, and who treats you as his precious thing. He watches you unhappily, as he has done since you realized what he was. You shake your head and move past him on your way out. He follows at a pace. It's early night in the calm of Castrima. Hard to tell, since the giant geode's soft white light, emitted impossibly from the massive crystals that make up its substance, never changes. People are bustling about, carrying things, shouting to each other, going about their usual business without the necessary slowdown that would occur in other calms with the reduction of light. Sleeping will be difficult for a few days, you suspect. At least until you get used to this. That doesn't matter. Obelisks don't care about the time of day. Lerna's been politely waiting outside while you and Hoa met with Alabaster and Antimony. He falls in as you come out, his expression expectant. I need to go to the surface, you say. Lerna makes a face. The guards won't let you, Essun. People new to the calm aren't trusted. Castrima's survival depends on it remaining secret. Seeing Alabaster again has brought back a lot of the old memories, and the old orneriness. They can try to stop me. Lerna stops walking. And then you'll do what you did to Terimo? Rusting hell. You stop too, rocking a little from the force of that blow. Hoa stops as well, eyeing Lerna thoughtfully. Lerna's not glaring. The look on his face is too flat to be a glare. Damn. Okay. After a moment, Lerna sighs and comes over. We'll go to Yika, he says. We'll tell her what we need. We'll ask to go topside. With guards, if she wants. All right? It's so reasonable that you don't know why you didn't even consider it. Well, you know why. Yika might be an orogen like you, but you spent too many years being thwarted and betrayed by other orogens at the Fulcrum. You know better than to trust her just because she's your people. You should give her a chance because she is your people, though. Fine, you say, and follow him to Yika's. Yika's place is no larger than yours, and not distinct in any way despite being the home of the calm headwoman. Just another apartment carved by means unknown into the side of a giant glowing white crystal. 2 people wait outside of its door, however, one leaning against the crystal and another peering over the railing at the expanse of Castrima. Lerna takes up position behind them and directs you to do the same. Only fair to wait your turn, and the obelisks aren't going anywhere. The woman gazing out at the view glances over and looks you up and down. She's a little older, Sanzed, though darker complected than most, and her bushel of hair is ash-blow with a slight kink to it, making it a frizzy cloud instead of just a coarse one. Got some East Coaster in her, and West Coaster too. Her gaze is through epicanthic folded eyes, and it is assessing, wary and unimpressed. You, the new one, she says. Not a question. You nod back. Essun. She grins lopsidedly, and you blink. Her teeth have been filed to points, even though Sanzeds supposedly stopped doing that centuries ago. Bad for their reputation after the season of teeth. Hjarka, leadership Castrima. Welcome to our little hole in the ground. Her smile widens. You stifle a grimace at the pun, though you're thinking, too, after hearing her name. It's usually bad news when a comm has a leadership caste that isn't in charge. Dissatisfied leaders have a nasty habit of fomenting coups during crises. But this is Yika's problem to deal with, not yours. The other person waiting, the man leaning on the crystal, doesn't seem to be watching you. But you notice how his eyes aren't moving to track whatever he's looking at off in the distance. He's thin, shorter than you, with hair and a beard that make you think of strawberries growing amid hay. You imagine the delicate pressure of his indirect attention. You do not imagine the ping of instinct that tells you he is another of your kind. Since he doesn't acknowledge your presence, you say nothing to him. He came in a few months ago, Lerna says, distracting you from your new neighbors. For a moment you wonder if he means the strawberry hay-haired man, and then you realize he's referring to Alabaster. Just appeared in the middle of what passes for a town square within the geode. Flat top. He nods towards something beyond you, and you turn, trying to understand what he means. Ah, there, amid the many sharp-tipped crystals of Castrima, is one that looks as if it's been sheared off halfway, leaving a wide hexagonal platform positioned and elevated near the center of the calm. Several stair bridges connect to it, and there are chairs and a railing. Flat top. Lerna goes on. There was no warning. Apparently the Origins didn't cess anything. and the stills on guard duty didn't see anything. He and that stone eater of his were suddenly just there. He doesn't see you frown in surprise. You've never heard a still use the word still before. Maybe the stone eaters knew he was coming, but they rarely talk to anyone but their chosen people. And in this case, they didn't even do that. Lerna's gaze drifts over to Hoa, who's studiously ignoring him in that very moment. Lerna shakes his head. Ika tried to throw him out, of course, though she offered him a mercy killing if he wanted. His prognosis is obvious. Gentle drugs and a bed would be a kindness. He did something when she called the strongbacks, though. The light went out. The air and water stopped. Only for a minute, but it felt like a year. When he let everything come back on, everyone was upset. So Ika said he could stay, and that we should treat his injuries. Sounds about right. He's a 10-ringer, you say, and an ass. Give him whatever he wants and be nice about it. He's from the Fulcrum? Lerna inhales in what seems to be awe. Earth fires, I had no idea any Imperial origins had survived. You look at him, too surprised for amusement. But then, how would he know? Another thought sobers you. He's turning to stone, you say softly. Yes, Lerna says it ruefully. I've never seen anything like it. And it's getting worse. The first day he was here, it was just his fingers that the stone eater had taken. I haven't seen how the condition progresses. He's careful to do it only when I or my assistants aren't around. I don't know if she's doing it to him somehow, or he's doing it to himself, or... He shakes his head. When I ask about it, he just grins and says, "Just a bit longer, please. I'm waiting for someone." Lerna frowns at you, thoughtful. And there's that. Somehow Alabaster knew you were coming. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he was hoping for someone, anyone with the necessary skill. Good chance of it here, with Yika somehow summoning every raga for miles. You'll only be what he was waiting for if it turns out you can summon an obelisk. After a few moments, Yika pokes her head out of the apartment through the hanging. She nods at Hjarka, glares at Strawberry Hay until he sighs and turns to face her, then spies you and Lerna and Hoa. "Oh, hey, good. All of you, come in." You start to protest. "I need to talk to you in private." She stares back at you. You blink, confused, thrown, annoyed. She keeps staring. Lerna shifts from foot to foot beside you, a silent pressure. Hoa merely watches, following your lead. Finally, you get the message. Her come, her rules, and if you want to live here... You sigh and file in behind the others. Inside, the apartment is warmer than in most of the comm, and darker. The curtain makes a difference, even though the walls glow. Makes it feel like night, which it probably is topside. A good idea to steal for your own place, you think, before checking yourself, because you shouldn't be thinking long-term. And then you check yourself again, because you've lost Nassun and Jija's trail. So you should think long-term, and then... "Right," says Yika, sounding bored as she moves to sit on a simple low divan, cross-legged, with her chin propped on a fist. The others sit as well, but she's looking at you. "I'd been thinking about some changes already. You two arrived at a convenient time." For a moment you think she's including Lerna in that "you two." But he sits down on the divan nearest hers, and there's something, some ease of movement or comfort in his manner that tells you he's heard this before. She means Hoa, then. Hoa takes the floor, which makes him seem more like a child, though he isn't. It's strange how hard it is for you to remember that. You sit down gingerly. Convenient for what? I still don't think this is a good idea, Strawberry Hay says. He's looking at you, though his face is tilted toward Yika. We don't know anything about these people, Yeek. We know they survived out there until yesterday, says Yarka, leaning to the side and propping her elbow on the divan's arm. That's something. That's nothing. Strawberry Hay, you really want to know his name, sets his jaw. Our hunters can survive out there. Hunters. You blink. That's one of the old use castes. A deprecated one per imperial law, so nobody gets born into it anymore. Civilized societies don't need hunter-gatherers. That Castrima feels the need says more about the state of the calm than anything else Yika has told you. Our hunters know the terrain, and are strong backs too, yeah? Hjarka says. Nearby. Newcomers know more about the conditions beyond our territory. The people, the hazards, everything else. I'm not sure I know anything useful, you begin. But even as you say this, you frown, because you're remembering that thing you started noticing a few roadhouses ago. The sashes or rags of fine silk on too many of the Equatorial's wrists. The closed looks they gave you. Their focus, while others sat shell-shocked. At every encampment, you saw them look their fellow survivors over, picking out any Sanzeds who were better equipped or healthier or otherwise doing better than average. Speaking to those chosen people in quiet voices, leaving the next morning in groups larger than those in which they had arrived. Does that mean anything? Like keeping to like is the old way, but races and nations haven't been important for a long time. Communities of purpose and diverse specialization are more efficient, as old Sans proved. Yet Humaness is slag at the bottom of a fissure vent by now, and the laws and ways of the Empire no longer have any bite. Maybe this is the first sign of change, then. Maybe in a few years you'll have to leave Castrima and find a calm full of mid-ladders like you, who are brown but not too brown, big but not too big, with hair that's curly or kinky but never ash-blow or straight. Nassun can come with you in that case. But how long would the both of you be able to hide what you are? No calm wants Ragas. No calm except this one. You know more than we do, Ika says, interrupting your wool gathering. And anyway, I don't have the patience to argue about it. I'm telling you what I told him a few weeks back. She jerks her head at Lerna. I need advisors, people who know this season, ground to sky. You're it until I replace you. You're more than a little surprised. I don't know a rusting thing about this calm. That's my job, and his and hers. Ika nods towards Strawberry Hay and Yarka. Anyway, you'll learn. Your mouth hangs open. Then it occurs to you that she did include Hoa in this gathering, didn't she? Earth fires and rust buckets. You want a Stone Eater as an advisor? Why not? They're here too. More of them than we think. She focuses on Hoa, who watches her, his expression unreadable. That's what you told me. It's true, he says quietly. Then, I can't speak for them, though, and we aren't part of your calm. Yika leans down to give him a hard look. Her expression is something between hostile and guarded. You have an impact on our calm, if only as a potential threat, she says. Her eyes flick toward you. And the ones you're attached to are part of this calm. You care what happens to them at least, don't you? You realize you haven't seen Yika's Stone Eater, the woman with the ruby hair, for a few hours. That doesn't mean she isn't nearby, though. You learned better than to trust the appearance of absence with antimony. Hoa says nothing in reply to Yika. You're suddenly irrationally glad he's bothered to stay visible for you. As for why you and why the doctor, Yika says, straightening, and speaking to you even if she's still eyeing Hoa, it's because I need a mix of perspectives. A leader, even if she doesn't want to lead. She eyes Hjarka. Another local Rogga, who doesn't bother to bite his tongue about how stupid he thinks I am. She nods to Strawberry Hay, who sighs. A resistant and a doctor who knows the road. A Stone Eater, me, and you, Essun, who could kill us all. She smiles thinly. Makes sense to give you a reason not to. You have no real idea what to say to that. You think fleetingly that Yika should invite Alabaster to her circle of advisors then, if the ability to destroy Castrema is a qualification. But that could lead to awkward questions. To Hjarka and Strawberry Hay you say, "Are you both from here?" "Nope," says Hjarka. "Yes," says Yika. Hjarka glares at her. "You've lived here since you were young, yeah?" Hjarka shrugs. "Nobody here remembers that except you, Yeek." Strawberry Hay says, "I was born and raised here." Two orogens, surviving to adulthood in a calm that didn't kill them. "What's your name?" "Kata Strongbak." You wait. He smiles with half his mouth and neither of his eyes. "Kata's secret wasn't out, so to speak, while we were growing up," Yika says. She's leaning against the wall behind the divan now, rubbing her eyes as if she's tired. "People guessed anyway. The rumors were enough to keep him from being adopted into the com, under the previous headman. Of course, I've offered to give him the name 6 times over now." "If I give up Strongbak," Kata replies. He's still smiling in that paper-thin way. Yika lowers her hand. Her jaw is tight. "Denying what you are didn't keep people from knowing what you are. And flaunting it isn't what saved you." Yika takes a breath. The muscles in her jaw flex, relax. "And that would be why I asked you to do this, Kata. But let's move on." So it goes on. You sit there throughout the meeting, trying to understand the undercurrents you're picking up on, still not believing you're even here, while Yika lays out all of the problems facing Castrema. It's stuff you've never had to think about before. Complaints that the hot water in the communal pools isn't hot enough. A serious shortage of potters, but an overabundance of people who know how to sew. Fungus in one of the granary caverns. Several months' supply had to be burned, lest it contaminate the rest. A meat shortage. You've gone from thinking obsessively about one person to having to be concerned with many. It's a bit sudden. "I just took a bath," you blurt, trying to pull yourself out of a daze. "The water was nice." "Of course you thought it was nice. You've been living rough for months, bathing in cold streams if you even bothered. A lot of the people in Castrema have never lived without reliable geo and adjustable faucets." Yika rubs her eyes. The meeting's only been an hour or so, but it feels longer. "Everybody copes with the season in their own way." Complaining about nothing doesn't seem like coping to you, but okay. "Being low on meat is an actual problem," Lerna says, frowning. "I noticed the last few comm shares didn't have any. Or eggs." Yika's expression grows grimmer. "Yes, that's why." For your sake, she adds, "We don't have a Greenland in this comm, if you haven't noticed yet. The soil around here is poor, all right for gardening, but not for grass or hay. Then, for the last few years before the season started, everyone was so busy arguing about whether we should rebuild the old pre-choking wall that nobody thought to contract with an agricultural comm for a few dozen cartloads of good soil." She sighs, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "Can't bring most livestock down the mine shafts and stairs anyway. I don't know what we were thinking trying to live down here. This is exactly why I need help. Her weariness isn't a surprise, but her willingness to admit error is. It's also troubling. You say, a calm can only have one leader during a season. Yeah, and that's still me. Don't you forget it. It could be a worn-off, but it doesn't sound like one. You suspect it's just a matter-of-fact acceptance of her place in Castrima. The people chose her, and for the time being they trust her. They don't know you, Lerna, or Hoa, and apparently they don't trust Hjarka and Cutter. You need her more than she needs any of you. Abruptly, though, Yika shakes her head. I can't talk about this shit anymore. Good, because the looming sense of disjunct, this morning you were thinking of the road and survival and Nassun, is beginning to feel overwhelming. I need to go topside. It's too abrupt a change of subject, apparently out of the blue, and for a moment they all stare at you. The rust for? Yika asks. Alabaster. Yika looks blank. The 10-ringer in your infirmary? He asked me to do something. Yika grimaces. Oh, him. You can't help smiling at this reaction. Interesting. He hasn't talked to anyone since he got here. Just sits in there using up our antibiotics and eating our food. I just made a batch of psyllin, Yika. Lerner rolls his eyes. It's the principle of the thing. You suspect Alabaster's been quelling the local microshakes and any aftershocks from the north, which would more than earn his keep. But if Yika can't assess that for herself, explaining is pointless, and you're not sure you can trust her enough to talk about Alabaster yet. He's an old friend. There, that's a good, if incomplete, summary. You didn't seem the type to have friends. You either. She regards you for a long moment. Are you a 10-ringer too? Your fingers flex involuntarily. I wore 6 rings once. Lerna's head snaps around and he stares at you. Well. Cutter's face twitches in a way you can't interpret. You add, Alabaster was my mentor back when I was still with the Fulcrum. I see. And what does he want you to do, topside? You open your mouth, then close it. You can't help glancing at Hjarka, who snorts and gets to her feet, and Lerna, whose expression tightens as he realizes you don't want to speak in front of him. He deserves better than that, but still, he's a still. Finally you say, Origin business? It's weak. Lerna's face goes blank, but his eyes are hard. Hjarka waves and heads for the curtain. Then I'm out. Come on, Cutter, since you're just a strongback. She barks out a laugh. Cutter stiffens, but to your surprise he rises and follows her out. You eye Lerna for a moment, but he folds his arms. Not going anywhere. All right. In the wake of this, Yika looks skeptical. What is this, a final lesson from your old mentor? He's obviously not going to live much longer. Your jaw tightens before you can help it. That remains to be seen. Yika looks thoughtful for a moment longer, and then she nods decisively, getting to her feet. All right, then. Just let me get some strongbacks together and we'll be on our way. Wait, you're coming? Why? Curiosity. I want to see what a Fulcrum 6-ringer can do. She grins at you and picks up the long fur vest you first saw her wearing. Maybe see if I can do it, too. You flinch violently at the idea of a self-taught feral attempting to connect to an obelisk. No. Yika's expression flattens. Lerna stares at you, incredulous that you would achieve your goal and then scuttle it in the same breath. Quickly you amend yourself. It's dangerous even for me, and I've done it before. It. Well, that does it. It's safer that she not know, but Lerna's right. You have to win this woman over if you're going to be living in her calm. Promise me you won't try if I tell you. I won't promise a rusting thing. I don't know you. Ika folds her arms. You're a big woman, but she's a little bigger, and the hair doesn't help. Many sunsets like to grow their ashblow hair into big poofy manes like hers. It's an animal intimidation thing, and it works if they've got the confidence to back it up. Yika's got that and then some. But you have knowledge. You push to your feet and meet her eyes. You can't do it, you say. Will her to believe. You don't have the training. You don't know what kind of training I have. And you blink, remembering that moment topside when the realization that you'd lost Nassun's trail nearly unhinged you. That strange, sweeping waft of power Yika sent through you, like a slap but kinder, and somehow orogenic. Then there's her little trick of drawing orogens for miles around toward Castrima. Yika may not wear rings, but orogeny isn't about rank. No help for it, then. An obelisk, you say, relenting. You glance at Lerna. He blinks and frowns. Alabaster wants me to call an obelisk. I'm going to see if I can. To your surprise, Yika nods, her eyes alight. Aha! Always thought there was something about those things. Let's go then. I definitely want to see this. Oh, shit. Yika shrugs on the vest. Give me a half hour, then meet me at Scenic Overlook. That's the entrance to Castrima, that little platform where newcomers invariably gawk at the strangeness of a calm inside a giant geode. With that, she brushes past you and out of the apartment. Shaking your head, you eye Lerna. He nods tightly. He wants to go too. Hoa? He simply takes up his usual place behind you, gazing at you placidly as if to say, this was in doubt. So now it's a party. Yika meets you at the Overlook in half an hour. With her are 4 other Castrimans who are armed and dressed in faded colors and grays for camouflage up on the surface. It's a harder procession going up than it was coming down. Lots of uphill walking, many sets of stairs. You're not as out of breath as a few of Yika's crew by the time it's done. But then you've been walking miles every day while they've been living safe and comfy in their underground town. Yika, you notice, only breathes a little harder. She's keeping in shape. Eventually, though, you reach a false basement in one of the decoy houses topside. It's not the same basement that you entered through, which shouldn't surprise you. Of course, their gate has multiple entrances and exits. The underground passages are more complicated than you initially thought, though. Something important to keep in mind should you ever need to leave in a hurry. The decoy house has strong back sentries like the other one, some guarding the basement entrance, and some actually in the house upstairs, keeping watch on the road outside. When the upstairs sentries give you the all-clear, you head out into the late evening ashfall. After what? Less than a day in Castrima's geode? It's amazing how strange the surface seems to you. For the first time in weeks, you notice the sulfur stench of the air, the silvery haze, the incessant soft patter of fat ash flakes on the ground, and dead leaves. The silence, which makes you realize just how noisy Castrima under is, with people talking and pulleys squeaking and smithies clanking, and the omnipresent hum of the geode's strange hidden machinery. Up here there's nothing. The trees have dropped their leaves. Nothing moves through the curl-edged, desiccated detritus. No bird song can be heard through the branches. Most birds stop marking territory and mating during a season, and song only attracts predators. No other animal sounds. There are no travelers on the road, though you can tell that the ash is thinner there. People have been by recently. Aside from that, though, even the wind is still. The sun is set, though there's still plenty of light in the sky. The clouds, even this far south, still reflecting the rifting. "Traffic?" Ika asks one of the sentries. "Family-looking bunch about 40 minutes ago," he says. He keeps his voice appropriately low. "Well-equipped. Maybe 20 people, all ages, all sunsets, traveling north." That makes everyone look at him. Yika repeats, "North? North?" The sentry, who has the most beautiful, long-lashed eyes, looks back at Yika and shrugs. "Looked like they had a destination in mind." "Huh." She folds her arms, shivering a little, though it's not particularly cold outside. The cold of a fifth season takes months to set in fully. Castrima Under's just so warm that to someone used to that, Castrima Over's chilly. Or maybe Yika's just reacting to the starkness of the calm around her. So many silent houses, dead gardens, and ash-occluded pathways where people once walked. You'd been thinking of the surface level of the calm as bait. And it is. A honeypot meant to draw in the desirable and distract the hostile. Yet it was also a real calm once, alive and bright and anything but still. "Well?" Yika takes a deep breath and smiles. But you think her smile is strained. She nods toward the low-hanging ash clouds. "If you need to see this thing, I don't think you're going to have much luck any time soon." She's right. The air is a haze of ash, and past the beaded red-tinted clouds, you can't see a damned thing. You step off the porch and look up at the sky anyway, unsure of how to begin. You also aren't sure if you should begin. After all, the first and second times you tried to interact with an obelisk, you almost died. Then there's the fact that Alabaster wants this, when he's the man who destroyed the world. Maybe you shouldn't do anything he asks. He's never hurt you, though. The world has, but not him. Maybe the world deserved to be destroyed, and maybe he's earned a little of your trust after all these years. So you close your eyes and try to still your thoughts. There are sounds to be heard around you, you notice, at last. Faint creaks and pops as the wooden parts of Castrima Over react to the weight of ash or the changing warmth of the air. Several things scuttling among the dried-out stalks of a house green nearby. Rodents or something else small, nothing to worry about. One of the Castrimans is breathing really loudly for some reason. Warm jitter of the earth beneath your feet. No. Wrong direction. There's actually enough ash in the sky that you can sort of grasp the clouds with your awareness. Ash is powdered rock, after all, but it's not the clouds you want. You grope along them, as you would Earth's strata, not quite sure what you're looking for. "Will this take much longer?" sighs one of the Castrimans. "Why, got a hot date," Yika drawls. He is insignificant. He is... Something pulls you sharply west. You jerk and turn to face it, inhaling as you remember a night long ago in a calm, cold Alia and another obelisk. The amethyst. He didn't need to see it. He needed to face it. Lines of sight, lines of force. Yes. And there, far along the line of your attention, you sense your awareness being drawn towards something heavy and dark. Dark. So dark. Alabaster said it would be topaz, didn't he? This isn't that. It feels familiar, sort of. Reminds you of the garnet, not the amethyst. Why? The garnet was broken. Mad. You're not sure why this word occurs to you. But beyond that, it was also more powerful somehow. Though power is too simple a word for what these things contain. Richness. Strangeness. Darker colors. Deeper potential? But if that's the case, Onyx, you say aloud, opening your eyes. Other obelisks buzz along the periphery of your line of sight, closer, possible, but they don't respond to this near-instinctive call of yours. The dark obelisk is so far away, well past the western coastals, somewhere over the unknown sea. Even flying, it might take months to arrive. But the Onyx hears you. You know this the way you once knew your children had heard you, even if they pretended to ignore you. Ponderously it turns. Arcane processes awakening for the first time in an age of the earth. As it does, uttering an assault of sound and vibration that shakes the sea for miles underneath. How do you know this? You're not sessing this. You just know. Then it begins to come. Evil eating earth. You flinch back along the line that leads to yourself. Along the way, something snags your attention, and almost as an afterthought, you call it, too, the topaz. It is lighter, livelier, much closer, and somehow more responsive, perhaps because you perceive a hint of alabaster in its interstices, like a curl of citrus rind added to a savory dish. He's prepped it for you. Then you snap back into yourself and turn to Yika, who's frowning at you. You follow that. She shakes her head slowly, but not in negation. She caught some of it somehow. You can see that in the look on her face. That was something. I'm not sure what. Don't reach for either one when they get here, because you're sure they're coming. Don't reach for any of them, ever. You're reluctant to say obelisk. Too many stills around, and even if they haven't killed you yet, stills never need to hear that something can make orogens even more of a danger than they already are. What would happen if I did? It's a question of honest curiosity, not challenge. But some questions are dangerous. You decide to be honest. You would die. I'm not sure how. Actually, you're pretty sure she would spontaneously ignite into a white-hot, screaming column of fire and force, possibly taking all of Castrima with her. But you're not 100% sure, so you stick to what you know. Those things are like the batteries some equatorial comms use. Shit. Used. You've heard of those? A battery stores energy so you can have electricity, even if the hydro's not flowing or the geo has... Yika looks affronted. Well, she is, Sun said. They invented batteries. I know what a rusting battery is. First hint of a shake, and you've got acid burns on top of everything else, all for the sake of a bit of stored juice. She shakes her head. What you're talking about isn't a battery. They were making sugar batteries when I left Eumenes, you say. She's not saying obelisk either. Good, she gets it. Safer than acid and metal, batteries can be made more than one way. But if a battery is too powerful for the circuit you attach it to, you figure that's enough to get the idea across. She shakes her head again, but you think she believes you. As she turns and starts to pace in thought, you notice Lerna. He's been quiet all this time, listening to you and Yika talk. Now he seems deep in thought, and that bothers you. You don't like that a still is thinking so hard about this. But then, he surprises you. Yika, how old do you think this calm really is? She stops and frowns at him. The other Castrimans shift as if uncomfortable. Maybe it bothers them, being reminded that they live in a dead civ ruin. No clue. Why? He shrugs. I'm just thinking of similarities. You understand, then. Crystals in Castrima under that glow through some means you can't fathom. Crystals that float in the sky by some means you can't fathom. Both mechanisms meant to be used by orogens. and no one else. Stone Eaters showing an inordinate interest in orogens who use either. You glance at Hoa. But Hoa isn't looking at the sky or at you. He's stepped off the porch and has crouched on the ashy ground just off the walkway, staring at something. You follow his gaze and see a small mound in what was once the front yard of the house next door. It looks like just another pile of ash, maybe 3 feet high, but then you notice a tiny, desiccated animal foot poking out of one end. Cat, maybe, or rabbit. There are probably dozens of small carcasses around here buried under the ash. The beginning of the season likely caused a huge die-off. Odd that this carcass seems to have accumulated so much more ash than the ground around it, though. "Too long gone to eat, kid," says one of the men, who's also noticed Hoa and clearly has no idea what the kid is. Hoa blinks at him and bites his lip with just the perfect degree of unease. He plays the child so well. Then he gets up and comes over to you, and you realize he's not play-acting. Something really has unnerved him. "Other things will eat it," he says to you very softly. "We should go." "What?" "You're not afraid of anything." His jaw tightens, jaw full of diamond teeth, muscles over diamond bones. No wonder he's never let you try to lift him. He must be heavy as marble. But he says, "I'm afraid of things that will hurt you." And you believe him, because you suddenly realize that's been the commonality of all his strange behavior so far. His willingness to face the Kakuza, which might have been too fast even for your orogeny. His ferocity toward other Stone Eaters. He's protecting you. So few have ever tried to protect you in your life. It's impulse that makes you lift a hand and stroke it over his weird white hair. He blinks. Something comes into his eyes that is anything but inhuman. You don't know what to think. This, though, is why you listen to him. "Let's go," you say to Yika and the others. "You've done what Alabaster asked. You suspect he won't be displeased by the extra obelisk when you tell him, if he doesn't already know. Now maybe, finally, he'll tell you what the rust is going on." Before, gather into stable rock for each citizen's 1-year supply. 10 rullets of grain, 5 of legume, a quarter trade dry fruit, and a half store it in tallow, cheese, or preserved flesh. Multiply by each year of life desired. After, guard upon stable rock with at least 3 strong-backed souls per cache. 1 to guard the cache, 2 to guard the guard. Tablet 1. On Survival. Verse 4. 3. Shafa. Forgotten. Yes. You are him, too. Or you were until after Maelv. But now, he is someone else. The force that shatters the Klasu is orogeny applied to air. Orogeny isn't meant to be applied to air, but there's no real reason for it not to work. Cyanide has had practice already using orogeny on water at and since Alia. There are minerals in water, and likewise there are dust particles in air. Air has heat and friction and mass and kinetic potential, same as Earth. The molecules of air are simply farther apart, the atoms shaped differently. Anyhow, the involvement of an obelisk makes all of these details academic. Shafa knows what's coming the instant he feels the obelisk's pulse. He is old, old. Cyanite's guardian. So old. He knows what Stone Eaters do to powerful orogens whenever they get the chance. And he knows why it is crucial to keep orogens' eyes on the ground and not the sky. He has seen what happens when a 4-ringer, that's how he still thinks of cyanide, connects to an obelisk. He does genuinely care about her, you realize. She does not. realize. It isn't all about control. She's his little one, and he has protected her in more ways than she knows. The thought of her agonizing death is unbearable to him. This is ironic, considering what happens next. In the moment when cyanite stiffens and her frame becomes suffused with light, and the air within the Klausu's tiny forward compartment shivers and turns into a nearly solid wall of unstoppable force, Shafa happens to be standing to one side of a hanging bulkhead rather than in front of it. His companion, the guardian who has just killed Cyanite's feral lover, is not so lucky. When the force slams him backward, the bulkhead juts out from the wall at just the right height and angle to shear his head off before giving way itself. Shafa, however, flies backward unobstructed through the Klausu's capacious hold, which is empty because the ship hasn't been out on a piracy run in a while. There's room enough for its velocity to slow a little, and for the greatest force of Cyanite's blow to move past him. When he finally does hit a bulkhead, it is with merely bone-breaking force, and not bone-pulverizing force. And the bulkhead is buckling, crumbling along with the rest of the ship when he hits it. That helps too. Then when jagged, knife-like spikes of bedrock from the ocean floor begin spearing through the explosion of debris, Shafa is lucky again. None of them pierce his body. Cyanite is lost in the obelisk by this point, and lost in the first throes of a grief that will send aftershakes through even Essun's life. Shafa saw her hand on the child's face, covering mouth and nose, pressing. Incomprehensible. Did she not know that Shafa would love her son as he loved her? He would lay the boy down gently, so gently, in the wire chair. She is part of something vast and globally powerful now, and Shafa, once the most important person in her world, is beneath her notice. On some level, he is aware of this even as he flies through the storm, and the knowledge leaves a deep burn of hurt in his heart. Then he's in the water, and dying. It is difficult to kill a guardian. The many broken bones Shafa has suffered, and the damage to his organs would not be enough to do the job in and of themselves. Even drowning wouldn't be a problem under ordinary circumstances. Guardians are different. But they do have limits, and drowning, plus organ failure, plus blunt force trauma is enough to breach them. He realizes this as he tumbles through the water, bouncing off shards of stone and debris from the destroyed ship. He can't tell which way is up, except that one direction seems faintly brighter than the other. But he's being dragged away from this by the swiftly sinking aft end of the ship. He uncurls, hits a rock, recovers, and tries to paddle against the downward current even though one of his arms is now broken. There's nothing in his lungs. The air's been beaten out of him, and he's trying not to inhale water because then he will surely die. He cannot die. He has so much left to do. But he is only human, mostly, and as the terrible pressure grows and spots of blackness encroach on his vision and his whole body grows numb with the weight of the water, he cannot help sucking in a mighty lungful. It hurts. Salt acid in his chest, fire in his throat, and still no air. On top of everything else, he can bear the rest, has borne worse in his long, awful life. It is suddenly too much for the ordered, careful rationality that has guided and guarded Shafa's mind up to this point. He panics. Guardians must never panic. He knows this. There are good reasons why. He does it anyway, flailing and screaming as he is dragged into the cold dark. He wants to live. This is the first and worst sin for one of his kind. His terror suddenly vanishes. A bad sign. It is replaced a moment later by an anger so powerful that it blots out everything else. He stops screaming and trembles with it. But even as he does so, he knows. This anger is not his own. In his panic, He has opened himself to danger, and the danger that he fears above all others has come striding through the door as if it owns the place already. It says to him, "If you wish to live, that can be arranged." Oh, evil earth. More offers, promises, suggestions, and their rewards. Shafa can have more power. Power enough to fight the current and the pain and the lack of oxygen. He can live for a price. No, he knows the price. Better to die than pay it. But it is one thing to resolve to die, quite another to actually carry out that resolve in the midst of dying. Something burns at the back of Shafa's skull. This is a cold burn, not like the fire in his nose and throat and chest. Something there is waking up, warming up, gathering itself, ready for the collapse of his resistance. "We all do what we have to do," comes the seducer's whisper. And this is the same reasoning Shafa has used on himself too many times over the centuries, justifying too many atrocities. One does what one must for duty, for life. It's enough. The cold presence takes him. Power suffuses his limbs. In just a few suddenly restarted heartbeats, the broken bones have knitted, and the organs have resumed their traditional function, albeit with a few workarounds for the lack of oxygen. He twists in the water and begins to swim, sensing the direction he must go. Not up, not anymore. Suddenly he finds oxygen in the water that he is breathing. He has no gills, yet his alveoli suddenly absorb more than they should be able to. It's only a little oxygen, though, not even enough to feed his body properly. Cells die, especially in a very particular part of his brain. He is aware of this, horribly. He is aware of the slow death of all that makes him Shafa. But the price must be paid. He fights it, of course. The anger tries to drive him forward, keep him underwater. But he knows that everything of him will die if he does. So he swims forward, but also upward, squinting through the murk at the light. It takes a long, dying time. But at least some of the rage within him is his own. Fury that he has been forced into this position, rage at himself for succumbing. And that keeps him at it, even as the tingling sets into his hands, his feet. But he reaches the surface, breaches it, concentrates hard on not panicking while he vomits up water, coughs out more, and finally sucks in air. It hurts so much. Still, with the first inhalation, the dying stops. His brain and limbs get what they need. There are still spots in his vision, still that awful coldness at the back of his head, but he is Shafa. Shafa. He holds on to this, digs in claws and snarls away the encroaching cold. Fire under earth. He's still Shafa, and he will not let himself forget this. He loses so much else, though. Understand. The Shafa that we have known thus far, the Shafa whom Demaya learned to fear and Cyanite learned to defy, is now dead. What remains is a man with a habit of smiling, a warped paternal instinct, and a rage that is not wholly his own, driving everything he does from this point on. Perhaps you will mourn the Shafa who is lost. It's all right if you do. He was part of you once. He resumes swimming. After about 7 hours, this is the strength his memories have bought him. He sees the still-smoking cone of Alia against the horizon. It's a longer distance than straight to shore, but he adjusts his direction to swim toward it. There will be help there. He knows, somehow. It is well past sunset now, fully dark. The water is cold, and he's thirsty, and he hurts. Thankfully, none of the monsters of the deep attack him. The only real threat he faces is his own will, and the question of whether it will falter in the battle against the sea, or against the cold rage eating his mind. It does not help that he is alone save for the indifferent stars and the obelisk. He sees it once when he glances back, a wavering, now colorless shape against the sparkling night sky. It looks no farther away than when he first noticed it from the deck of the ship, and ignored it in favor of focusing on his quarry. He should have paid closer attention, studied it to see if it was approaching, remember that even a four-ringer can be a threat under the right circumstances, and... He frowns, pausing for a moment to float on his back. This is dangerous. Fatigue immediately begins to set in. The power that sustains him can do only so much. He stares at the obelisk. A four-ringer. Who? He tries to remember. There was someone important. No. He is Shafa. That is all that is important. He resumes swimming. Near dawn, he feels gritty black sand under his feet. He stumbles up out of the water, alien to himself and the movement of limbs on land, half crawling. The surf recedes behind him. There's a tree ahead. He collapses upon its roots and does something that resembles sleep. It's closer to a coma. When he wakes, the sun's up and he is afire with pain of every kind. Sore lungs, aching limbs, throbbing unhealed fractures in his non-essential bones, a dry throat, cracking skin, and another, deeper ache. He groans, and something shadows his face. "You all right?" asks a voice that sounds like he feels. Rough, dry, low. He peels his eyes open to see an old man crouching before him. The man's an East Coaster, thin and weathered, most of his curly white hair gone except a fringe round the back of his head. When Shafa looks around, he sees that they are in a small, tree-shadowed cove. The old man's rowboat has been pulled onto the shore not far away. A fishing rod pokes out of it. The trees of the cove are all dead, and the sand beneath Shafa blows with ash. They're still very close to the volcano that was Alia. How did he get here? He remembers swimming. Why was he in the water? That part is gone. Shafa begins, and chokes on his own dry, swollen tongue. The old man helps him sit up, then offers him an open canteen. Brackish, leather-flavored water never tasted so sweet. The old man pulls it away after a few swallows, which Shafa knows is wise, but he still groans and reaches after the canteen once. Only once, though. He is strong enough not to beg. The emptiness inside him is not just thirst. He tries to focus. This time speaking is easier. I don't know if I'm all right. Shipwreck? The old man cranes his neck to look around. In the near distance, very visible, is the ridge of knife-like stones that Cyanite raised from the pirates' island all the way to the mainland. Were you out there? What was that, some sort of shake? It seems impossible that the old man does not know. But Shafa has always been amazed at how little ordinary people understand about the world. Always? Has he always been so amazed? Really? Raga, he says, too tired to manage the 3 syllables of the non-vulgar word for their kind. It's enough. The old man's face hardens. Filthy, earth-spawned beasts. That's why they have to be drowned as babes. He shakes his head and focuses on Shafa. You're too big for me to lift, and dragging will hurt. Think you can get up? With help, Shafa does manage to rise and stagger to the old man's rowboat. He sits, shivering in the prow, while the old man rows them away from the cove, heading south along the coast. Some of why he's shivering is cold. His clothes are still wet where he was lying down, and some of it is lingering shock. Some of it, however, is something entirely else. Tamaya, With great effort he remembers this name. And an impression. A small, frightened mid-ladder girl, superimposed over a tall, defiant mid-ladder woman. Love and fear in her eyes. Sorrow in his heart. He has hurt her. He needs to find her. But when he reaches for the sense of her that should be embedded in his mind, there is nothing. She is gone, along with everything else. The old man chatters at him through the whole ride. He is Litz Strongback Metter, and Metter is a little fishing town a few miles south of Alia. They've been debating whether to move since that whole mess with Alia happened, but then suddenly the volcano went dormant. So maybe the evil Earth isn't out to get them after all, or at least not this time. He's got 2 children, one stupid and the other selfish, and 3 grandkids, all from the stupid one, and hopefully not too stupid themselves. They don't have much. Metter's just another coaster calm. Can't even afford a proper wall instead of a bunch of trees and sticks. But folks gotta do what folks gotta do. You know how it is. Everyone will take good care of you, don't you worry. "What is your name?" the old man asks amid the prattle, and Shafa tells him. The man asks for more names than this, but Shafa has only the one. "What were you doing out there?" The silence inside Shafa yawns in answer. The village is an especially precarious one, in that it is half on shore and half on the water, houseboats and stilt houses connected by jetties and piers. People gather round Shafa when Litz helps him onto a pier. Hands touch him and he flinches. But they mean to help. It is not their fault that there's so little in them of what he needs that they feel wrong. They push him, guide him. He is beneath a cold shower of fresh water, and then he is put into short pants and a homespun sleeveless shirt. When he lifts his hair while washing it, they marvel at the scar on his neck, thick and stitched, and vanishing into his hairline. He wonders at it himself. They puzzle over his clothing, so faded by sun and salt water that it has lost nearly all color. It looks brownish-gray. He remembers that it should be burgundy, but not why. More water, the good kind. This time he can drink his fill. He eats a little, then he sleeps for hours, with incessant angry whispering in the back of his mind. When Shafa wakes, it's late in the night, and there's a little boy standing in front of his bed. The lantern's wick has been turned down low, but it's bright enough in the room that Shafa can see his old clothing, now washed and dry, in the boy's hands. The boy has turned one pocket inside out. There, alone on the whole garment, has it retained something of its original color. Burgundy. Shafa pushes himself up on one elbow. Something about the boy. Perhaps. "Hello?" The boy looks so much like Litz that he needs only a few decades of weathering and less hair to be the old man's twin. But there is a desperate hope in the boy's eyes that would be completely out of place in Litz's. Litz knows his place in the world. This boy, who is maybe 11 or 12, old enough to be confirmed by his calm, something has unmoored him. And Shafa thinks he knows what. "This is yours," the boy says, holding up the garment. "Yes." "You're a guardian?" Fleeting, almost memory. "What is that?" The boy looks as confused as Shafa feels. He takes a step closer to the bed and stops. "Come closer. Closer." "They said you didn't remember things. You're lucky to be alive." The boy licks his lips, uncertain. "Guardians guard." "Guard what?" Incredulity washes the fear from the boy. He steps closer still. "Origins. I mean, you guard people from them, so they don't hurt anyone. And you guard them from people too. That's what the stories say." Shafa pushes himself to sit up, letting his legs dangle over the edge of the bed. The pain of his injuries is nearly gone, his flesh repaired at a faster rate than normal by the angry power within him. He feels well, in fact. Except for one thing. "Guard, orogenies," he says thoughtfully. "Do I?" The boy laughs a little, though his smile fades quickly. He's very afraid for some reason, though not of Shafa. "People kill orogenies," the boy says softly, "when they find them. Unless they're with a guardian." "Do they?" It seems uncivilized of them, but then he remembers the ridge of spiky stones across the ocean and his utter conviction that it was the work of an orogen. "That's why they have to be drowned as babes," Litz had said. Ist one, Shafa thinks, then has to fight hysterical laughter. "I don't want to hurt anyone," the boy is saying. "I will, one day. Without training. I almost did when that volcano was doing things. It was so hard not to." "If you had, it would have killed you and possibly many other people," Shafa says. Then he blinks. How does he know that? "A hot spot is far too volatile for you to quell safely." The boy's eyes alight. "You do know!" He comes forward, sinks to a crouch beside Shafa's knee. He whispers, "Please, help me. I think my mother. She saw me when the volcano. I tried to act like normal, and I couldn't. I think she knows. If she tells my grandfather—" He inhales suddenly, sharply, as if he is gasping for air. He's holding back a sob, but the movement looks the same. Shafa knows how it feels to drown. He reaches out and strokes the boy's dense cloud of hair, crown to nape, and lets his fingers linger at the nape. "There's something I have to do," Shafa says, because there is. The anger and whispers within him have a purpose after all. And this has become his purpose. Gather them, train them, make them the weapons they are meant to be. "If I take you with me, we must travel far from here. You'll never see your family again." The boy looks away, his expression turning bitter. "They'd kill me if they knew." "Yes." Shafa presses very gently and draws the first measure of something from the boy. What? He cannot remember what it is called. Perhaps it has no name. All that matters is that it exists and he needs it. With it, he knows somehow, he can hold on more tightly to the tattered remnants of who he was. So he takes, and the first draft of it is like a sudden sweet wash of fresh water amid gallons of burning salt. He yearns to drink it all, reaches for the rest as thirstily as he sought Litz's canteen, though he forces himself to let go for the same reason. He can endure on what he has now. If he's patient, the boy will have more for him later. Yes, his thoughts are clearer now. Easier to think around the whispers. He needs this boy and others like him. He must go forth and find them, and with their help, he can make it to... Well, not everything is clear. Some things will never come back. He'll make do. The boy is searching his face, while Shafa has been trying to put together the fragments of his identity. The boy has been wrestling with his future. They are made for each other. "I'll go with you," the boy says, having apparently spent the past minute thinking he has a choice. "Anywhere. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to die." For the first time since a moment on a ship a few days before, when he was a different person, Shafa smiles. He strokes the boy's head again. "You have a good soul. I'll help you all I can." The boy's tension dissolves at once. Tears wet his eyes. "Go and gather some things to travel. I'll speak with your parents." These words fall from his mouth naturally, easily. He has said them before, though he doesn't remember when. He remembers, though, that sometimes things don't go as well as he says they will. The boy whispers his thanks, grabs Shafa's knee and tries to squeeze that thanks into him, then trots away. Shafa pushes himself slowly to his feet. The boy has left the faded uniform behind, so Shafa pulls this on again, his fingers remembering how the seams should lie. There should be a cloak, too, but that is gone. He can't remember where. When he steps forward, a mirror on the side of the room catches his eye, and he stops. Shivers. Not in pleasure this time. It is wrong. It is so wrong. His hair hangs lank and dry after the sun and salt's ravaging. It should be black and glossy, and instead it is dull and wispy, burnt. The uniform hangs off him, for he has spent some of the substance of his own body as fuel in the push to reach shore. The uniform's colors are also wrong, and there is no reassurance in it of who he was, who he should be. And his eyes? Evil earth, he thinks, staring at the icy near white of them. He did not know his eyes looked like this. There is a creak on the floorboards near the door, and his alien eyes shift to one side. The boy's mother stands there, blinking in the light of the lantern she holds. "Shafa," she says. "I thought I heard you up. An eights?" That must be the boy's name. "He came to bring me these." Shafa touches his clothing. The woman comes into the room. "Huh," she says. "Now that it's all wrung out and dry, it looks like a uniform." Shafa nods. "I've learned something new of myself. I'm a guardian." Her eyes widen. "Truly?" There's suspicion in her gaze. "An eight has been bothering you." "It was no bother." Shafa smiles to reassure her. For some reason, the woman's frown twitches and deepens. Ah, well. He has forgotten how to charm people, too. He turns and goes over to her, and she falls back a step at his approach. He stops, amused by her fear. "He, too, has learnt something of himself. I'll be taking him away now." The woman's eyes widen. Her mouth works in silence for a moment, then she sets her jaw. "I knew it." "Did you?" "I didn't want to." She swallows, her hand tightening. The little lantern flame wavers with whatever emotion flashes through her. "Don't take him, please." Shafa tilts his head. "Why not?" "It would kill his father." "Not his grandfather?" Shafa takes a step closer. Closer. "Not his uncles and aunts and cousins? Not you?" She twitches again. "I don't know how I feel right now." She shakes her head. "Poor, poor thing," Shafa says softly. This compassion is automatic, too. He feels the sorrow deeply. "But will you protect him from them, if I do not take him?" "What?" She looks at Shafa in surprise and alarm. Can this truly have never occurred to her? Apparently not. Protect him? That she asks this, Shafa understands, is the proof that she is inadequate to the task. So he sighs and reaches up, as if to put a hand on her shoulder, and shakes his head as if to convey regret. She relaxes minutely, and does not notice when his hand instead curves around her neck. His fingers settle into place, and she stiffens at once. "What?" Then she falls down, dead. Shafa blinks as she falls to the floor. For a moment he is confused. Was that supposed to happen? And then his own thoughts freshened further by the dollop of something that she has given him. Such a tiny amount of it relative to what eights possessed. He understands. This thing is only safe to do with orogens, who have more than enough to share. The woman must have been a still. But Shafa feels better. In fact, "Take more," whispers the rage at the back of his mind. "Take the others. They threaten the boy, which threatens you." Yes, that seems wise. So Shafa rises and moves through the quiet, dark house, touching each member of Eitz's family and devouring a piece of them. Most of them do not wake. The stupid son gives more than the rest, almost an orogeny, almost a guardian. Litz gives the least, perhaps because he is old, or perhaps because he is awake and fighting against the hand Shafa has clamped over his mouth and nose. He's trying to stab Shafa with a fish knife pulled from under his pillow. What a pity that he must suffer such fear. Shafa twists Litz's head around sharply to get at the nape of his neck. There's a snapping sound as he does this, which he doesn't even notice, until the flow of something out of Litz goes soft and dead and useless. Ah, yes, belatedly Shafa remembers that it does not work on the dead. He'll be more careful in the future. But it is so much better now that the taut ache inside him is gone still. He feels not whole, never that again. But when there is so much of another presence inside him, even a little regained ground is a blessing. I am Shafa, guardian. Warrant, he murmurs, blinking as the last part finally comes to him. What calm is warrant? He cannot remember. He is glad to have the name, regardless. I have done only what was necessary. Only what is best for the world. The words feel right, yes. He has needed the sense of purpose which now sits like lead at the back of his brain. Amazing that he did not have it before. Now, though, now I have work to do. Eitz finds him in the living room. The boy is breathless, excited, carrying a small satchel. I heard you and Mama talking. Did you tell her? Shafa crouches to be on eye level with him, taking him by the shoulders. Yes. She said she didn't know how she felt, and then she said nothing more. Eitz's face crumples. He glances toward the corridor that leads to the adults' rooms in the house. Everyone down that corridor is dead. The doors are closed and quiet. Shafa has left Eitz's siblings and cousins alive, however, because he is not a complete monster. Can I say goodbye to her? Eitz asks softly. I think that would be dangerous, Shafa says. He means it. He doesn't want to have to kill the boy yet. These things are best done cleanly. Come, you have me now, and I will never leave you. The boy blinks at this and straightens a little, then nods shakily. He's old for such words to have the power on him that they do. They work, Shafa suspects, because Eitz has spent the past few months living in terror of his family. It is nothing to play on such a lonely, weary state of mind. It isn't even a lie. They leave the half-dead house behind. Shafa knows that he should take the boy somewhere with obsidian walls and gilded bars, a place that will die in a cataclysm of fire in 10 years. So perhaps it is good that he is too damaged to remember this location. In any case, the angry whispers have begun steering him in a different direction. Somewhere south, where he has work to do. He puts his hand on Eitz's shoulder to comfort the boy, or perhaps to comfort himself. Together they walk into the pre-dawn dark. Don't be fooled. The Guardians are much, much older than old sons, and they do not work for us. Last recorded words of Emperor Mushtati, prior to his execution. 4. You are challenged. You are tired after calling the obelisk. When you get back to your room and stretch out for half a moment on the bare pallet that came with the apartment, you fall asleep so fast you don't even realize you are doing it. In the dead of the night, or so your body clock says, since the glowing walls haven't changed, your eyes blink open and it's like only a moment has passed. But Hoa is curled beside you, apparently actually sleeping for once. and you can hear Tonki snoring faintly in the room next door, and you feel much better than you did, if hungry. Well rested for perhaps the first time in weeks. The hunger spurs you up and into the apartment's living room. There's a small hempen satchel on the table, which Tonki must have acquired, partially open to reveal mushrooms and a small pile of dried beans and other cache food. That's right. As accepted members of Castrema, you now get a share of the calm's stores. None of it is the kind of food you can just eat for a snack, except maybe the mushrooms. But you've never seen those before, and some varieties of mushrooms need to be cooked to be edible. You're tempted, but is Castrema the sort of calm that would give dangerous foodstuffs to newcomers without warning them? Right. You fetch your runny sack, rummage in it for the remaining provisions you brought to Castrema with you, and make a meal out of dried oranges, cache bread crusts, and a lump of bad-tasting jerky that you traded for at the last calm you passed, and which you suspect is hydropipe rat meat. Food is that which nourishes, the lorists say. You've just choked the jerky down, and are sitting there sleepily pondering how merely summoning an obelisk took so much out of you. As if anything regarding the obelisks can be described with the adjective merely, when you become aware of a high rhythmic scraping sound outside. You dismiss it immediately. Nothing about this calm makes sense. It will probably take you weeks, if not months, to get used to its peculiar sounds. Months. Are you giving up on Nassun so easily? So you ignore the sound, even as it grows louder and closer, and you keep yawning, and you're about to get up and head back to bed when it belatedly dawns on you that what you're hearing is screaming. Frowning, you go to the door of the apartment, pulling open the thin curtain. You're not particularly concerned. Your cecipinae haven't even twitched. And anyway, if there's ever a shakedown here in Castrema everyone's dead, no matter how quickly they leave their homes. Outside, there are lots of people up and about. A woman passes right by your door, carrying a big basket of the same mushrooms you almost ate. She nods at you distractedly as you come out, then almost loses her load as she tries to turn toward the noise, and nearly bumps into a man pushing a covered-wheeled bin that stinks to the sky and is probably from the latrines. In a calm with no functional day-night cycle, Castrema effectively never sleeps. And you know they have 6 work shifts instead of the usual 3, because you've been put on one. It won't start till midday, or 12 bell, as the Castrema folks say, when you're supposed to look for some woman named Artith, near the forge. And none of this is relevant, because through the scatter and jut of Castrema's crystals, you can see a small cluster of people coming into the big rectangular tunnel mouth that serves as the entrance to the geode. They're running, and they're carrying another person who's doing all the screaming. Even then, you're tempted to ignore it and go back to sleep. It's a season. People die. There's nothing you can do about it. These aren't even your people. There's no reason for you to care. Then someone shouts, "Lerna!" and the tone of it is so panicked that you twitch. You can see the squat gray crystal that houses Lerna's apartment from your balcony, 3 crystals away and a little below your own. His door curtain jerks open, and he hurries out, shrugging on a shirt as he runs down the nearest set of steps, heading for the infirmary where the cluster of running folk seems to be going as well. For reasons that you cannot name, you glance back at your own apartment doorway. Tonki, who sleeps like petrified wood, hasn't come out, but Hoa is there, statue still and watching you. Something about his expression makes you frown. He doesn't seem to be able to do the emotionless stone face of his kin, maybe because he doesn't have a face of actual stone. Regardless, the first thing you interpret of his expression is pity. You're out of the apartment and running for the ground level in the next breath, almost before you've thought about it. You think as you run. The pity of a disguised stone eater has galvanized you as the screams of a fellow human being haven't. Such a monster you are. Castrima is as frustratingly confusing as always, but this time you're aided by the fact that other people have started running along the bridges and walkways in the direction of the trouble, so you can just go with the flow. By the time you get there, a small crowd has formed around the infirmary, most of the people milling about in curiosity or concern or anxiety. Lorna and the cluster of people carrying their injured companion have gone inside, and the awful screech is obvious now for what it is. The throat-tearing howl of someone in appalling pain. Pain beyond bearing, who nevertheless is somehow forced to bear it. It is not an intentional thing that you start pushing forward to get inside. You know nothing about giving medical care, but you do know pain. To your surprise, though, people glance at you in annoyance, then blink and shift aside. You notice those who look blank being pulled aside for quick whispers by those whose eyes have widened. Oh-ho. Castrima's been talking about you. Then you're inside the infirmary, and you nearly get knocked down by a Sanzed woman running past with some sort of syringe in her hands. Can't be safe to do that. You follow her over to an infirmary bed where 6 people hold down the person doing the screaming. You get a look at the person's face when one of them shifts aside. No one you know. Just another mid-ladder man who has clearly been topside to judge by the grey layer of ash on his skin and clothing and hair. The woman with the syringe shoulders aside someone else and ostensibly administers the syringe's contents. A moment later, the man shudders all over, and his mouth begins to close. His scream dies off slowly. 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 He jerks once mightily. His holders all shift with the strength of his effort. Then at last, mercifully, he subsides into unconsciousness. The silence almost reverberates. Lerna and the Sunset Healer keep moving, though the people who have been holding the man down draw back and look at each other, as if asking what to do now. In the now silent confusion, you cannot help glancing off toward the far end of the infirmary where Alabaster still sits, unnoticed by the infirmary's new guests. His stone eater stands where you last saw her, though her gaze is also fixed on the tableau. You can see Alabaster's face over the beds. His eyes slide over to meet yours, but then they shift away. Your attention is recaptured by the man on the bed, as some of the people around him step back. At first, you can't tell what the problem is, other than that his pants seem oddly wet in patches, caked with muddy ash. The wetness isn't red, it's not blood, but there's a smell that you're not sure how to describe. Meat in brine. Hot fat. His boots are off, bearing feet which still spasmodically twitch a little, the splayed toes relaxing only reluctantly, even in unconsciousness. Lerna is cutting open one pants leg with a pair of scissors. What you notice first as he peels away the damp cloth are the small round blue hemispheres that dot the man's skin here and there, each perhaps 2 inches in diameter and an inch in rounded height, shiny and foreign to his flesh. There are 10 or 15 of them. Each sits at the center of a patch of bloated pink-brown flesh covering perhaps a hand span of the man's legs. You think the lumps are jewels at first. That's kind of what they look like. Metallic over the blue. And beautiful. "Fuck," says someone, voice soft with shock. And someone else says, "What the rust?" Someone else pushes into the infirmary behind you after a moment's argument with the people who've blocked off the door. She comes to stand beside you, and you look over at Yika, whose eyes widen in confusion and revulsion for an instant before she schools her expression to blankness. Then she says, sharply enough to jerk people out of staring, "What happened?" You notice, belatedly or perhaps right in time, that another stone eater is in the room, not far beyond the tableau. She's familiar, the red-haired one who greeted you along with Yika when you first came to Kostrima. She's watching Yika now, avidly, but her stone gaze occasionally drifts toward you, too. You suddenly become hyper-aware that Hoa did not follow you from the apartment. "Outer perimeter patrol," says another ash-covered mid-ladder man to Yika. He doesn't look like a strongback, too small. Maybe he's one of the new hunters. He comes around the bedside group and fixes his gaze on Yika, as if she is all that prevents him from staring at the injured man until his mind breaks. "We were out by the salt quarry, thinking it might be a good place for hunting. There was some kind of sinkhole near a stream runnel. Ballad. I don't know, he's gone. I heard them both scream at first, but I didn't know why. I was upstream looking at some animal tracks. By the time I got there, it was just Terteus there, looking like he was trying to climb out of the ash. I helped him out, but they were on him already, and more were crawling up his shoes, so I had to cut them off." A hiss jerks your eyes away from the speaking man. Lerna is shaking his hand, holding out the fingers stiffly as if they hurt. "Get me the rusting forceps," he says to another man, who twitches and turns to do so. You've never heard Lerna curse before. "Some kind of boil," says the Sunset woman who injected the man. She sounds disbelieving. She's speaking to Lerna as if trying to convince him rather than herself. Lerna just keeps grimly probing the edges of the burns with his uninjured hand, ignoring her. "Has to be. He fell into a stream vent, a geyser, an old rusted-out geopipe." Which would make the bugs just a coincidence. "Or they would have gotten on me, too." The other hunter is still talking in his hollow voice. "I thought the sinkhole was just loose ash, but it was really, I don't know, like an anthill." The hunter swallows, sets his jaw. "I couldn't get the rest off, so I brought him here." Yika's lips press together, but she rolls up her sleeves and goes over, pushing through the other shocked people nearby. She yells, "Back up! If you don't need to help with this, get out of the rusting way!" Some of the milling people start pulling others away. Someone else grabs for one of the jewel objects and tries to pull it off, then jerks her hand away, yelping, as Lerna did. The object changes. 2 pieces of the shiny blue surface flaking away and lifting before clapping back into place. And suddenly it shifts in your head. It's not a jewel, it's a bug. Some kind of beetle. And the iridescent shell is its carapace. In the moment that it lifted its wing covers, you saw that its round body was translucent, with something jumping and bubbling inside. You can sense the heat of it even from where you are, hot as a boil. The man's flesh steams around it. Someone gives Lerna the forceps and he tries to pull one of the beetles off. Its wing covers lift again, and a thin jet of something skeets across Lerna's fingers. He yelps and drops the forceps, jerking back. "Acid!" someone says. Someone else grabs his hand and tries to quickly wipe off the stuff, but you know what it is even before Lerna gasps, "No! Just water! Scalding water!" "Careful!" says the other hunter, belatedly. One of his hands bears a line of blisters, you notice. You also notice that he doesn't look back at the infirmary table or any of the people there. This is too horrible to watch. The rusting bugs are boiling the man to death. But when you look away, you see that Alabaster is watching you again. Alabaster, who himself is covered in burns, but who should be dead. No one stands near the epicenter of a continent-spanning fissure vent and gets only patchy 3rd-degree burns. He should have been ashes scattered over Eumenes's melted streets. You realize this as he gazes at you, though his expression is indifferent to another man's trial by fire. It is a familiar sort of indifference, fulcrum familiar. It is the indifference that comes of too many betrayals, too many friends lost for no good reason, too many, too horrible to watch, atrocities seen. And yet, The reverberation of Alabaster's orogeny is carelessly powerful, diamond precise, and so achingly familiar that you have to close your eyes and fight off memories of a heaving ship deck, a lonely high road, a windy rock island. The torus that he spins is devastatingly small, barely an inch wide, so attenuated that you cannot find its hairpin fulcrum. He's still better than you. Then you hear a gasp. You open your eyes to see one of the bugs shiver, hiss like a living tea kettle, and then freeze over. Its legs, which had been hooked into the boiled flesh around it, pop loose. It's dead. But then you hear a soft groan, and the orogeny dissipates. You look over to see that Alabaster has bowed his head and hunched over. His stone-eater's slow grind crouches beside him, something in her posture indicating concern, even if her face is as placid as ever. The red-haired stone-eater, in internal exasperation you decide to call her Ruby Hair for now, is gazing at him, too. That's it, then. You look back at the man, and your gaze catches on Lerna, who's looking at the frozen bug in fascination. His eyes lift, sweep the room, stutter across yours, stop. You see the question there, and start to shake your head. No, you did not freeze the bug. But that isn't the right question, and maybe it isn't even the answer he's asking. He doesn't need to know if you did. He needs to know if you can. Lerna, Hoa, Alabaster. Today you are driven by silent, meaningful gazes, it seems. The hot points of the insects cess like geothermal vents as you step forward and focus your Sesapine. Lots of controlled pressure in their tiny bodies. That's how they make the water boil. You lift a hand toward the man out of habit, so everyone will know you're doing something, and you hear a curse. A hiss, a scramble of feet and jostling bodies as people move back from you, away from any torus you might manifest. Fools. Don't they know you only need a torus when you have to pull from the ambient? The bugs have plenty of what you need. The difficulty will lie in confining your draw just to them, and not the man's overheated flesh underneath. Yika's stone-eater takes a slow step closer. You sense her movement rather than seeing it. It's like a mountain shifting toward you. Then Ruby Hair stops, as suddenly there is another mountain in its way. Hoa, stock still, and quietly cold. Where did he come from? You cannot spare another thought for these creatures right now. You begin slowly, using your eyes as well as your Sesapine to determine exactly where to stop. But Alabaster has shown you the way of it. You spin the torus from their hot little bodies as he did, one by one. As you do this, some of them crack open with a loud and violent hiss, and one of them even pops off, flying off toward the side of the room. People move out of its way even faster than they moved out of yours. Then it is done. Everyone stares at you. You look at Yika. You're breathing hard, because that degree of fine focus is much, much harder than shifting a hillside. Need anything shaken? She blinks, assessing instantly what you mean. Then she grabs your arm. There's... what? An inversion? Channeling away as you would do to an obelisk, except there is no obelisk, and you aren't doing the channeling even though it's your orogeny. All at once you hear people exclaim outside, and you glance through the infirmary's door. The infirmary is a built building, not carved from one of the giant crystals of the geode. Inside it's lit only by electric lamps. Outside, however, through the uncurtained doorway, you can see the geode crystals glowing noticeably brighter, all over the calm. You stare at Yika. She nods back at you in a matter-of-fact, collegial way, as if you should have a clue what she's just done. or as if you should be comfortable with a feral doing something that a ringed fulcrum orogen can't. Then Yika steps over to grab another pair of forceps to help. Lerna's pulling on one of the beetles again, despite his scalded fingers, and this time the thing is coming off. A proboscis as long as its body slides out of the boiled flesh and, you can't look anymore. You glimpse ruby hair again, from the corner of your eye. She's ignoring Hoa, who stands still as a statue between you, and now she's smiling at Yika. Her lips are parted just a little. You glimpse a hint of shining teeth. You blot this from your awareness. So you retreat to the far end of the infirmary to sit down beside Alabaster's cushion pile. He's still bent over, breathing like a bellows, although the Stone Eater has taken hold of his shoulder with one vice-like hand to keep him mostly upright. Belatedly, you realize he's holding one of his stumpy wrists to his belly and... oh, Earth. The gray-brown rock that once only capped his right wrist now sleeves up to his elbow. He lifts his head. Sweat sheens his face. He looks as weary as if he just shut down another supervolcano, although this time he's at least conscious and smiling. "Ever the good pupil, scion," he murmurs. "But rusting earth, it is costly to teach you." The shock of understanding rings through you like silence. Alabaster can't do orogeny anymore. Not without consequences. Impulse makes you look at antimony, and your gorge rises as you realize the Stone Eater's gaze is fixed on his newly stoned arm. She doesn't move, however. After a moment, Alabaster manages to straighten, throwing a grateful look at her for the supportive hand. "Later," he says softly. You know this means, "Eat my arm later." She adjusts her hand to support him from behind instead. The urge to push her aside, put your hand in place to hold him up, is so powerful that you can't look at this either. You push yourself up, brush past everyone else to get outside the infirmary, and then you sit down on the low, flattened tip of a crystal that is only just beginning to glow out of the geode wall. No one bothers you, though you feel the pressure of gazes and hear the echo of whispers. You don't mean to stay long, but you do. You don't know why. Eventually, a shadow falls over your feet. You look up to see Lerna standing there. Beyond him, Yika is walking away with another man who is trying to talk to her. She seems to be angrily ignoring him. The rest of the crowd has dispersed at last, though you can see through the open doorway that there's still more people in the infirmary than usual, perhaps visiting the poor half-cooked hunter. Lerna isn't looking at you. He's staring at the far wall of the geode, which is lost in the hazy glow from dozens of crystals between here and there. He's also smoking a cigarette. The stench of it, and the yellowish color of the outer wrapping, tells you it's a mellow. Derminthermilla leaves and flower buds, mildly narcotic when dried. The Somidlats are famous for them, to the degree that the Somidlats can be famous for anything. You're still surprised to see him smoking one, though. He's a doctor. Mellows are bad for you. "You all right?" you ask. He doesn't answer at first, taking a long drag on the cigarette. You're starting to think he won't speak when he says, "I'm going to kill him when I go back in there." Then you understand. The bugs burned through skin, muscle, maybe even down to the bone. With a team of humanescent doctors and cutting-edge biometric drugs, maybe the man could be kept alive long enough to heal. And even then, he might never walk again. With just whatever equipment and medicines Castrima has to hand, the best Lerna can do is amputate. The man might survive it. But this is a season and every calm dweller must earn their shelter from the ash and cold. Few calms have use for a legless hunter, and this calm is already supporting one burned invalid. Ika walking away, ignoring a man who sounds like he's arguing for her life. So Lerna is very much not all right. You decide to change the subject slightly. I've never seen anything like those bugs. The locals say they're called boil bugs, though no one knew why before now. They breed around streams, carry water inside themselves. Animals eat them during droughts. Usually they're carrion eaters. Harmless. Lerna flicks ash from his forearm. He's wearing only a loose, sleeveless shirt due to Kostrima's warmth. The skin of his forearms is flecked with something. You look away. Things change during a season, though. Yes. Cooked carrion probably lasts longer. You could have gotten those things off him the instant you walked in the door, Lerna adds. You blink. Then it registers in your mind that this statement was an attack. It's so mildly delivered from such an unexpected quarter that you're too surprised to be angry. I couldn't, you say. At least I didn't know I could. Alabaster, I don't expect anything from him. He came to die here, not live here. Lerna pivots to face you, and all of a sudden you realize that his placid manner has been concealing absolute rage. His gaze is cool, but it's visible in everything else. His white lips, the flecks of muscle in his jaw, his flaring nostrils. Why are you here, Essun? You flinch. You know why. I came to find Nassun. Nassun's out of your reach. Your goals have changed. Now you're here to survive, same as the rest of us. Now you're one of us. His lip curls in something that might be contempt. I'm saying this because if I don't make you understand, you might have a rusting fit and kill us all. You open your mouth to reply. He takes a step toward you, though, and it's so aggressive that you actually sit up. Tell me you won't, Essun. Tell me I won't have to leave this calm in the dead of the night, hoping nobody you've pissed off catches me and slits my throat. Tell me I'm not going to have to go back out there, to fight for my life and watch people I try to help die again and again and again until I get eaten by rusting bugs. He cuts himself off with a choked sound, turning away sharply. You stare at his tense back and say nothing. Because there's nothing you can say. This is the second time he's mentioned your murder of Terimo. And is that surprising? He was born there, grew up there. Lerna's mother was still living there when you left. You think. Maybe you killed her too that last day. There's nothing you can say, not with guilt souring your mouth, but you try anyway. I'm sorry. He laughs. It doesn't even sound like him, it's so ugly and angry. Then he resumes his former posture, gazing at the far geode wall. He's more in control of himself now. The muscle in his jaw isn't jumping quite so much. Prove you're sorry. You shake your head, in confusion rather than refusal. How? Word's spreading. A couple of the biggest gossips in the calm were with Yika when she met you, and apparently you confirmed what a lot of the Ragas have been whispering among themselves. You almost flinch at his use of Raga. He was such a polite boy once. Topside, you said this season won't end for thousands of years. Was that an exaggeration or the truth? You sigh, rub a hand over your hair. It's a thick, curly mess at the roots. You need to retwist your locks, but you haven't because you haven't had time, and because it feels like there's no point. Seasons always end, you say. Father Earth keeps his own equilibrium. It's just a question of how long it will take. How long? It's barely a question. His tone is flat, resigned. He suspects the answer already. And he deserves your honest, best guess. 10,000 years? For the humanus rifting to stop venting and the skies to clear. Not long at all by the usual scale of tectonics. But the real danger lies in what the ash might set off. Enough ash covering the warm surface of the sea, and the ice might grow at the poles. That means saltier seas, drier climates, permafrost, glaciers marching, spreading. And the most habitable part of the world, should that happen, the equatorials, will still be hot and toxic. It's the winter that really kills during seasons. Starvation, exposure. Even after the skies clear, though, the rift could cause an age of winter that lasts millions of years. None of which matters, because humanity will have gone extinct long before. It'll be just the obelisks floating over plains of endless white, with no one left to wonder at or ignore them. His eyelids flicker. Huh. To your surprise, he turns to face you. Even more surprising is that his anger seems to be gone, though it has been replaced by a kind of bleakness that feels familiar. It's his question, though, that floors you. So what are you planning to do about it? Your mouth actually falls open. After a moment, you manage to reply, I wasn't aware there was anything I could do about it. Just like you hadn't thought there was anything you could do about the boiled bugs. Alabaster is the genius, you're the grunt. What are you and Alabaster doing with the obelisks? What is Alabaster doing? You correct. He just asked me to summon one, probably because... It hurts to say. He can't do that kind of orogeny anymore. Alabaster made the rift, didn't he? You close your mouth fast enough that your teeth clack. You've just said Alabaster can't do orogeny anymore. Enough Castremans hear that they're living in an underground rock garden because of him, and they'll find a way to kill him, Stone Eater or not. Lorna smiles lopsidedly. It's not hard to put together, Essun. His wounds are from steam, particulate abrasion, and corrosive gas, not fire. Characteristic of being in close proximity to an erupting burn. I don't know how he survived, but it's left its mark on him. He shrugged. And I've seen you destroy a town in 5 minutes without breaking a sweat. So I've got an inkling of what a 10-ringer might be capable of. What are the obelisks for? You set your jaw. You can ask me 6 different ways, Lorna, and I'll give you 6 different versions of I don't know, because I don't. I think you at least have an idea. But lie to me if you want. He shakes his head. This is your calm now. He falls silent after that, as if expecting a response from you. You're too busy vehemently rejecting the idea to respond. But he knows you too well. He knows you don't want to hear it. That's why he says it again. Essun Raga Castrema. That's who you are now. No. Leave, then. Everyone knows Yika can't really hold you if you put your mind to leaving. I know you'll kill us all if you feel the need. So go. You sit there, looking at your hands, which dangle between your knees. Your thoughts are empty. Lorna inclines his head. You aren't leaving because you aren't stupid. Maybe you can survive out there, but not as anything Nassun would ever want to see again. And if nothing else, you want to live so that you can eventually find her again. However unlikely that is. Your hands twitch once, then they resume dangling limply. When this season doesn't end, Lorna continues, and it is so much worse that he does it in the same weary monotone which asked how long the season would last, like he is speaking utter truth and knows it and hates it. We'll run out of food. Cannibalism will help, but it's not sustainable. At that point, the calm will either turn raider or simply dissolve into roving bands of calmless. But even that won't save us long term. Eventually, the remnants of Castrima will just starve. Father Earth wins at last. It's the truth, whether you want to face it or not. And it's further proof that whatever happened to Lerna during his brief calmless career changed him. Not really for the worse. It's just made him the kind of healer who knows that sometimes one must inflict terrible agony, re-break a bone, carve off a limb, kill the weak, in order to make the whole stronger. Nassun's strong like you, he continues, softly and brutally. Say she survives, Jija. Say you find her. Bring her here, or any other place that seems safe. She'll starve with the rest when the store cache is empty, but with her orogeny she could probably force others to give her their food. Maybe even kill them and have the remaining stores for herself. Eventually the stores will run out, though. She'll have to leave the calm, scrape by on whatever forage she can find under the ash, hopefully while not running afoul of the wildlife or other hazards. She'll be one of the last to die. Alone. Hungry. Cold. Hating herself. Hating you. Or maybe she'll have shut down by then. Maybe she'll just be an animal, driven only by the instinct to survive and failing even at that. Maybe she'll eat herself in the end. The way any beast might. Stop, you say. It's a whisper. Mercifully, he does. Turns away again instead, taking another long drag of his half-forgotten mellow. Have you talked to anyone since you got here? He asks, finally. It's not really a change of subject. You don't relax. He nods toward the infirmary. Anyone but Alabaster and that menagerie you've been traveling with more than a meeting talked? Not enough to count. You shake your head. The rumor's spreading, Essun. And now everyone's thinking about how slowly their children will die. He finally flicks away the mellow. It's still burning. Thinking about how they can't do anything about it. But you can, he doesn't need to say. Can you? Lerna walks away so abruptly that you're surprised. You hadn't realized he was done. It's an ingrained flinch at the idea of waste that makes you go pick up his discarded cigarette. Takes you a moment to figure out how to inhale without choking. You've never tried before. Orogens aren't supposed to ingest narcotics. But Orogens aren't supposed to live either during a season. The Fulcrum had no store caches. No one ever mentioned it. But you're pretty sure that if a season ever hit Humanus hard enough, the Guardians would have swept the place and slaughtered every one of you. Your kind is useful in preventing seasons, but if the Fulcrum ever so failed in its duty, if ever the worthies of the Black Star or the Emperor ever felt a whiff of a thought of a tremor, you and your fellow Imperial Orogens would not have been rewarded with survival. And why should you have been? What survival skills does any Raga offer? You can keep people from dying in a shake. Yay! Fat lot of good that does when there's no food. Enough! You hear Yika's voice from a short distance away, though you can't see her around the ground-level crystals. She's shouting. It's done! You want to be there for it, or stay here wasting breath on me? You get up, your knees aching. Head in that direction. Along the way, you pass a young man whose face is streaked with tears of fury and incipient grief. He storms past you back to the infirmary. You keep going and eventually see Yika standing near the side of a high, narrow crystal. She's planted a hand against its wall and stands with her head bowed, her bush of hair falling around her face so you can't see it. You think she's shaking a little. Maybe that's your imagination. She seems so cold-hearted. But then, so do you. Yika. Not you too, she mutters. I don't want to hear it, bug killer. Belatedly, you realize, by killing the boil bugs, you made this a harder choice for her. Before, she could have ordered the hunter killed as a mercy, and the bugs would have been at fault. Now it's pragmatism, calm policy. That's on her. You shake your head and step closer. She straightens and turns in an instant, and you assess the defensive orientation of her orogeny. She doesn't do anything with it, doesn't set a torus or start an ambient draw, but then she wouldn't, would she? Those are fulcrum techniques. You don't really know what she's going to do, this strangely trained feral to defend herself. Part of you is curious, in a detached sort of way. The other part notes the tension on her face. So you offer her the still-lit mellow. She blinks at it. Her orogeny settles into quiescence again, but her eyes lift and study yours. Then she tilts her head bemused, considering. Finally she puts one hand on her hip, plucks the mellow from your fingers with the other, and takes a long drag. It works quickly. After a moment, she turns to lean back against the crystal, her face settling into weary rather than tense lines as she blows out curls of smoke. She offers it back. You settle beside her and take it. It takes another 10 minutes to finish the cigarette, passing it back and forth between the two of you. Both of you linger, however, after it's done, by unspoken agreement. Only when you hear someone begin to utter loud, broken sobs from the infirmary behind you do you nod to each other and part ways. It is unfathomable that any sensible civilization would be so wasteful as to fill prime storage caverns with corpses. No wonder these people died out, whoever they were. I estimate another year before we can clear all of the bones, funeral urns, and other debris. Then perhaps another 6 months to fully map and renovate. Less if you can get me those black jackets I requested. I don't care if they cost the earth. Some of these chambers are unstable. There are tablets in there, though. Something in verses, though we can't read this bizarre language. Like stone lore. 5 tablets, not 3. What do you want to do with them? I say we give the lot to Fourth, so they'll stop whining about how much history we're destroying. Report of Journeywoman Fogrid Innovator Humanus to the Janir Licensure, Equatorial East. Proposal to repurpose subsurface catacombs, City of Firawe. Master-level review only. Interlude. A dilemma. You are made of so many people you do not wish to be, including me. But you know so little of me. I will attempt to explain the context of me, if not the detail. It begins, I began, with a war. War is a poor word. Is it war when people find an infestation of vermin in some unwanted place and try to burn or poison it clean? Though that, too, is a poor metaphor, because no one hates individual mice or bedbugs. No one singles out for vengeance that one right there, 3-legged, splotch-backed little bastard, and all its progeny down the hundreds of verminous generations that encompass a human life. And the 3-legged, splotch-backed little bastards don't have much chance of becoming more than an annoyance to people. Whereas you and all your kind have cracked the surface of the planet and lost the moon. If the mice in your garden back in Terimo had helped Jija kill Uche, you would have shaken the place to pebbles and set fire to the ruins before you left. You destroyed Terimo anyway, but if it had been personal, you'd have done worse. Yet for all your hatred, you still might not have managed to kill the vermin. The survivors would be greatly changed, made harder, stronger, more splotch-backed. perhaps the hardships you inflicted would have fissioned their descendants into many factions, each with different interests. Some of those interests would have nothing to do with you. Some would revere and despise you for your power. Some would be as dedicated to your destruction as you were to theirs, even though by the time they had the strength to actually act on their enmity, you would have forgotten their existence. To them, your enmity would be the stuff of legend. And some might hope to appease you, or talk you around to at least a degree of peaceful tolerance. I am one of these. I was not always. For a very long time, I was one of the vengeful ones. But what it keeps coming back to is this. Life cannot exist without the earth. Yet there is a not insubstantial chance that life will win its war and destroy the earth. We've come close a few times. That can't happen. We cannot be permitted to win. So this is a confession, my Essun. I've betrayed you already, and I will do it again. You haven't even chosen a side yet, and already I fend off those who would recruit you to their cause. Already I plot your death. It's necessary. But I can at least try my damnedest to give your life a meaning that will last till the world ends. 5. Nassun takes the reins. Mama made me lie to you, Nassun is thinking. She's looking at her father, who's been driving the wagon for hours at this point. His eyes are on the road, but a muscle in his jaw jumps. One of his hands, the one that first struck Uche, ultimately killed him, is shaking where it grips the reins. Nassun can tell that he is still caught up in the fury, maybe still killing Uche in his head. She doesn't understand why, and she doesn't like it. But she loves her father, fears him, worships him, and therefore some part of her yearns to appease him. She asks herself, what did I do to make this happen? And the answer that comes is, lie. You lied, and lies are always bad. But this lie was not her choice. That had been Mama's command, along with all the others. Don't reach, don't ice. I'm going to make the earth move, and you'd better not react. Didn't I tell you not to react? Even listening is reacting. Normal people don't listen like that. Are you listening to me? Rusting, stop, for Earth's sake. Can't you do anything right? Stop crying. Now do it again. Endless commands. Endless displeasure. Occasionally the slap of ice in threat. The slap of a hand. The sickening inversion of Nassun's torus. The jerk of a hand on her upper arm. Mama has said occasionally that she loves Nassun, but Nassun has never seen any proof of it. Not like Daddy, who gives her napped stone kirkuza to play with, or a first aid kit for her runny sack, because Nassun is a resistant like her mama. Daddy, who takes her fishing at Tirika Creek on days when he doesn't have commissions to fulfill. Mama has never lain out on the grassy rooftop with Nassun, pointing at the stars and explaining that some dead civs are said to have given them names, though no one remembers those. Daddy is never too tired to talk at the ends of his workdays. Daddy does not inspect Nassun in the mornings after baths the way Mama does, checking for poorly washed ears or an unmade bed. And when Nassun misbehaves, Daddy only sighs and shakes his head and tells her, "Sweet Ning, you knew better." Because Nassun always does. It was not because of Daddy that Nassun wanted to run away and become a lorist. She does not like that her father is so angry now. This seems yet another thing that her mother has done to her. So she says, "I wanted to tell you." Daddy does not react. The horses keep plodding forward. The road stretches before the cart, the woods and hills inching past around the road, the bright blue sky overhead. There aren't a lot of people riding past today. Just some carters with heavy wagons of trade goods, messengers, some quartant guards on patrol. A few of the carters, who visit Terimo often, nod or wave because they know Daddy, but Daddy does not respond. Nassun doesn't like this either. Her father is a friendly man. The man who sits beside her feels like a stranger. Just because he doesn't reply doesn't mean he's not listening. She adds, "I asked Mama when we could tell you. I asked her that a lot. She said never. She said you wouldn't understand." Daddy says nothing. His hands are still shaking. Less now? Nassun cannot tell. She starts to feel uncertain. Is he angry? Is he sad about Uche? Is she sad about Uche? It does not feel real. When she thinks of her little brother, she thinks of a gabby, giggling little thing who sometimes bit people and still shit his diaper occasionally, and who had an orogenic presence the size of a quartant. The crumpled, still thing back at their house cannot be Uche, because it was too small and dull. Nassun wants to touch her father's shaking hand, but she finds herself oddly reluctant to do so. She isn't sure why. Fear? Maybe just because this man is so much a stranger, and she has always been shy of strangers. But no, he is Daddy. Whatever is wrong with him now, it's Mama's fault. So Nassun reaches out and grips Daddy's nearer hand hard, because she wants to show him that she is not afraid, and because she is angry, though not at Daddy. "I wanted to tell you!" The world blurs. At first, Nassun isn't sure of what's happening, and she locks up. This is what Mama has drilled her to do in moments of surprise or pain. Lock down her body's instinctive fear reaction. Lock down her Cesapine's instinctive grab for the earth below. And under no circumstances is Nassun to react with orogeny, because normal people do not do that. "You can do anything else," Mama's voice says in her head. "Scream, cry, throw something with your hands, get up and start a fight. Not orogeny." So Nassun hits the ground harder than she should, because she has not quite mastered the skill of not reacting, and she still stiffens up physically along with not reacting orogenically. And the world blurs, because she has not only been knocked off the driver's seat of the wagon, but she has actually rolled off the edge of the Imperial Road and down a gravel-strewn slope toward a small creek-fed pond. The creek that feeds it is where, in a few days, Essun will bathe a strange white boy who acts as if he has forgotten what soap is for. Nassun flops to a stop, dazed and breathless. Nothing really hurts yet. By the time the world settles and she begins to understand what's happened, Daddy hit me, knocked me off the wagon. Daddy has scrambled down the slope and is crying her name as he crouches beside her and helps her to sit up. Really crying. As Nassun blinks away dust and the stars that obscure her vision, she reaches up in confusion to touch Daddy's face and finds it streaked wet. "I'm sorry," he says. "I'm so sorry, sweetening. I don't want to hurt you. I don't. You're all I have left." He jerks her close and holds her tightly, although it hurts. She has bruises all over. "I'm so sorry. I'm so rusting sorry. Oh, Earth, you evil son of a ruster. Not this one. You can't have this one, too." These are sobs of grief, long and throat-scraping and hysterical. Nassun will understand this later, and not very much later. She will realize that in this moment, her father is weeping as much for the son he murdered as for the daughter he has injured. In the moment, however, she thinks, "He still loves me," and starts crying too. So it is while they are like this, Daddy holding Nassun tight, Nassun shaking with relief and lingering shock, that the rippling shock wave of the continent being ripped in half up north reaches them. They are nearly a whole day's travel down the Imperial Road. Back in Torimo, a few moments previous, Essun has just shunted the force of the wave so that it splits and goes around the town, which means that what comes at Nassun is incrementally more powerful. And Nassun has been knocked half insensible, and she is less skilled, less experienced. When she senses the onrush of the shake and the sheer power of it, she reacts in exactly the wrong way. She locks up again. Her father lifts his head, surprised by her gasp and sudden stiffness, and that is when the hammer lands. Even he senses the loom of it, though it comes too fast and too powerfully to be anything but a jangle of run, 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 run at the back of his mind. Running is pointless. The shake is basically what happens when a person doing laundry flaps the wrinkles out of a sheet, writ on a continental scale, and moving with the speed and force of a casual asteroid strike. On the scale of small, stationary, crushable people, the strata heave beneath them, and the trees shake and then splinter. The water in the pond beside them actually leaps into the air for a moment, suspended and still. Daddy stares at it, apparently riveted to the single static point amid the relentless unpeeling of the world everywhere else. But Nassun is still a skilled orogeny, even if she is a half-addled one. Though she did not muster herself in time to do what Essun did and break the force of the wave before it hits, she does the next best thing. She drives invisible pylons of force into the strata as deep as she can, grabbing for the very lithosphere itself. When the kinetic force of the wave hits, incremental instants before the planetary crust above it flexes in reaction, she snatches the heat and pressure and friction from it, and uses this to fuel her pylons, pinning the strata and soil in place as solidly as if glued. There's plenty of strength to draw from the Earth, but she spins an ambient torus anyway. She keeps it at a wide remove because her father is within it, and she cannot hurt him. And she spins it hard and vicious even though she doesn't need to. Instinct tells her to, and instinct is right. The freezing eye wall of her torus, which disintegrates anything coming into the stable zone at its center, is what keeps a few dozen projectiles from puncturing them to death. All of this means that when the world comes apart, it happens everywhere else. For an instant there is nothing to see of reality save a floating globule of pond, a hurricane of pulverized everything else, and an oasis of stillness at the hurricane's core. Then the concussion passes. The pond slaps back into place, spraying them with muddy snow. The trees that haven't shattered snap back upright, some of them nearly bending all the way in the other direction in reactive momentum and breaking there. In the distance, beyond Nassun's torus, people and animals and boulders and trees that have been flung into the air come crashing down. There are screams, human and inhuman, cracking wood, crumbling stone, the distant screech of something man-made and metallic rending apart. Behind them, at the far end of the valley they have just left, a rock face shatters and comes down in an avalanche roar, releasing a large, steaming chalcedony geode. Then there is silence. In it, finally, Nassun pulls her face up from her father's shoulder to look around. She does not know what to think. Her father's arms ease around her, shock, and she wriggles until he lets her go, so that she can get to her feet. He does too. For long moments, they simply stare around at the wreckage of the world they once knew. Then Daddy turns to look at her, slowly, and she sees in his face what Uche must have seen in those last moments. "Did you do this?" he asks. The orogeny has cleared Nassun's head of necessity. It is a survival mechanism. Intense stimulation of the cessipine is usually accompanied by a surge of adrenaline and other physical changes that prepare the body for flight, or sustained orogeny, if that is needed. In this case, it brings an increased clarity of thought, which is how Nassun finally realizes that her father was not hysterical over her fall purely for her sake, and that what she sees in his eyes right now is something entirely different from love. Her heart breaks in this moment. Another small, quiet tragedy amid so many others. But she speaks because in the end she is her mother's daughter, and if Essun has done nothing else, she has trained her little girl to survive. "That was too big to be me," Nassun says. Her voice is calm, detached. "What I did is this." She gestures around them, at the circle of safe ground that surrounds them, distinct from the chaos just beyond. "I'm sorry I didn't stop all of it, Daddy. I tried." The daddy is what works, just as her tears saved her before. The murder in his expression flickers, fades, twists. "I can't kill you," he whispers to himself. Nassun sees the waver of him. It is also instinct that she steps forward and takes his hand. He flinches, perhaps thinking of knocking her away again, but this time she holds on. "Daddy," she says again, this time putting more of a needy whine into her voice. It is the thing that has swayed him these times when he has come near to turning on her, remembering that she is his little girl, reminding him that he has been, up to today, a good father. It is a manipulation. Something of her is warped out of true by this moment, and from now on, all her acts of affection toward her father will be calculated, performative. Her childhood dies for all intents and purposes. But that is better than all of her dying, she knows. And it works. Jija blinks rapidly, then murmurs something unintelligible to himself. His hand tightens on hers. "Let's get back up to the road," he says. He is Jija now in her head. He will be Jija hereafter, forever, and never Daddy again, except out loud when Nassun needs reins to steer him. So they go back up, Nassun limping a little because her backside is sore where she landed too hard on the asphalt and rocks. The road has been cracked all down its length, though it is not so bad in the immediate vicinity of their wagon. The horses are still hitched, though one of them has fallen to her knees and half entangled herself in the tack. Hopefully she hasn't broken a leg. The other is still with shock. Nassun starts working on calming the horses, coaxing the downed one back up and talking the other out of near catatonia, while her father goes to the other travelers whom they can see sprawled around the road. The ones who were within the wide circumference of Nassun's Taurus are okay. The ones who are not, well. Once the horses are shaky but functional, Nassun goes after Jija and finds him trying to lift a man who has been flung into a tree. It's broken the man's back. He's conscious and cursing, but Nassun can see the flop of his now useless legs. It's bad to move him, but obviously Jija thinks it's worse to leave him here like this. "Nassun," Jija says, panting as he tries for a better grip on the man. "Clear the wagon bed. There's a real hospital at Pleasant Water a day away. I think we can make it if we—" "Daddy," she says softly, "Pleasant Water isn't there anymore." He stops. The injured man groans, turns to her, frowning. "What?" "Sume is gone, too," she says. She does not add, "But Terimo is fine because Mama was there." She doesn't want to go back, not even for the end of the world. Jija darts a glance back down the road they have walked. But of course all they can see are shattered trees and a few overturned chunks of asphalt along the road. And bodies. Lots of bodies. All the way to Terimo, or so the eye suggests. What the rust, he breathes. There's a big hole in the ground up north, Nassun continues. Really big. That's what caused this. It's going to cause more shakes and things, too. I can sense ash and gas coming this way. Daddy, I think it's a season. The injured man gasps, not entirely from pain. Gigi's eyes go wide and horrified. But he asks, and this is important. Are you sure? It's important, because it means he's listening to her. It is a measure of trust. Nassun feels a surge of triumph at this, though she does not really know why. Yes. She bites her lip. It's going to be really bad, Daddy. Gigi's eyes drift toward Terimo again. That is conditioned response. During a season, comm members know that the only place they can be sure of welcome is there. Anything else is a risk. But Nassun will not go back, now that she's away. Not when Jija loves her, however, strangely, and has taken her away, and is listening to her, understanding her, even though he knows she is an origin. Mama was wrong about that part. She'd said Jija wouldn't understand. He didn't understand Uche. Nassun sets her teeth against this thought. Uche was too little. Nassun will be smarter, and Mama was still only half right. Nassun will be smarter than her, too. So she says softly, Mama knows, Daddy. Nassun's not even sure what she means by this. Knows that Uche is dead? Knows who has beaten him to death? Would Mama even believe that Jija could do such a thing to his own child? Nassun can hardly believe it herself. But Jija flinches as if the words are an accusation. He stares at her for a long moment, his expression shifting from fear through horror through despair. And slowly to resignation. He looks down at the injured man. He's no one Nassun knows, not from Terimo, wearing the practical clothes and good shoes of a message runner. He won't be running again, certainly not back to his home calm, wherever that is. I'm sorry, Jija says. He bends and snaps the man's neck, even as he's drawing breath to ask, for what? Then Jija rises. His hands are shaking again. But he turns and extends one of them. Nassun takes it. They walk back to the wagon and resume their journey south. The season will always return. Tablet 2, The Incomplete Truth, verse 1. 6. You commit to the cause. A what? Asks Tonki, squinting at you through a curtain of hair. You've just come into the apartment after spending part of the day helping one of the work shifts fletch and repair crossbow bolts for the hunter's use. Since you're not part of any particular use caste, you've been helping out with each of them in turn, a little every day. This was on Yika's advice, though Yika's skeptical about your newfound determination to try to fit into the comm. She likes that you're trying, at least. Another suggestion was for you to encourage Tonki to do the same, since thus far Tonki's done nothing but eat and sleep and bathe on the comm's generosity. Granted, a certain amount of the lattermost has been necessary for the sake of comm socialization. At the moment, Tonki is kneeling over a basin of water in a room, hacking at her hair with a knife to chop out the matted bits. You're keeping well back because the room smells of mildew and body odor, and because you think you see something moving in the water along with her shed hair. Tonki may have needed to wear filth as part of her calmless disguise, but that doesn't mean it wasn't actual filth. A moon, you say. It's a strange word, brief and round. You're not sure how much to stretch out the ooh sound in the middle. What else had Alabaster said? A satellite. He said a geomest would know. She frowns more, while sawing at a particularly stubborn Hank. Well, I don't know what he's talking about. Never heard of a moon. The obelisks are my area of expertise, remember? Then she blinks and pauses, letting the half-hacked Hank dangle. Although, technically, the obelisks themselves are satellites. What? Well, satellite just means an object whose motion and position are dependent on another. The object that controls everything is called a primary. The dependent object is its satellite, see? She shrugs. It's something astronomists talk about when you can get any sense out of them. Orbital mechanics. She rolls her eyes. What? Gibberish. Plate tectonics for the sky. You stare, disbelieving, and she waves a hand. Anyway, I told you how the obelisks followed you to Terimo. Where you go, they go. That makes them satellites to your primary. You shudder, not liking the thought that comes into your head, of thin, invisible tethers anchoring you to the amethyst, the nearer topaz, and now the distant onyx whose dark presence is growing in your mind. And, oddly, you also think of the fulcrum, of the tethers that bound you to it, even when you had the apparent freedom to leave it and travel. You always came back, though, or the fulcrum would have come after you, in the form of the guardians. Chains, you say softly. No, Tonki says distractedly. She's working on the Hank again, and having real trouble with it. Her knife has gone blunt. You leave for a moment and go into the room that you share with Hoa, fetching the whetstone from your pack. She blinks when you offer it to her, then nods thanks and starts sharpening the knife. If there was a chain between you and an obelisk, it would be following you because you're making it follow you. Force, not gravity. I mean, if you could make an obelisk do what you wanted. You let out a little breath of amusement at this. But a satellite reacts to you, regardless of whether you try to make it react. It's drawn to your presence and the weight you exert upon the universe. It lingers around you because it can't help itself. She waves a wet hand distractedly, while you stare again. Not to ascribe motivations and intentions to the obelisks, of course. That would be silly. You crouch against the far wall of the room to consider this while she resumes work. As the remainder of her hair begins to loosen, you recognize it at last, because it's curly and dark like your own, instead of ash-blow and gray. A little looser in the curl, maybe, mid-ladder hair. Another mark against her in the eyes of her family, probably. And given the bog-standard, sun's-ed look of her otherwise, she's a bit on the short and pear-shaped side. But that's what comes of the Humanescent families not using breeders to improve themselves. It's something you would have remembered about her from that long-ago visit she made to the fulcrum. You don't think Alabaster was talking about the obelisks when he mentioned this moon thing. Still. You said that thing we found in the fulcrum, that socket, was where they built the obelisks. It's immediately clear you're back on ground that Tonki is actually interested in. She sets the knife down and leans forward, her face excited through the dangling, uneven remainder of her hair. Maybe not all of them. The dimensions of every obelisk recorded have been slightly different, so only some, or maybe even just one, would have fit in that socket. Or maybe the socket changed every time they put one in there, adapting itself to the obelisk. How do you know they put them in there? Maybe they first grew there, then were faceted or mined and taken away later. This makes Tonki look thoughtful. You feel obliquely proud to have considered something she hasn't. And they who? She blinks, then sits back, her excitement visibly fading. Finally she says, supposedly, The Jemisin leadership is descended from the people who saved the world after the shattering season. We have texts passed down from that time, secrets that each family is charged with keeping, and which were supposed to be shown upon earning our use and calm names. She scowls. My family didn't, because they were already thinking about disowning me. So I broke into the vault and took my birthright. You nod, because that sounds like the Binoff you remember. You're skeptical about the family secret, though. Numinous didn't exist before Sansa, and Sansa's only the latest of the countless civilizations that must have come and gone over the seasons. The leadership legends have the air of a myth, concocted to justify their place in society. Tonki continues. In the vault, I found all sorts of things. Maps, strange writing in a language like none I've ever seen. Objects that didn't make sense. Like one tiny, perfectly round yellow stone, about an inch in circumference. Someone had put it in a glass case, sealed and plastered with warnings not to touch. Apparently the thing had a reputation for punching holes in people. You wince. So either there's some truth to the family stories, or amazingly, being rich and powerful makes it easy to assemble quite the collection of valuable ancient objects. Or both. She notices your expression and looks amused. Yeah, probably not both. It's not stone lore anyway, just words. Soft knowledge. I need it to harden it. That sounds like Tonki. So you snuck into the fulcrum to try to find the socket, because somehow this proves some rusty old story your family passed down? It was on one of the maps I found. Tonki shrugs. If there was truth to part of the story about there being a socket in Numinous, deliberately hidden away by the city's founders, then that did suggest there might be truth to the rest, yes. Setting the knife aside, Tonki shifts to get comfortable, idly brushing the shed hairs into a pile with one hand. Her hair is painfully short and uneven now, and you really want to take the scissors from her and shape it. You'll wait till she's given it another wash first, though. There's truth to other parts of the stories, too, Tonki says. I mean, a lot of the stories are rust and mellow smoke. I don't want to pretend otherwise. But I learned at 7th that the obelisks go as far back as history goes and then some. We have evidence of seasons from 10, 15, even 20,000 years ago, and the obelisks are older. It's possible that they even predate the shattering. The first season, and the one that nearly killed the world. Only lorists speak of it, and the 7th University has disavowed most of their tales. Out of contrariness, you say, maybe there wasn't a shattering. Maybe there have always been 5th seasons. Maybe. Tonki shrugs, either not noticing your attempt to be obnoxious or not caring. Probably the latter. Mentioning the shattering was a great way to set off a 5-hour argument in the colloquium. Stupid old farts. She smiles to herself, remembering, and then abruptly sobers. You understand at once. D-Bars, the city that housed 7th, is in the Equatorials, only a little west of Numinous. I don't believe it, though, Tonki says when she's had a moment to recover, that we've always had seasons. Why not? Because of us. She grins. Life, I mean. It's not different enough. What? Tonki leans forward. She's not quite as excited as she gets about obelisks, but it's clear that just about any long-hidden knowledge sets her off. For a moment, in the gleam of her open, cheeky face, you see Binoff. Then she speaks and becomes Tonki the Geomest again. All things change during a season, yes? But not enough. Think of it this way. Everything that grows or walks on land can breathe the world's air, eat its food, survive its usual shifts in temperature. We don't have to change to do that. We are precisely the way we need to be, because that's how the world works, right? Maybe people are the worst of the lot. Maybe we have to use our hands to make coats instead of just growing fur. But we can make coats. We're built for that, with clever hands that can sew and brains that can figure out how to hunt or grow animals for fur. But we aren't built to filter ash out of our lungs before it turns into cement. Some animals are. Tonky gives you an ugly look. Stop interrupting. It's rude. You sigh and gesture for her to go on, and she nods, mollified. Now, yes, some animals grow lung filters during a season, or start breathing water and move into the ocean where it's safer, or bury themselves and hibernate, or whatever. We've figured out how to build not just coats, but store caches and walls and stone lore. But these are afterthoughts. She gestures wildly, groping for the words. Like, when a cartwheel blows a spoke and you're halfway between calms, you improvise, see? You put a stick or even a bar of metal into the space where the broken spoke was, just to keep the wheel strong enough to last until you can reach a wheelwright. That's what's happening when Kakuza suddenly develop a taste for meat during a season. Why don't they just eat meat all the time? Why haven't they always eaten meat? Because they were originally built for something else. They're still better at eating something else. And eating meat during seasons is a slapdash last-minute fix nature threw in to keep Kakuza from going extinct. You're a little odd. It sounds crazy, but it feels right somehow. You can't think of any holes to poke in the theory, and you're not sure you want to. Tonky's not someone you mean to go toe-to-toe with in a battle of logic. Tonky nods. That's why I can't stop thinking about the obelisks. People built them, which means that as a species, we're at least as old as they are. That's a lot of time to break things, start over, and break them again. Or if the leadership stories are true, maybe it's enough time to put a fix in place. Something to tide us over, till the real repairs can be made. You frown to yourself. Wait. The Jemisin leadership thinks the obelisks, leftover dead-civ junk, are the fix? Basically. The stories say the obelisks held the world together when it would have come apart. And they imply there might someday be a way to end the seasons involving the obelisks. An end to all seasons. It's hard even to imagine. No need for runny sacks, no store caches. Columns could last forever, grow forever. Every city could become like Jemisin. It would be amazing, you murmur. Tonky glances sharply at you. Origins might be a kind of fix, too, you know, she says. And without the seasons, you'd no longer be needed. You frown back at her, not sure whether to be disquieted or comforted by that statement, until she starts finger-combing her remaining hair, and you realize you've run out of things to say. Hoa is gone. You're not sure where. You left him behind in the infirmary, staring down Ruby hair, and when you returned to your apartment to try to get a few more hours' sleep, he was not beside you when you woke. His little bundle of rocks is still in your room next to your bed, so he must be planning to return soon. It's probably nothing. Still, after so many weeks, you feel oddly bereft without his strange, subtle presence. But perhaps this is just as well. You have a visit to make, and it might go easier without hostility. You walk to the infirmary again slowly, quietly. It's early evening, you think, always hard to tell in Castrima Under, but your body is still acclimated to the rhythms of the surface. For now, you trust in that. Some of the people out on the platforms and walkways stare as you pass. This calm spends plenty of time gossiping, clearly. That doesn't matter. All that does is whether Alabaster has had time enough to recover. You need to talk. There's no sign of the dead hunter's body from that morning. Everything's been cleaned up. Lerna's inside, in fresh clothing, and he glances at you as you come in. There's still a distance in his expression, you note, though he only meets your gaze for a moment before nodding and turning back to whatever he's doing with what look like surgical instruments. There's another man near him, pipetting something into a series of small glass vials. The man doesn't even look up. It's an infirmary. Anyone can come in. It's not until you're halfway down the infirmary's long central aisle, walking between the rows of cots, that you consciously notice the sound you've been hearing all along, a kind of hum. It seems monotonous at first, but as you concentrate on it, you detect multiple tones, harmonies, a subtle rhythm. Music? Music so alien, so difficult to parse, that you're not sure that word really applies. You can't figure out where it's coming from at first. Alabaster is still where you saw him that morning, on a pile of cushions and blankets on the floor. No telling why Lerna hasn't put him on a cot. There are flasks on a nightstand nearby, a roll of fresh bandages, some scissors, a pot of salve. A bedpan, thankfully unused since its last cleaning, though it still stinks near him. The music is coming from the Stone Eater, you realize in wonder, as you settle into a crouch before them. Antimony sits cross-legged near Alabaster's nest, utterly still, looking as though someone bothered to sculpt a woman sitting cross-legged with one hand upraised. Alabaster's asleep, though in an odd, nearly sitting-up posture that you don't understand until you realize he's leaning back against Antimony's hand. Maybe that's the only way he can sleep comfortably. There are bandages on his arms today, shiny with salve, and he's not wearing a shirt, which helps you see that he's not as badly damaged as you first thought. There are no patches of stone on his chest or belly, and only a few small burns around his shoulders, most of those healed. But his torso is nearly skeletal, barely any muscle, ribs showing, belly almost concave. Also, his right arm is much shorter than it was that morning. You look up at Antimony. The music is coming from somewhere inside of her. Her black eyes are focused on him. They haven't moved with your arrival. It's peaceful, this strange music, and Alabaster looks comfortable. You haven't been taking care of him, you say, looking at his ribs, and remembering countless evenings putting food in front of him, glaring while he wearily chewed it, conspiring with Innan to get him to eat at the group meals. He always ate more when he thought people were looking. If you were going to steal him from us, the least you could have done was feed him properly. Fatten him up before you ate him or something. The music continues. There is a very faint, stone-grating sound as her black cabochon eyes shift to you at last. They're such alien eyes, despite their superficial resemblance to human. You can see the dry, matte material that comprises the whites of her eyes. No veins, no spots, no off-white coloring that would indicate weariness or worry or anything else human. You can't even tell if there are pupils within the black of her irises. For all you know, she can't even see with them and uses her elbows to detect your presence and direction. You meet those eyes and realize, suddenly, that there's so little left in you which is capable of fear. You took him from us, and we couldn't do it alone. No, that is a lie of incompleteness. Innan, a feral, had no hope against guardians and a trained fulcrum orogen. You, though? You're the one who fucked everything up. I couldn't do it alone. If Alabaster had been there... I hated you. Afterward, while I was wandering, I vowed to find a way to kill you. Put you in an obelisk like that other one. Bury you in the ocean, far enough out that no one will ever dig you up. She watches you and says nothing. You can't even read the catch of her breath because she doesn't breathe. But the music stops, dying into silence. That's a reaction, at least. This really is pointless. But then the silence looms louder, and you're still feeling kind of pissy, so you add, shame. The music was pretty. Later, lying in bed, and considering the day's errors, you will think belatedly, I am as crazy now as Alabaster was back then. A moment later, Alabaster stirs, lifting his head, and uttering a soft groan that throws your thoughts and your heart 10 years away before they circle back. He blinks at you in disorientation for a moment, and you realize he doesn't recognize you with your hair twice as long, and your skin weathered and your clothes season-faded. Then he blinks again, and you take a deep breath, and you're both back in the here and now. "The onyx," he says, his voice hoarse with sleep. Of course he knows. "Always biting off more than you can chew, Cyan." You don't bother to correct him on the name. You said an obelisk. I said the rusting topaz. But if you could call the onyx, I've underestimated your development. His head cocks, his expression thoughtful. What have you been doing these last few years to have refined your control so much? You can't think of anything at first, and then you can. I had 2 children. Keeping an orogeny child from destroying everything in its vicinity took a lot of your energy in those earliest years. You learned to sleep with one eye open, your Cecipine primed for the slightest twitch of infant fear or toddler pique, or worse, a local shake that might prompt either child to react. You quelled a dozen disasters a night. He nods, and belatedly you remember waking up during the night in Meov sometimes to find Alabaster blearily awake and watching Corundum. You remembered teasing him, in fact, on his worrying, when Koru was clearly no threat to anyone. Earth burn it! You hate figuring out all this stuff after the fact. They left me with my mother for a few years after I was born, he says, almost to himself. You'd guessed this already, given that he speaks a coaster language. How his fulcrum-bred mother had known it, though, is a mystery that will never be solved. They took me away once I was old enough to be threatened effectively. But before that, she apparently prevented me from icing Humanus a few times. I don't think we're meant to be raised by stills. He paused, his gaze distant. I met her years later by chance. Didn't know her, though she somehow recognized me. I think she was on the senior advisory board. Topped out at 9 rings, if I recall. He falls silent for a moment. Perhaps he's contemplating the fact that he killed his mother, too. Or maybe he's trying to remember something of her other than a hurried meeting between 2 strangers in a corridor. His focus sharpens abruptly, back to the present, and you. I think you might be a 9-ringer now. You can't help surprise and pleasure, though you cover both with the appearance of nonchalance. I thought things like that didn't matter anymore. They don't. I was careful to wipe out the fulcrum when I tore Humanus apart. There are still buildings where the city was, perched on the edges of the mall, unless they've fallen in since. But the obsidian walls are rubble, and I made sure Maine went into the pit first. There's a deep, vicious satisfaction in his voice. He sounds like you a moment ago, as you imagined murdering stone-eaters. You glance at Antimony. She's gone back to watching Alabaster, her hand still supporting his back. You could almost think of her as doing it out of devotion or kindness if you didn't know his hands and feet and forearm were in whatever passes for her stomach. I only mention rings so you can have a point of reference. Alabaster stirs, sitting up carefully, and then, as if he heard your thought, extending his stubby, stone-capped right arm. Look inside this. Tell me what you see. Are you going to tell me what's going on, Alabaster? But he doesn't answer, just looking at you, and you sigh. All right. You look at his arm, which stops at the elbow now, and wonder what he means by look inside. Then, unbidden, you remember a night when he willed poison out of the cells of his own body. But he had help for that. You frown, impulsively glancing at the strangely shaped pink object behind him, the thing that looks like an overly long, big-handled knife, and which is actually somehow an obelisk. The spinal, he called it. You glance at him. He must have seen you eye it. He doesn't move. Not a twitch of his burned and stone-crusted face, not a flicker of his non-existent eyelashes. All right, then. Anything goes as long as you do what he says. So you stare down at his arm. You don't want to chance the spinal. No telling what it will do. Instead, first you try letting your awareness go into the arm. This feels absurd. You've spent your life sassing layers of earth miles underground. To your surprise, however, your perception can grasp his arm. It's small and strange, too close and almost too tiny, but it's there, because at least the outermost layer of him is rock. Calcium and carbon and flecks of oxidized iron that must have once been blood, and... You pause, frowning, and open your eyes. You don't remember closing them. What is that? What is that? The side of his mouth that hasn't been seamed by a burn lifts in a sardonic smile. You scowl. There's something in this stuff that you're becoming. This stone stuff. It's not... I don't know. It's rock. And not. Can you cess the flesh further down the arm? You shouldn't be able to. But when you narrow your focus to the limit that you can, when you squint and press your tongue to the roof of your mouth and wrinkle your nose, it's there too. Big, sticky globules, all bouncing against one another. You withdraw at once, revolted. At least stone is clean. Look again, Scion. Don't be a coward. You could be annoyed, but you're too old for this shit now. Setting your jaw, you try again, taking a deep breath so you won't feel queasy. Everything's so wet inside him, and the water isn't even sequestered away between layers of clay or... You pause, narrow your focus still further. Between the gelidity moving too, but in a slower and less organic way, you suddenly cess the same thing you found in the stone of him. Something else, neither flesh nor stone. Something immaterial, and yet it is there for you to perceive. It glimmers in threads strung between the bits of him, crossing itself in lattices, shifting constantly. Tension? An energy, shiny and streaming. Potential. Intention. You shake your head, pulling back so you can focus on him. What is that? This time he answers. The stuff of orogeny. He makes his voice dramatic, since his facial expressions can't change much. I've told you before that what we do isn't logical. To make the Earth move, we put something of ourselves into the system and make completely unrelated things come out. There's always been something else involved, connecting the two. This. You frown. He sits forward, growing more animated with his excitement, just the way he used to in the old days. But then something creaks on him, and he flinches with pain. Carefully he sits back against Antimony's hand again. But you're hearing him, and he's right. It hasn't ever really made sense, has it, the way orogeny works? It shouldn't work at all, that willpower and concentration and perception should shift mountains. Nothing else in the world works this way. People cannot stop avalanches by dancing well, or make storms happen by refining their hearing. And on some level, you've always known that this was there, making your will manifest. This, whatever it is. Alabaster has always been able to read you like a book. The civilization that made the obelisks has a word for this, he says, nodding at your epiphany. I think there's a reason we don't. It's because no one for countless generations has wanted Origins to understand what we do. They've just wanted us to do it. You nod slowly. After Alia, I can see why no one would have wanted us to learn how to manipulate obelisks. Rust the obelisks. They didn't want us to create something better or worse. He takes a deep breath carefully. We're going to stop manipulating stone now, Essun. That stuff you see in me, that's what you have to learn to control, to perceive wherever it exists. It's what the obelisks are made of, and it's how they do what they do. We have to get you to do those things too. We have to make you a 10-ringer, at least. At least? Just like that? Why? Alabaster, you mentioned something. Moon. Tonki doesn't have a clue what that is, and all the things you've said about causing that rift and wanting me to do something worse. Something moves at the periphery of your vision. You glance up and realize the man who's been working with Lerna is coming with a bowl in his hands. Dinner for Alabaster. You drop your voice. I'm not, by the way, helping you make things worse. Haven't you done enough already? Alabaster glances at the oncoming nurse, too. Watching him, Alabaster says in a low voice, The moon is something this world used to have, Essun. An object in the sky, much closer than the stars. He keeps switching between calling you one name and another. It's distracting. Its loss was part of what caused the seasons. Father Earth did not always hate life, the lorists say. He hates because he cannot forgive the loss of his only child. But then, the lorists' tales also say the obelisks are harmless. How do you know? But then you stop, because the man has reached you, so you sit back against a nearby cot, digesting what you've heard while he spoon-feeds Alabaster. The stuff is watery mash of some kind, and not much of it. Alabaster sits there and opens his mouth for the feeding, like a babe. His eyes stay on you throughout. It's unnerving, and finally you have to look away. Some of the things that have changed between you cannot bear. Finally the man is done, and with a flat look in your direction that nevertheless conveys his opinion that you should have been the one to administer the food, he leaves. But when you straighten and open your mouth to ask more questions, Alabaster says, I'm probably going to need to use that bedpan soon. I can't control my bowels very well anymore, but at least they're still regular. At the look on your face, he smiles with only a hint of bitterness. I don't want you to see that any more than you want to see it. So why don't we just say you should come back later? Noon seems to work better for me, not interfering with any of my gross natural functions. That isn't fair. Well, it is, and you deserve his censure, but it's censure that should be shared. Why did you do this to yourself? You gesture at his arm, his ruined body. Maybe you could take it better if you understood. The consequence of what I did at Humaness. He shook his head. Something to remember, Scion, for when you make your own choices in the future. Some of them come with a terrible price, although sometimes that price is worth paying. You can't understand why he sees this horrible, slow death as a price worth paying for anything, let alone for what he got out of it. which was the destruction of the world. And you still don't understand what any of it has to do with stone eaters or moons or obelisks or anything else. Wouldn't it have been better, you cannot help saying, to just live? To have come back, you cannot say. To have made what little life he could with cyanide again, after Maov was gone, but before she found Terimo and Jija and tried to create a lesser version of the family she'd lost. Before she became you. The answer is in the way his eyes deaden. This was the look that was on his face as you stood in a node station once, over the abused corpse of one of his sons. Maybe it's the look that was on his face when he learned of Inan's death. It's certainly what you saw in your own face after Uche's. That's when you no longer need an answer to the question. There is such a thing as too much loss. Too much has been taken from you both. Taken and taken and taken, until there's nothing left but hope. And you've given that up because it hurts too much. Until you would rather die or kill or avoid attachments altogether than lose one more thing. You think of the feeling that was in your heart as you pressed a hand over Corundum's nose and mouth. Not the thought. The thought was simple and predictable. Better to die than live a slave. But what you felt in that moment was a kind of cold, monstrous love. A determination to make sure your son's life remained the beautiful, wholesome thing that it had been up to that day, even if it meant you had to end his life early. Alabaster doesn't answer your question. You don't need him to anymore. You get up to leave so that he can at least keep his dignity in front of you, because that's really all you have left to give him. Your love and respect aren't worth much to anyone. Maybe you're still thinking of dignity when you ask one more question, so that the conversation doesn't end on a note of hopelessness. It's your way of offering an olive branch, too, and letting him know that you've decided to learn what he has to teach you. You're not interested in making the season worse or whatever he's on about, but it's clear that he needs this on some level. The son he made with you is dead. The family you built together has been rendered forever incomplete. But if nothing else, he's still your mentor. You need this too, a cynical part of you notes. It's a poor trade, really. Nassun, for him, a mother's purpose for an ex-lover's. These ridiculous mysteries for the starker and more important why of Jija murdering his own son. But without Nassun to motivate you, you need something, anything to keep going. So you say, with your back to him, "What did they call it?" The obelisk builders. You said they had a word for the stuff in the obelisks. The silvery stuff thrumming between the cells of Alabaster's body, concentrating and compacting in the solidifying stone of him. The stuff of orogeny. What was their word, since we don't have one anymore? Oh. He shifts, perhaps readying himself for the bedpan. The word doesn't matter, Essun. Make one up if you like. You just need to know the stuff exists. I want to know what they called it. It's a small piece of the mystery he's trying to shove down your throat. You want to wrap your fingers around it, control the ingestion, at least taste some of it along the way. And, too, the people who made the obelisks were powerful. Foolish, maybe, and clearly awful for inflicting the seasons upon their descendants, if they are indeed the ones who did so. But powerful. Maybe knowing the name will give you power somehow. He starts to shake his head, winces as this causes him pain somewhere, sighs instead. They called it magic. It's meaningless, just a word. But maybe you can give it meaning somehow. Magic. You repeat, memorizing. Then you nod farewell and leave without looking back. The Stone Eaters knew I was there, I'm certain of it. They just didn't care. I observed them for hours as they stood motionless, voices echoing out of nowhere. The language they spoke to each other was strange. Arctic, perhaps? One of the coastals? I've never heard the like. Regardless, after some 10 hours, I will admit that I fell asleep. I woke to the sound of a great crash and crunch, so loud that I thought the shattering itself was upon me. When I dared to lift my eyes, one of the Stone Eaters was scattered chunks upon the ground. The other stood as before, save for one change, directed right at me. A bright, glittering smile. Memoir of Ooze Innovator Nat Strongback Ticastries, Amateur Geomist. Not endorsed by the 5th University. 7. Nassun finds the moon. The journey south for Nassun and her father is long and fraught. They make most of the journey with the horse cart, which means that they travel faster than Essun, who is on foot, and behind them to an increasing degree. Jija offers rides in exchange for food or supplies. This helps them move faster still because they don't need to stop and trade often. Because of this pace, they stay ahead of the worst of the changing climate, the ashfall, the carnivorous kirkuza and the boil bugs, and all the worst things brewing in the lands behind them. They're going so quickly when they pass through Castrima over that Nassun barely feels Yika's summons. And when she does, it is in her dreams, drawing her down and down into the warm earth amid white crystalline light. But she dreams this 10 miles past Castrima, since Jija thought they could go a little farther that day before camping, and thus they do not fall prey to the honeypot of inviting, whole, empty buildings. When they do have to stop at comms, some are only in lockdown and haven't yet declared seasonal law. Hoping the worst of it won't come so far south, probably. It's rare for seasons to affect a whole continent at once. Nassun never speaks of what she is to strangers, but if she could, she would tell them that there is nowhere to hide from this season. Some parts of the stillness will suffer the full effects later than others, but eventually it will be bad everywhere. Some of the comms they stop at invite them to stay. Jija's older, but still hale and strong, and his napping skills and resistant use cast make him valuable. Nassun's young enough to be trained in nearly any needed skill, and she's visibly healthy and tall for her age, already showing signs of growing into her mother's strong mid-ladder frame. There are a few places they stop, strong comms with deep stores and friendly people, where she wishes they could stay. Jija always refuses, though. He's got some destination in mind. A few of the comms they pass try to kill them. There's no logic to this, since one man and a little girl cannot possibly have enough valuables between them to be worth murdering. But there isn't much logic in a season. They run from some. Jija takes a long knife to a man's head to get them out of a comm that has let them through the gates and then tried to close them in. They lose the horses and the cart, which is probably what the comm wanted, but Jija and Nassun escape, which is what matters most. It's on foot from there and slower, but they are alive. At another comm, whose people don't even bother to warn them before aiming crossbows, it is Nassun who saves them. She does this by wrapping her arms around her father and setting her teeth in the earth, and dragging every iota of life and heat and movement out of the whole comm, until it is a gleaming frosted confection of ice-slivered slate walls and still solid bodies. She will never do this again, the way Jija looks at her afterward. They stay in the dead comm for a few days, resting in empty houses and replenishing their supplies. No one bothers this comm while they are there, because Nassun keeps the walls iced as a clear "danger here" warn-off. They cannot stay long, of course. Eventually, the other Coms in the area will band together and come to kill the Raga whom they will assume threatens them all. A few days of warm water and fresh food, Jija cooks one of the Coms' frozen chickens for a real treat. And they move on. Before the bodies thaw and start stinking, see? And so it goes. Bandits and scammers, and a near-fatal gas waft, and a tree that fires wooden spikes when warm bodies are in proximity. They survive it all. Nassun has a growth spurt, even though she's always hungry and rarely full. By the time they finally approach the place that Jija has heard about, she is 3 inches taller, and a year has passed. They are out of the Somidlats at last, edging into the Antarctics. Nassun has begun to suspect that Jija means to take her all the way to Nife, one of the few cities in the Antarctic region near which a satellite fulcrum is said to be located. But he turns them off the Palestine-Nife Imperial Road, and they begin going eastward, stopping periodically so that Jija can consult with people along the way and see if he's going in the right direction. It is after one of these conversations, conducted always in whispers, and always after Jija thinks Nassun has gone to sleep, and only with people whom Jija considers level-headed after a few hours of chit-chat and shared food, that Nassun finally learns where they are going. "Tell me," she hears Jija whisper to a woman who was out scouting for a local Com after they have shared an evening meal of meat she caught around a fire Jija built. "Have you ever heard of the moon?" The question holds no meaning for Nassun, neither does the word at the end of it, but the woman inhales. She directs Jija to shift over to the southeast running regional road instead of the Imperial Road, and then to divert due south at the turning of a river they'll soon reach. Thereafter, Nassun pretends to be asleep because she can feel the woman's narrow-eyed gaze on her. Eventually, though, Jija shyly offers to help warm her bedroll. Then Nassun has to listen, while her father works to make the woman moan and gasp in repayment for the meat, and to make her forget that Nassun is there. In the morning they move on before the woman wakes, so that she will not follow and try to hurt Nassun. Days later, they divert at the river, heading into the woods along a tree-shadowed path that is barely more than a tamped-down paler ribbon amid the forest scrub and undergrowth. The sky has not been completely shadowed for long in this part of the world. Most of the trees still have leaves, and Nassun can even hear animals leaping about and darting away as they pass. Occasionally, birds twitter or croon. There are no other people on this path, though obviously some have passed recently, or the path would be even more overgrown than it is. The Antarctics are a stark, sparsely populated part of the world she remembers reading in the textbooks of another life. Few calms, fewer imperial roads, winters that are harsh even outside a season. The Cortants here take weeks to travel across. Swaths of the Antarctics are tundra, and the southernmost tip of the continent is said to become solid ice, which extends far into the sea. She's read that the night sky, if they could see it through the clouds, is sometimes filled with strange dancing colored lights. In this part of the Antarctics, though, the air is almost steamy despite the light chill. Beneath their feet, Nassun can sense the heavy pent churn of an active shield volcano, actually erupting, just very slowly, with a trickle of lava flow further south. Here and there on the topography of her awareness, Nassun can detect gas vents, and a few boils that have come to the surface as hot springs and geysers. All this moisture in the warm ground are what keep the trees green. Then the trees part, and before them looms something that Nassun has never seen before. A rock formation, she thinks, but one that seems to consist of dozens of long, columnar ribbons of brown-gray stone that ripple in an upslope, gradually slanting high enough to qualify as a low mountain or a tall hill. At the top of this river of stone, she can see bushy green tree canopies, the formation plateaus up there. Atop that plateau, Nassun can glimpse something through the trees, which might be a rounded rooftop or storecash tower, a settlement of some kind. But unless they climb along the columnar ribbons, which looks dangerous, she's not sure how to get up there. Except, it is a scratch on her awareness, rising to a pressure, itching into certainty. Nassun glances at her father, who is staring at the river of stone too. In the months since Uche's death, she has come to understand Jija better now than ever before in her life, because her life depends on it. She understands that he is fragile, despite his outward strength and stolidity. The cracks in him are new, but dangerous, like the edges of tectonic plates. Always raw, never stable, needing only the merest brush to unleash eons' worth of pent-up energy and destroy everything nearby. But earthquakes are easy to manage if you know how. So Nassun says, watching him carefully, "This was made by Orogen's daddy." She has guessed that he will tense, and he does. She has guessed that he will need to take a deep breath to calm himself, which he also does. He reacts to even the thought of Orogen's the way that Mama used to react to red wine, with fast breath and shaking hands and sometimes freezing or weak knees. Daddy could never even bring things that were burgundy-colored into the house. But sometimes he would forget and do it anyway, and once it was done, there was no reasoning with Mama. Nothing to be done but wait for her shakes and rapid breathing and hand-wringing to pass. Hand-rubbing. Nassun did not notice the distinction, but Essun was rubbing one hand. The old ache, there in the bones. Once Jija is calm enough, therefore, Nassun adds, "I think only Orogens can get up that slope, too." She's sure of this, in fact. The stone columns are moving imperceptibly. This whole region is a volcano, an exquisitely slow eruption. Here it pushes up a steady incremental lava flow that takes years to cool, and thus separates itself into these long hexagonal shafts as the stuff contracts. It would be easy for an orogen, even an untrained one, to push against that upswelling pressure, taste some of that slow-cooling heat, and raise another column. Ride it to reach that plateau. Many of the stone ribbons before them are paler, gray, fresher, sharper. Others have done this recently. Then Daddy surprises her by nodding jerkily. There should be others like you in this place." He never says the O word or the R word. It's always like you and your kind and that sort. "It's why I brought you here, sweetening." Is this the Antarctic fulcrum? Maybe she was wrong about where that was. No. His lip curls. The fault line trembles. It's better. It's the first time he's ever been willing to speak of this. He's not breathing much faster either, or staring at her in that way he so often does when he's struggling to remember that she's his daughter. Nassun decides to probe a little, testing his strata. Better? Better. He looks at her, and for the first time in what feels like forever, he smiles at her the way he used to, the way a father should smile at his daughter. "They can cure you, Nassun. That's what the stories say." Cure her of what? She almost asks. Then survival instinct kicks in, and she bites her tongue before she can say the stupid thing. There is only one disease that afflicts her in his eyes, only one poison he would journey halfway across the world to have drawn out of his little girl. A cure. Cure? For orogeny? She hardly knows what to think. Be other than what she is? Be normal? Is that even possible? She's so stunned that she forgets to watch her father for a moment. When she remembers, she shivers, because he has been watching her. He nods in satisfaction at the look on her face, though. Her surprise is what he wanted to see. That, or maybe wonder, or pleasure. He would have reacted poorly to dislike or fear. How? She asks, curiosity he can tolerate. I don't know, but I heard about it from travelers before. Just as there's only one your kind that he ever means, there's only one before that matters for both of them. They say it's been around for maybe the last 5 or 10 years. But what about the fulcrum? She shakes her head, confused. If anywhere, she would have thought... Daddy's face twists. Trained, leashed animals are still animals. He turns back to the rise of flowing stone. I want my little girl back. I haven't gone anywhere, Nassun thinks, but knows better than to say. There's no path to illustrate the way to go, no signs to indicate anything nearby. Part of that could be seasonal defenses. They've seen a few calms that protected themselves not just with walls, but seemingly insurmountable obstacles and camouflage. Doubtless the members of the calm know some secret way to get up to the plateau, but without this knowledge, Nassun and Jija are left with a puzzle to solve. There's also no easy way past the rise. They could go around it, see if there are steps on the other side, but that might take days. Nassun sits down on a log nearby, after checking it carefully for insects or other creatures that might have turned aggressive since the start of the season. Nassun has learned to treat nature and her father with the same wary caution. She watches Jija pace back and forth, pausing now and again to kick at one of the ribbons where it rises sharply from the ground. He mutters to himself. He'll need time to admit what must be done. Finally, he turns to her. Can you do it? She stands up. He stumbles back as if startled by the sudden movement, then stops and glowers at her. She just stands there, letting him see how much it hurts her that he fears her so. A muscle flexes in his jaw. Some of his anger fades into chagrin. Only some. Will you have to kill this forest to do it? Oh, she can understand some of his worry now. This is the first green place they've seen in a year. No, Daddy, she says. There's a volcano. She points down under their feet. He flinches again, glaring at the ground with the same naked hatred he occasionally flashes at her. But it is as pointless to hate Father Earth as it is to wish the seasons would end. He takes a deep breath and opens his mouth, and Nassun is so expecting him to say, "All right," that she is already beginning to form the smile that he will need in reassurance. Thus they are both caught completely off guard when a loud clack resounds through the forest around them, setting off a flock of birds she didn't know was there. Something chuffs into the ground nearby, making Nassun blink with the faint reverberations of the blow through the local strata. Something small, but striking with force. And then Jija screams. Once, Nassun froze in reaction to being startled. Mama's training. Some of that conditioning has slipped over the past year, and although she grows still, she sinks her awareness into the earth nevertheless, just a few feet, but still. But she freezes in two kinds of ways as she sees the heavy, huge, barbed metal bolt that has been shot through her father's calf. "Daddy!" Jija is down on one knee, clutching his leg and making a sound through his teeth that is less than a scream, but no less agonized. The thing is huge, several feet long, 2 inches in circumference. She can see the way it has pushed aside his flesh on its terrible path. The tip is buried in the ground on the other side of his calf, effectively pinning him in place. A harpoon, not a crossbow bolt. It even has a thin chain attached to the blunt end. A chain? Nassun whirls, following it. Someone's holding it. There are feet pounding on the strata nearby, crunching leaves as they move. Darting shadows flicker past tree trunks and vanish. She hears a call in some Arctic language she's heard before but does not know. Bandits. Coming. She looks at Daddy again, who's trying to take deep breaths. His face is pale. There's so much blood. But he looks up at her with his eyes wide and white with pain, and suddenly she remembers the calm where the people attacked them, the calm she iced, and the way he looked at her afterward. Bandits. Kill them. She knows she must. If she does not, they will kill her. But her father wants a little girl, not an animal. She stares and breathes hard and cannot stop staring, cannot think, cannot act, can do nothing but stand there and shake and hyperventilate, torn between survival and daughterhood. Then someone leaps down the lava flow ridge, bouncing from one ribbon of rock to the other, with a speed and agility that is... Nassun stares. No one can do that. But the man lands in a crouch amid the gravelly soil at the foot of the ridges, with a heavy, ominous thud. He's solidly built. She can tell he's big even though he stays low as he half rises, his gaze fixed on something in the trees beyond Nassun, and draws a long wicked glass knife. And yet somehow, the weight of his landing on the ground did not reverberate on her senses. What does that mean? And there is a... She shakes her head, thinking maybe it's an insect, but the odd buzzing is a sensation and not a sound. Then the man is off, running straight into the bush, his feet pushing against the ground with such force that clods of dirt kick up in his wake. Nassun's mouth falls open as she turns to follow him, losing track amid the green. But there are shouts in that language again. And then, in the direction that she saw the man run, a soft, guttural sound, like someone reacting to a hard blow. The moving people amid the trees stop. Nassun sees an Arctic woman stand frozen in the clear gap between a tangle of vines and an old weathered rock. The woman turns, inhaling to call out to someone else, and in a near blur, the man is behind her, punching her in the back. No, the knife! And then he is gone before the woman falls. The violence and speed of the attack are stunning. Nassun, Jija says, and Nassun jumps again. She actually forgot him for a moment. She goes over, crouching and putting her foot on the chain to prevent anyone from using it to hurt him further. He grips her arm too hard. You should... run. No, Daddy. She tries to figure out how the chain is fastened to the harpoon. The weapon's shaft is smooth. If she can get the chain loose or cut off the barbed point, they can just drag Daddy's leg off of it to free him. But what then? It's such a terrible wound. Will he bleed to death? She doesn't know what to do. Jija hisses as she jiggles the end of the chain experimentally, trying to see if she can twist it loose. I think the bone. Jija actually sways, and Nassun thinks the white of his lips is a bad sign. Go! She ignores him. The chain is welded to a loop at the end of the shaft. She fingers it and thinks hard, now that the strange man's appearance has broken her deadlock. Her hands shaking, though. She takes a deep breath, trying to get hold of her own fear. Somewhere off in the trees, there is a gurgling groan and a scream of fury. She knows Jija has some of his stone-knapping tools in his pack, but the harpoon is steel. Wait, metal breaks if it's cold enough, doesn't it? Could she, maybe? With a high, narrow torus? She's never done this before. If she does it wrong, she'll freeze off his leg. Yet somehow, instinctively, she feels certain that it can be done. The way Mama taught her to think about orogeny, as heat and movement taken in, and heat and movement pushed out, has never really felt right to her. There is truth to it. It works, she knows from experience, but something about it is off, inelegant. She has often thought, if I don't think about it as heat, without ever finishing that thought in a productive way. Mama is not here, and death is, and her father is the only person left in the world who loves her, even though his love comes wrapped in pain. So she puts a hand on the butt end of the harpoon. Don't move, Daddy. What? Jija is shaking, but also weakening rapidly. Good. Nassun can work with her concentration uninterrupted. She puts her free hand on his leg, since her orogeny has always flinched away from freezing her, even back when she couldn't fully control it, and closes her eyes. There is something underneath the heat of the volcano, interspersed amid the wavelets of motion that dance through the earth. It's easy to manipulate the waves and heat, but hard to even perceive this other thing, which is perhaps why Mama taught Nassun to look for waves and heat instead. But if Nassun can grab the other thing, which is finer and more delicate, and also more precise than heat and waves, if she can shape it into a kind of sharp edge, and file it down to infinite fineness, and slice it across the shaft like so... There is a quick, high-pitched hiss as the air between her and Jija stirs. Then the chain tip of the harpoon shaft drops loose, the shorn faces of metal glimmering mirror-smooth in the afternoon light. Exhaling in relief, Nassun opens her eyes, to find that Jija has tensed and is staring beyond her with an expression of mingled horror and belligerence. Startled, Nassun whirls to see the knife-wielding man behind her. His hair is black, arctic limp, and long enough to fall below his waist. He's so very tall that she falls onto her butt, turning to look at him. Or maybe that's because she's suddenly exhausted. She does not know. The man is breathing hard, and his clothing, homespun cloth and a pair of surprisingly neat, pleated old trousers, is splattered liberally with blood, centering on the glass knife in his right hand. He gazes down at her with eyes that glitter bright as the metal she just cut, and his smile is very nearly as sharp-edged. "Hello, little one," the man says as Nassun stares. "That's quite the trick." Jija tries to move, shifting his leg along the harpoon shaft, and it is awful. There is the abortive sound of bone grating on metal, and he groan coughs out an agonized cry, grabbing spasmodically for Nassun. Nassun catches his shoulder, but he's heavy and she's tired, and she realizes in sudden horror that she lacks the strength to fight the man with the glass knife, if that should be necessary. Jija's shoulder shakes beneath her hand, and she's shaking nearly as hard. Maybe this is why no one uses the stuff underneath the heat. Now she and her father will pay the price for her folly. But the black-haired man hunkers down, moving with remarkably slow grace for someone who showed such swift brutality only moments before. "Don't be afraid," he says. He blinks, then, something flickering and uncertain in his gaze. "Do I know you?" Nassun has never before seen this giant with the ice-white eyes and the world's longest knife. The knife is still in his hand, though it now dangles at his side, dripping. She shakes her head a little too hard and fast. The man blinks, the uncertainty clears, and the smile returns. "The beasts are dead. I came to help you, didn't I?" Something is off about the question. He asks it as if he seeks confirmation. Didn't I? It's too sincere, too heartfelt somehow. Then he says, I won't let anyone hurt you. Perhaps it is only coincidence that his gaze slides over to her father's face after he says this. But something in Nassun unclenches just a little. Then Jija tries to move again and makes another pained sound, and the man's gaze sharpens. How unpleasant. Let me help you. He sets down the knife and reaches for Jija. Stay the rust back, Jija blurts, trying to move back and jerking all over with the pain of this. He's panting too, and sweating. Who are you? Are you? His eyes roll toward the flowing ridge of hexstone. From? The man, who is drawn back at Jija's reaction, follows his gaze. Oh, yes. The comm sentries saw you coming along the road. Then we saw the bandits moving in, so I came to help. We've had trouble with that lot before. It was a convenient opportunity to eliminate the threat. His white gaze shifts back to Nassun, flicking at the sheared-off harpoon along the way. He has never stopped smiling. But you should not have had trouble with them. He knows what Nassun is. She cringes against her father, though she knows he is no shelter. It's habit. Her father tenses, his breath quickening to a rasp. Are you? He swallows. We're looking for the moon. The man's smile widens. His accent is something equatorial. Equatorials always have such strong white teeth. Ah, yes, he says. You found it. Her father slumps in relief, to the degree that his leg allows. Oh, evil Earth. At last. Nassun can't take it anymore. What is the moon? Found moon. The man inclines his head. That is the name of our community. A very special place for very special people. Then he sheathes the knife and extends one hand, palm up, offering. My name is Shafa. The hand is held out only to Nassun, and Nassun doesn't know why. Maybe because he knows what she is. Maybe only because her hand isn't covered with blood, as both of Jija's are. She swallows and takes the hand, which immediately and firmly closes around hers. She manages, I'm Nassun. That's my father. She lifts her chin. Nassun, resistant to Remo. Nassun knows that her mother was trained by the fulcrum, which means that Mama's use name was never resistant. And Nassun is only 10 years old now, too young for Terimo to recognize with a calm name, even if she still lived there. Yet the man inclines his head gravely, as if it is not a lie. Come then, he says. Let's see if between the two of us we can't get your father free. He rises, pulling her up with him, and she turns toward Jija, thinking that with Shafa here, they can maybe just lift Jija off the shaft, and that if they do it fast enough, maybe it won't hurt him too much. But before she can open her mouth to say this, Shafa presses 2 fingers to the back of her neck. She flinches and rounds on him, instantly defensive, and he raises both hands, wagging the fingers to show that he's still unarmed. She can feel a bit of damp on her neck, probably a smear of blood. Duty first, he says. What? He nods toward her father. I can lift him, while you shift the leg. Nassun blinks again, confused. The man moves over to Jija, and she is distracted from wondering about that strange touch by her father's cries of pain as they work him free. Much later, though, she will remember an instant after that touch, when the tips of the man's fingers glimmered like the cut ends of the harpoon. A gossamer thin thread of light under the heat had seemed to flicker from her to him. She will remember, too, that for a moment that thread of light illuminated others. A whole tracework of jagged lines spreading all over him like the spiderwebbing that follows a sharp impact in brittle glass. The impact site, the center of the spiderweb, was somewhere near the back of his head. Nassun will remember thinking in that instant, he's not alone in there. In the moment, it is no matter. Their journey has ended. Nassun is, apparently, home. The Guardians do not speak of warrant where they are made. No one knows its location. When asked, they only smile. From Lorist Tale, Untitled 759, recorded in Charta Cortant, Eadine Com, by itinerant Mel Lorist Stone. 8. You've been warned. You're in line to pick up your household share for the week when you hear the first whisper. It's not directed at you, and it's not meant to be overheard. But you hear it anyway because the speaker is agitated and forgets to be quiet. "To earth fired many of 'em," an older man is saying to a younger man when you pull yourself out of your own thoughts enough to process the words. "Ika's all right. Earned her place, didn't she? Gotta be a few good ones. But the rest, we only need one." The man is shushed by his companion at once. You fix your gaze on a distant group of people trying to haul some baskets of mineral ore across the cavern by use of a guided rope slide, so that when the younger man looks around, he won't see you looking at them. But you remember. It's been a week since the incident with the boil bugs, and it feels like a month. This isn't just losing track of days and nights. Some of the strange elasticity of time comes from your having lost Nassun, and with her, the urgency of purpose. Without that purpose, you feel sort of attenuated and loose, as aimless as compass needles must have been during the wandering season. You've decided to try settling in, recentering your awareness, exploring your new boundaries, but that isn't helping much. Castrima's geode defies your sense of size as well as time. It feels cluttered when you stand near one of the geode's walls, where the view of the opposite wall is occluded by dozens of jagged crisscrossing quartz shafts. It feels empty when you pass entire crystals worth of unoccupied apartments and realize the place was built to hold many more people than it currently does. The trading post on the surface was smaller than Terimo, yet you're beginning to realize that Yika's efforts at recruitment for Castrima have been exceptionally successful. At least half of the people you meet in the calm are new, same as you. No wonder she wanted some new people on her improvised advising council. Newness is a group trait here. You meet a nervous metallurgist and 3 nappers, who are nothing like Jija, a biomest who works with Lerna 2 days a week, and a woman who once made a living selling artful leather crafts as gifts, who now spends her days tanning skins that the hunters bring in. Some of the new people have a bitter look, because like Lerna they did not intend to join Castrima. Yika, or someone else, deemed them useful to a community that once consisted solely of traders and miners, and that meant the end of their journey. Some of them, however, are palpably feverish in their determination to contribute to and defend the calm. These are the ones who had nowhere to go, their calms destroyed by the rifting or the aftershakes. Not all of them have useful skills. They're youngish, usually, which makes sense because most calms won't take in people who are elderly or infirm during a season unless they have very desirable skills. And because you learn upon talking with them, Yika demands that a very specific question be put to most newcomers. Can you live with origins? The ones who say yes get to come in. The ones who can say yes tend to be younger. The ones who say no, you understand without having to ask, are not permitted to travel onward and potentially join other calms or calmless bands to attack a community that knowingly harbors origins. There's a convenient gypsum quarry not far off, apparently, which is downwind. Helps to draw scavengers away from Castrima over, too. And then there are the natives, the people who were part of Castrima long before the season began. A lot of them are unhappy about all the new additions, even though everyone knows the calm couldn't have survived as it was simply too small. Before Lorna they had no doctor, only a man who did midwifery, field surgery, and livestock medicine as a sideline to his farrier business. And they had only 2 orogens, Yika and Cutter, though apparently no one knew for sure that Cutter was one until the start of the season. Now there's a story you want to hear someday. Without orogens, Castrima Under becomes a death trap, which makes most of the natives reluctantly willing to accept Yika's efforts to attract more of her kind. So the old Castrimans look at you with suspicion. But the good thing is that they look at all the newcomers the same way. It's not your status as an orogen that bothers them, it's that you haven't yet proven yourself. It is surprising how refreshing this feels, being judged by what you do, and not what you are. Lately, you've spent your mornings on a work crew doing water gardening, sprouting seeds in trays of wet cloth, then moving the resulting seedlings to troughs of water and chemicals that the biomists devise so that they can grow. It's soothing work, and reminds you of the house green you had back in Torimo. Uche sitting amid the edible ferns, making horrible faces as he chewed on a mouthful of dirt before you could stop him. You smile at this memory, before the hurt blanks your face again. You still can't smile over things Corundum did, and that's been 11 years now. In the evenings you go to Yika's to talk with her and Lorna and Hjarka and Cutter about the affairs of the calm. This includes stuff like whether to punish Jeever innovator Castrima for selling fans, since market economies are illegal during a season per imperial law, and how to stop old man Cray, who isn't that old, from complaining again that the communal baths are too tepid. He's getting on everyone's nerves. And who's going to step in if Ontrag, the potter, keeps breaking the bad practice pottery of the 2 people apprenticed to her? It's how Ontrag was taught. But that's also how one teaches people who want to learn pottery. Ontrag's apprentices are only there because Yika ordered them to learn the old woman's skill before she kicks off. At the rate things are going, they might kill her themselves. It's ridiculous, mundane, incredibly tedious stuff, and you love it. Why? Who knows? Perhaps because it's similar to the sorts of discussions you had back during the 2 times you were part of a family. You remember arguing with Innan about whether to teach Corundum Sansmat early so he wouldn't have an accent, or later. And only if Koru ever wanted to leave Mayoff. You had an argument with Jija once because he believed putting fruit in the cold cache ruined the taste, and you didn't care because it made the fruit last longer. The arguments that you have with the other advisors are more important. Your decisions affect more than 1,000 people now. But they have the same silly, pedantic feel. Silly pedantry is a luxury that you've rarely been able to enjoy in your life. You've gone topside again, standing silent on the porch of a gateway house in the falling ash. The sky's a little different today, thinnish gray-yellow instead of thickish gray-red, and the pattern of the clouds is long and wave-like in lieu of the chains of beads you've seen since the rifting. One of the strongback guards says, looking up, "Maybe things are getting better." The yellow of the clouds almost feels like sunlight. You can see the sun itself now and again, a pale and strengthless disk occasionally framed by the gentle drifting curves. You don't tell the guard what you confess, which is that the yellow clouds contain more sulfur than usual, nor do you say what you know, which is that if it rains right now, the forest that surrounds Castrima and currently provides a significant portion of the calm's food will die. Somewhere up north, the rift that Alabaster tore, has simply belched out a great waft of the gas from some long-buried underground pocket. Cutter, who's come up here with you and Hjarka, glances at you, face carefully blank. He knows too. But he doesn't say anything either, and you think you know why. Because of the guard, and his wistful hope that things are getting better. It would be cruel to break that hope before it fades on its own. You like Cutter better for this moment of shared kindness. Then you turn your head a little, and the feeling vanishes. There's another stone-eater nearby, lurking in the shadow of a house not far off. This one is male-ish, butter-yellow marble laced with veins of brown, with a swirling cap of brass hair. He isn't looking at anyone, isn't moving, and you wouldn't have even noticed him if not for the bright metal of his hair, so striking against the haze of the day. You wonder, for the third or fourth time, why they cluster around Castrima. Are they trying to help as Hoa helps you? Are they expecting more of you to turn to delicious, chewable stone? Are they just bored? You can't deal with these creatures. You push butter marble from your mind and look away. And later, when you're ready to set off and you glance that way again, he is gone. The three of you are up here, following one of the hunters through the forest, because they want you to come and see something. Yika's not along for the trip, because she's meditating a dispute between the Strongbacks and the Resistance about shift length or something. Lerna's not here because he's started teaching a class in wound care to anyone who wants to attend. Hoa's not here because Hoa's still missing, as he has been for the past week. But with you are 7 of the Castrima Strongbacks, 2 hunters, and the blonde white woman you met on your first day in Castrima, who has since introduced herself as Esni. She's been accepted into the comm as a Strongback, despite being barely over 100 pounds and paler than ash. Turns out she was the head of a drover clan before the rifting, which means she knows how to wrangle large animals and people with outsized egos. She and her people voluntarily joined Castrima because it was much closer than their home comm down in the Antarctics. The air-dried, pickled, salt-cured remnants of their last cattle herd have constituted Castrima's only meat stores since the rifting. No one talks as you walk. The silence of the forest, save for the rustling of small creatures through the undergrowth and the occasional tap-tap of wood-boring animals in the distance, demands more of the same. The woods are changing, you see as you tromp through them. The taller trees lost their leaves months ago, sap drawing down to protect against the encroaching cold and the souring surface soil. But correspondingly, the shrubs and mid-level trees have grown thicker foliage, drinking in what little light they can capture, sometimes folding their leaves down at night to shed ash. This makes the ash thinner off the roads, so much that you can sometimes see the ground litter. Which is good, because it makes the newest parts of the landscape stand out that much more. The mounds. They're 3 or 4 feet high, usually, built of cemented ash and leaves and twigs, and on a brighter day like this they are easy to spot because they steam faintly. Occasionally you see small bones, the remains of paws or tails poking through the base of each mound. Boilbug nests. Not many. But you don't remember any a week ago when you walked past this area of the forest. You would have sensed the heat. It's a reminder that while most plants and animals struggle to survive in a season, a rare few do more. Deprived of their usual predators and given ideal conditions, they thrive, breeding wildly wherever they can find a food source, relying on numbers to ensure the species' continuation. Not good, regardless. You find yourself checking your shoes frequently, and you notice the others doing the same. Then you've reached the top of a ridge that overlooks a spreading forest basin. It's clear the basin is outside the zone of protection that Castrima's origins maintain, because broad swaths of the forest here are flattened and dead in the aftermath of the rifting. You'd be able to see hundreds of miles if not for the ash. But since this is such a bright, low-ash day, you can see perhaps a few dozen. It's enough. Because there, hazy in the golden light, you can see something standing above the flattened forest. A cluster of what must be stripped saplings or long branches set into the ground in an attempt at straightness, although many of them list to one side or the other. At the tip of each is a flapping bit of dark red cloth to draw the eye. You can't tell whether the red is dye or something else, because mounted on each of these stakes is a body. The stakes jut from the body's mouths or other parts. They are impaled upon them. "Not our people," says Hjorka. She's looking through a distance glass, adjusting it while one of the hunters hovers nearby, hands half upraised to catch the precious instrument should Hjorka fumble it, or, knowing Hjorka, toss the thing away. "I mean, it's hard to tell from this distance, but I don't recognize them, and I don't think we've ever sent anyone out that far. And they look filthy. Comless band, maybe." "One that bit off more than it could chew," mutters one of the hunters. "All our patrols are accounted for," says Esni, folding her arms. "I don't keep track of anybody but the strongbacks. I mean, the hunters do their own thing. But we do note goings and comings." She's already studied the bodies through the distance glass, and it was her call that members of the comm leadership be brought topside to see for themselves. "I figure the culprits are travelers. A late group trying to make it back to a home comm, better armed than the commless who attacked them, and luckier."
"Travelers wouldn't do this,"
says Cutter quietly. He's usually quiet. Hjorka's the one you always expect to be difficult, but she's actually predictable and far more easygoing than her fierce appearance would suggest. Cutter, though, opposes nearly everything you or Yika or the others suggest. He's a stubborn little ruster under that quiet demeanor.
"The impaling, I mean. No reason to stop for that long. Someone spent time cutting down those poles, sharpening them, digging holes to post them, positioning them so they could be seen for miles around. Travelers travel."
Cutter's much harder to read than Hjorka, too, you notice now. Hjorka is a woman who has never been able to hide the breadth and vigor of what she is, so she doesn't bother to try. Cutter is a man who spent his life concealing the strength of mountains behind a veneer of meekness. Now you know what that looks like from the outside. But he's got a point. "What do you think it is, then?" You guess wildly. "Another commless band?"
"They wouldn't do this either. At this point, they're not wasting bodies anymore."
You wince and see several other people in the group sigh or shift, but it's true. There are still animals to hunt, but the ones that aren't hibernating are fierce enough, or armored enough, or toxic enough to be costly prey for anything but very well-prepared hunters. Commless rarely have good working crossbows, and desperation makes for poor stealth. And as the boilbugs have shown, there's new competition for any carcasses. Of course, if Castrima doesn't find a new source of meat soon, you and the others won't be wasting bodies anymore either. That wince served many purposes. Hjorka lowers the distance glass at last. "Yeah," she sighs, responding to Cutter. "Fuck." "What?" You feel stupid suddenly, as if everyone has started speaking another language. "Somebody's marking territory." Hjorka gestures with the distance glass, shrugging. The hunter deftly plucks it from her hand. "Doing this is a one-off, but not to other commless, who don't give a shit, and will probably just pull the bodies down for snacks. To us, letting us know what they'll do if we cross their boundaries." "Only calm in that direction is Tatahi," says one of the hunters. They're friendly. Have been for years. And we're no threat to them. Not much water in that direction to support other comms. The river wends away to the north. North. That bothers you. You don't know why. There's no reason to mention this to the others, but still. When's the last time you heard from this Tetahi? Silence greets you, and you look around. Everyone's staring. Well, that answers that. We need to send somebody to Tetahi, then. Somebody who might end up on a pole? Hjarka glares at you. Nobody's expendable in this comm, newcomer. It's the first time you've ever sparked her ire, and it's a lot of ire. She's older, bigger, and in addition to her sharpened teeth, there's her glare, which is black-eyed and fierce. But she reminds you somehow of Innan, so you feel anything but anger in response. We're going to need to send out a trading party anyway. You say it as gently as you can, which makes her blink. That's the inevitable conclusion of all the talks you've had lately about the comm's deepening meat deficit. We might as well use this warn-off to make sure that party is armed, and a large enough group that no one can tackle them without paying for it. And if whoever did this has a larger, better-armed group? It's never just about strength during a season, you know that. Hjarka knows that, but you say, send an orogen with them. She blinks in genuine surprise, then lifts an eyebrow. We'll kill half our people trying to defend them? You turn away from her and hold out a hand. None of them move away from you, but then none of them are from comms large enough to have been visited often by imperial orogens. They don't know what your gesture means. They gasp, though, and move back and murmur when you spin a 5-foot-wide torus in the brush a few paces away. Ash and dead leaves swirl into a dust devil, glittering with ice in the sulphurous afternoon light. You didn't have to spin it that fast. You're just being dramatic. Then you use what you dragged from that torus and turn, pointing at the stand of impaled bodies down in the basin. At this distance, it's impossible to tell what's happening at first. But then the trees in the area shiver, and the poles begin to sway wildly. A moment later, a fissure opens, and you drop the poles and their grisly ornaments into the ground. You pull your hands together, slowly, so as not to alarm anyone, and the trees stop shivering. But a moment later, everyone feels the faint judder of the ridge you're standing on, because you've let a little of the aftershake come this way. Again, you didn't have to. You just had a point to make. It's commendable that Hjarka just looks impressed and not alarmed when you open your eyes and turn to her. Nice, she says. So you can ice someone without killing everyone around you. But if every Rogga could do that, people wouldn't have a problem with Roggas. You really hate that rusting word, no matter what Yika thinks. And you're not sure you agree with Hjarka's assessment. People have problems with Roggas for a lot of reasons that have nothing to do with orogeny. You open your mouth to reply, and then stop. Because now you can see the trap Hjarka's set. The only way this conversation's going to end. And you don't want to go there. But there's no avoiding it. Rusting fuck. So that's how you end up in charge of a brand new fulcrum. Sort of. Stupid, Alabaster says. You sigh. I know. It's the next day, and another conversation about the principles of the unreal, how an obelisk works, how their crystalline structure emulates the strange linkages of power between the cells of a living being, and how there are theories about things even smaller than cells, somehow, even though no one has seen them or can prove that they exist. You have these conversations with Alabaster every day, in between your morning work shift and evening politicking, because he is filled with a sense of urgency spurred by his own impending mortality. The sessions don't last long, because Alabaster has limited strength. And the conversations so far haven't been very useful, mostly because Alabaster is a terrible teacher. He barks orders and gives lectures, never answering your questions when you ask them. He's impatient and snappish. And while some of this can be chalked up to the pain that he's in, the rest is just Alabaster being himself. He really hasn't changed. You are frequently surprised at how much you've missed him, the irascible old ass. And because of this, you hold your temper, for a while anyway. Someone's got to teach the younger ones anyway, you say. Most of the calm's origins are children or adolescents, simply because most ferals don't survive childhood. You've heard rumors that some of the older origins are teaching them, helping them learn not to ice things when they stub their toes, and it helps that Castrima is as stable as the Equatorials once were. But that's ferals teaching ferals. And if I fail to do whatever it is you keep insisting that I do, none of them are worth rust. You'd sense that yourself if you'd bother to pay any attention to them. It's not just about skill. It's also natural talent. That's the whole reason the Fulcrum made us breed Essun. And most of them will never be able to get past energy redistribution. This is the term that the two of you have concocted for orogeny done with heat and kinetics, the Fulcrum's way. What Alabaster is now trying to teach you, and what you're struggling to learn because it relies on things that make no sense whatsoever, is something you've started calling magic redistribution. That isn't right either. It's not redistribution. But it'll do until you understand it better. Alabaster's still on about the orogeny class you've agreed to teach, and the children who will fill it. It's a waste of your time to teach them. This dismissal, inexplicably, starts to eat through your patience. It's never a waste of time to educate others. Spoken like a simple creche teacher. Oh, wait. It's a cheap shot, disrespecting the vocation that gave you years of camouflage. You should let it go. But it feels like salt on a glass cut, and you snap. Stop it! Alabaster blinks, then scowls to the degree that he can. I don't have a great deal of time for coddling, Cyan. Essun! Right now, here, it matters. And I don't rusting care if you're dying. You don't get to talk to me like this. And you get up, because suddenly you're rusting done. He stares at you. Antimony is there, as always, supporting him in silence, and her eyes shift to you for a moment. You think you read surprise in them, but that's probably just projection. You don't care if I'm dying. No, I don't. Why the rest should I? You don't care if any of the rest of us die. You did this to us. Lerna, at the other end of the room, glances up and frowns, and you remember to lower your voice. You'll kick off sooner and more easily than the rest of us. We get to starve to death, well after you're dust in the ash. And if you can't be bothered to actually teach me anything, then fuck you. I'll figure out how to fix things myself. So you're halfway across the infirmary, your steps brisk and your hands fisted at your sides when he snaps. Walk out that door, and you will starve to death. Stay, and you have a chance. You keep walking, yelling over your shoulder, you figured it out. It took me 10 years, and fucking flaking rust, you hard-headed, steel-hearted. The geode jolts, not just the infirmary building, but the whole damned thing. You hear cries of alarm outside, and that does it. You stop and clench your fists and slam a counter-torus against the fulcrum that he's positioned just underneath Castrima. It doesn't dislodge his. You're still not precise enough for that. And anyway, you're too angry to try very hard. The movement stops, however, whether because you stopped it or because you've surprised him so much that he stopped it, you don't care. Then you turn back, storming at him in such a fury that antimony vanishes and is suddenly standing beside him, a silent sentinel warning. You don't care about her, and you don't care that Alabaster is bent again, making a low, strained, wheezing sound, or any of it. "Listen to me, you selfish ass," you snarl, bending down so the Stone Eater will be the only one to hear. Baster's shaking, invisible pain, and a day ago that would have been enough to stop you. Now you're too angry for pity. I have to live here, even if you're just waiting to die. And if you make these people hate us because you can't rein it in... Wait. You trail off, distracted. This time you can see the change as it happens to his arm, the left one, which has been longer. The stone of him creeps along slowly, steadily, making a minute hissing sound as it transmutes flesh into something else. And nearly against your will you shift your sight, as he has taught you, searching between the gelid bubbles of him for those elusive tendrils of connection. You see suddenly that they are brighter, almost like silver metal, tightening into a lattice and aligning in new ways that you've never seen before. "You're such an arrogant ruster," he snarls through his teeth. This breaks through your astonishment about his arm, replacing it with affront that he of all people has called you arrogant. "Essun, you act like you're the only one who's ever made mistakes. The only one who ever died inside and had to keep going. You don't know shit. Won't listen to shit. Because you won't tell me anything. You expect me to listen to you, but you don't share. You just demand and proclaim, and I'm not a child. Evil Earth. I wouldn't even speak to a child this way." There is a traitor part of you that whispers, "Except you did. You spoke to Nassun like this." And the loyal part of you snarls back, because she wouldn't have understood. She wouldn't have been safe if you'd been gentler, slower. It was for her own good, and it's for your own rusting good, Alabaster grates. The progression of the stone down his arm has stopped, only an inch or so this time. Lucky. "I'm trying to protect you, for Earth's sake." You stop, glaring at him, and he glares back, and silence falls. There is the clink of something heavy and metallic being put down behind you. This makes you glance back at Lerna, who is looking at you and has folded his arms. Most of the people in Castrima, even the Origins, won't know what the jolt was all about. But he does, because he saw the body language. And now you've got to explain things to him, hopefully before he doses Alabaster's next bowl of mush with something toxic. It's a reminder that these are not the old days, and you cannot react in the old ways. If Alabaster has not changed, then it's up to you, because you have. So you straighten and take a deep breath. You've never taught anyone anything, have you? He blinks, frowning in apparent suspicion at your change of tone. "I taught you." "No, Alabaster. Back then, you did impossible things, and I just watched you and tried not to die when I imitated you. But you've never tried to intentionally disseminate information to another adult, have you?" You know the answer even without him saying it, but it's important that he say it. This is something he needs to learn. The muscle in his jaw flexes. "I've tried." You laugh. The defensive note in his voice tells you everything. After another moment's consideration and a deep breath to marshal your self-control, you sit down again. This leaves antimony looming over you both, but you try to ignore her. "Listen," you say. "You need to give me a reason to trust you." His eyes narrow. "You don't trust me by now. You've destroyed the world, Alabaster. You've told me you want me to make it worse. I'm not hearing a whole lot here that screams, "Obey me without question." His nostrils flare. The pain of the stoning seems to have faded, though he's drenched with sweat and still breathing hard. But then something in his expression shifts, too, and a moment later he slumps, to the degree that he is able. "I let him die," he murmurs, looking away. "Of course you don't trust me." "No, Alabaster, the Guardians killed Innan." He half smiles. "Him, too." Then you know. 10 years, and it's like no time has passed at all. "No," you say again, but this is softer, strengthless. He's said he wouldn't forgive you for Corundum, but perhaps you're not the only one he doesn't forgive. A long silence passes. "All right," he says at last. His voice is very soft. "I'll tell you." "What?" "Where I've been for the past 10 years. He glances up at Antimony, who still looms over both of you. "What this is all about." "She isn't ready," the Stone Eater says. You jump at her voice. Alabaster tries to shrug, winces as something twinges somewhere on his body, sighs. "Neither was I." Antimony stares down at both of you. It's not really that different from the way she's been staring at you since you came back, but it feels more pent. Maybe that's just projection, but then suddenly she vanishes. You see it happen this time. Her form blurs, becoming insubstantial, translucent. Then she drops into the ground as if a hole has opened beneath her feet. Gone. Alabaster sighs. "Come sit beside me," he says. You frown immediately. Why? "So we can have sex again. Why the rust do you think?" You loved him once. You probably still do. With a sigh, you get up and move to the wall. Gingerly, though his back is unburned, you prop yourself for comfort, then rest a hand against his back to hold him up, the way Antimony so often does. Alabaster's silent for a moment, and then he says, "Thank you." Then he tells you everything. "Breathe not the fine ashfall. Drink not the red water. Walk not long upon warm soil." Tablet 1, on Survival, verse 7. 9. Nassun, needed. Because you are Essun, I should not need to remind you that all Nassun knew before Found Moon was Turimo, and the ash-darkening world of the road during a 5th season. You know your daughter, don't you? So it should be obvious, therefore, that Found Moon becomes something she never believed she had before, a true home. It is not a new calm. At its core is the village of Jekity, which was a city before the choking season some 100 years before. During that season, Mount Akok blanketed the Antarctics with ash. But that is not what nearly killed Jekity, since the city had vast stores and sturdy wooden slate walls at the time. Jekity, the city, died because of human errors, compounded. A child lighting a lantern spilled oil, which set off a fire that swept the western edge of the calm and burned a third of it before people managed to get it under control. The calm's headman died in the fire, and when 3 qualified candidates stepped forward to take his place, factionalism and infighting meant that the burned section of the wall didn't get rebuilt quickly enough. A tibbit run, small furred animals that swarm like ants when food is scarce enough, swept into the calm and took care of anyone too slow to get off the ground, and the calm's ground-level store caches. The survivors lasted for a time on what was left, then starved. By the time the sky cleared 5 years later, less than 5,000 souls remained of the 100,000 who'd begun the season. The Jekity of now is even smaller, The poor, unskilled repairs made to the wall during choking are still in place, and while the stores have been elevated and replenished sufficiently to meet imperial standards, this is only on paper. The comm has done a bad job of rotating old, spoiled stores out and laying in new. Strangers have rarely asked to join Jekity over the years. Even by Antarctic standards, the comm is seen as ill-fated. Its young people usually leave to talk or marry their way into other growing communities where jobs are more plentiful, and the memory of suffering does not linger. When Shafa found this sleepy terrace-farming comm 10 years before, and convinced the then headwoman, Mighty, to allow him to set up a special guardian facility within the comm's walls, she hoped that it was the beginning of a turnaround for her home. Guardians are a healthy addition to any community, aren't they? And indeed, there are now 3 guardians in Jekity, including Shafa, along with 9 children of varying ages. There were 10, but when one of the children caused a brief but powerful earthquake amid a temper tantrum one evening, the child vanished. Mighty did not ask questions. It's good to know the guardians are doing their jobs. Nassun and her father do not know this as they move into the comm, though others will eventually tell them. The healers, an elderly doctor and a forest herbalist, spend 7 days getting Jija out of danger because he develops a fever not long after the surgery on his wound. Nassun tends him the whole while. When it becomes clear that he'll survive, however, Shafa introduces them to Mighty, who's delighted to learn that Jija is a stone napper. The comm has not had one for several decades, so they've been sending orders to nappers in the comm of Devatiris 20 miles away. There's an old empty house in the comm with an attached kiln, and while a forge would have been more useful, Jija tells her he can make it work. Mighty gives it a month, to be sure, and listens when her people tell her that Jija is polite and friendly and sensible. He's physically hearty, too, since he's recovering from that wound like a proper resistant, and since he managed to survive the road with no companion but a little girl. Everyone notices how well-behaved and devoted his daughter is, too. Not at all what anyone would expect of a Raga. Thus, at the end of the month, Jija receives the name Jija-Resistant Jekity. They induct him with a ceremony that most of the comm has never seen before. So long has it been since anyone new joined the comm. Mighty herself had to look up the details of the ceremony in an old lore book. Then they throw a party, which is very nice. Jija tells them he's honored. Nassun remains just Nassun. No one calls her Nassun resistant to Remo, though she still introduces herself that way upon meeting new people. Shafa's interest in her is simply too obvious, but she causes no trouble, so the people of Jekity are as friendly toward her as they are toward Jija, if in a slightly more guarded fashion. It is the other Origin children who unashamedly embrace Nassun for everything she is. The oldest of them is a coaster boy named Ates, who speaks with a strange, choppy accent that Nassun thinks of as exotic. He's 18, tall, long-faced, and if there is a perpetual shadow in his expression, it does nothing to mar his beauty in Nassun's eyes. He's the one who welcomes Nassun on the first day after it becomes clear that Jija will live. "Found Moon is our community," he says in a deep voice that makes Nassun's heart race, leading her to the small compound that Shafa's people have built over near Jekity's weakest wall. It's up a hill. He leads her toward a pair of gates that swing open as they approach. "Humanus had the fulcrum, and Jekity has this. Place where you can be yourself and always be safe. Shafa and the other guardians are here for us too, remember? This is ours." Found Moon has walls of its own, shaped from the shafts of columnar rock that dominate this area. But these are uniformly sized and perfectly even in conformation. Nassun doesn't even have to suss them to realize they have been raised by orogeny. Within the compound are a handful of small buildings, A few new, but most parts of Old Jekety left abandoned as the Calm's population dwindled. Whatever those used to be, they have since been refurbished into a house for the Guardians, a mess hall, a wide tiled practice area, several ground-level store sheds, and a dormitory for the children. The other children fascinate Nassun. 2 are West Coasters, small and brown and black-haired and angle-eyed. Sisters, and they look it, named Oegin and Yinigin. Nassun has never seen West Coasters before, and she stares until she realizes they are staring at her in turn. They ask to touch her hair, and she asks to touch theirs back. This makes them all realize how strange and silly a request that is, and they giggle and become instant friends without a head petted between them. Then there is Pido, another Somid ladder, who looks like he's got more than a little Antarctic in him because his hair is bright yellow and his skin is so white that it nearly glows. The others tease him about it, but Nassun tells him that sometimes she burns in the sun too, though she carefully doesn't mention that this takes the better part of a day rather than minutes, and his face alights. The other children are all from lower Somidlat's calms, and all have visible sunset in them. Deshati was in training to become a stone napper before the Guardians found her, and she asks Nassun all sorts of questions about her father. Nassun warns her off, talking to Jija directly. Deshati understands at once, though she is sad about it. Wude gets sick when he eats certain kinds of grain, and is very small and frail because he doesn't get enough good food, though his orogeny is the strongest of the bunch. Lashar looks at Nassun coldly and sneers at her accent, though Nassun can't tell the difference between how she speaks and how Lashar does. The others tell her it's because Lashar's grandfather was an equatorial, and her mother is a local calm leader. Alas, Lashar is an origin, so none of that matters anymore. But her upbringing tells. Shirk is not Shirk's name, but she won't tell anyone what that really is, so they started calling her that after she tried to duck out of chores one afternoon. She doesn't anymore, but the name stuck. Peak is similarly nicknamed, because she is tremendously shy and spends most of her time hiding behind someone else. She has only one eye, and a terrible scar down the side of her face, where her grandmother tried to stab her, the others whisper when Peak is not around. Her real name is Zif. Nassun makes 10, and they want to know everything about her. Where she came from, what kinds of foods she likes to eat, what life was like in Terimo. Has she ever held a baby kurkuza because they are so soft? And in whispers they ask about other things, once it becomes clear that Shafa favors her. What did she do on the day of the rifting? How did she learn such skill with orogeny? This is how Nassun discovers that it is rare for their kind to be born to Orogen parents. Wude comes the closest because his aunt realized what he was and taught him what she could in secret, but this amounted to little more than how not to ice people by accident. Some of the others only learned that lesson the hard way, and Oegin grows very quiet during this conversation. Deshati actually didn't know she was an origin until the rifting, which Nassun finds incomprehensible. She is the one who asks the most questions, but quietly, when the others are not around, and in a tone of shame. Another thing Nassun discovers is that she is much, much, much better than any of them. It is not simply a matter of training. Eights has had years more training than her, and yet his orogeny is as thin and frail as Wude's body. Eights is in control of it, enough to do no harm, but he can't do much good with it either, like find diamonds or make a cool spot to stand in on a hot day or slice a harpoon in half. The others stare when Nassun tries to explain the lattermost, and then Shafa comes away from the wall of a nearby building. One of the Guardians is always watching while they gather and train and play, to take her for a walk. "What you do not understand," Shafa says, resting a hand on her shoulder as they walk, "is that an origin's skill is not just a matter of practice, but of innate ability. So much has been done to breed the gift out of the world. He sighs a little, sounding almost disappointed. There are few left who are born with a high level of ability. My father killed my brother because of it, Nassun says. Uchi had more orogeny than me. All he ever did was listen with it, though, and say weird things sometimes. He made me laugh. She keeps the words soft because they still hurt to say, and because she said them so rarely. Chicha never wanted to hear it, so she has had no one with whom she could discuss her grief until now. They're over by the southern terraces of Jeketi, successive platforms high above the floor of a lava plain valley. The terraces are still heavily planted with grains, greens, and beans. Some of the plants are beginning to look sickly from the thinning sunlight. This will probably be the last harvest before the ash clouds get too thick. Yes, and that is a tragedy, little one. I'm sorry. Shafa sighs. My brethren have done their job too well, I think, in warning the populace about the dangers of untrained origins. Not that any of those warnings were false, just exaggerated, perhaps. He shrugs. She feels a flash of anger that this exaggeration is why her father looks at her with such hate sometimes. But the anger is nebulous, directionless. She hates the world, not anyone in particular. That's a lot to hate. He thinks I'm evil, she finds herself saying. Shafa looks at her for a long moment. There is something confused in his gaze for a moment, a wondering sort of frown that he gets from time to time. Not quite intentionally. Nassun says him in a fleeting pass, and yes, those strange silvery threads are flaring within him again, lacing through his flesh and tugging on his mind from somewhere near the back of his head. She stops as soon as his expression clears, because he is fiendishly sensitive to her uses of orogeny, and he does not like her doing anything without his permission. But when he is being tugged by the bright threads, he notices less. You aren't evil, he says firmly. You are exactly as nature made you. And that is special, Nassun. Special and powerful in ways that are atypical for even one of your kind. In the fulcrum, you would have rings by now, perhaps 4, or even 5. For one your age, that's amazing. This makes Nassun happy, even though she doesn't fully understand. Wude says the fulcrum rings go up to 10? Wude has the most talkative of the 3 guardians, agate-eyed Nida. Nida sometimes says things that don't make sense, but the rest of the time she shares useful wisdom, so all the kids have learned to simply tune out the gibbering. Yes, 10. For some reason, Shafa seems displeased by this. But this is not the fulcrum, Nassun. Here, you must train yourself, since we have no senior origins to train you. And that's good, because there are things you can do. His face twitches, flicker of silver through him again, then quiescence. Things you are needed to do, which... things that fulcrum training cannot do. Nassun considers this, for the moment ignoring the silver. Things like making my orogeny go away. She knows her father has asked this of Shafa. That would be possible, when you reach a certain point of development. But to reach that point, it is best that you learn to use your powers with no preconceptions. He glances at her. His expression is non-committal, but somehow she knows. He does not want her changing into a still, even if it does become possible. You are lucky to have been born to an origin skilled enough to manage you as a child. You must have been very dangerous in your infancy and early years. It's Nassun's turn to shrug at this. She lowers her gaze and scuffs at a weed that has worked its way up between two basalt columns. I guess. He glances at her, his gaze sharpening. Whatever is wrong with him, and there is something wrong with all of Found Moon's guardians, it vanishes whenever she tries to hide something from him. It is as if he can cess obfuscations. Tell me more about your mother. Nassun does not want to talk about her mother. She's probably dead. It seems likely, though she remembers feeling her mother's effort to shunt the rifting away from Terima. People would have noticed that, though, wouldn't they? Mama always warned Nassun against doing orogeny during a shake, because that is how most origins get discovered. And Uche is what happens when origins get discovered. Perhaps. His head cocks like that of a bird. I've seen the marks of fulcrum training in your technique. You are precise. It's unusual to see it in a grit. He pauses, looks confused again for a moment, smiles. A child of your age. How did she train you? Nassun shrugs again, thrusting her hands into her pockets. He will hate her if she tells him. If not that, he will surely at least think less of her. Maybe he will give her up. Shafa moves to sit on a nearby terrace wall. He also keeps watching her, smiling politely, waiting, which makes Nassun think of a third, worse possibility. What if she refuses to tell him, and he gets angry and kicks her and her father out of Found Moon? Then she will have nothing left but Jija. And she sneaks another look at Shafa. His brow has furrowed slightly, not in displeasure but concern. The concern does not seem false. He is concerned about her. No one has shown concern for her in a year. Thus, finally, Nassun says, "We would go out to a place near the end of the valley, away from Terima. She would tell Daddy she was taking me out hunting for herbs." Shafa nods. That is something that children are normally taught in comms outside the equatorial node network. A useful skill, should a season come. She would call it girl time. Daddy used to laugh. And you practiced orogeny there? Nassun nodded, looking at her hands. She would talk to me about it when Daddy wasn't home. Girl talk. Discussions of wave mechanics and math, endless quizzes, anger when Nassun did not answer quickly or correctly. But at the tip, the place she took me to, it was just practice. She had drawn circles on the ground. I had to push around a boulder, and my torus couldn't get any wider than the 5th ring, and then the 4th, and then the 3rd. Sometimes she would throw the boulder at me. Terrifying to have 3 tons of stone rumbling along the ground toward her, and to wonder, if I can't do it, will Mama stop? She had done it, so that question remains unanswered. Shafa chuckles. Amazing. At Nassun's look of confusion, he adds, That is precisely how origin children were trained at the fulcrum. But it seems your training was substantially accelerated. He tilts his head again, considering. If you had only occasional practice sessions to conceal them from your father. Nassun nods. Her left hand flexes closed and then open again as if on its own. She said there wasn't time to teach me the gentle way. And anyway, I was too strong. She had to do what would work. I see. Yet she can feel him watching her, waiting. He knows there's more. He prompts. It must have been challenging, though. Nassun nods, shrugs. I hated it. I yelled at her once. Told her she was mean. I told her I hated her and she couldn't make me do it. Shafa's breathing is, when the silver light is not stuttering or flickering within him, remarkably even. She has thought before that he sounds like a sleeping person, so steady is it. She listens to him breathe, not asleep, but calming nevertheless. She got really quiet. Then she said, "Are you sure you can control yourself?" And she took my hand. She bites her lip then. She broke it. Shafa's breath pauses just for an instant. "Your hand?" Nassun nods. She draws a finger across her palm, where each of the long bones connecting wrist to knuckle still ache sometimes when it's cold. After he says nothing more, she can continue. "She said it didn't matter if I hated her. It didn't matter if I didn't want to be good at orogeny. Then she took my hand and said, 'Don't ice anything.' She had a round rock and she hit my hand with it." The sound of stone striking flesh. Wet popping sounds as her mother set the bones. Her own voice screaming, her mother's voice cutting through the pounding of blood in her ears. "You're fire, Nassun. You're lightning. Dangerous unless captured in wires. But if you can control yourself through pain, I'll know you're safe." I didn't ice anything. After that, her mother had taken her home and told Jija that Nassun had fallen and caught herself badly. True to her word, she'd never made Nassun go to the tip with her again. Jija had remarked later on how quiet Nassun had become that year. "Just something that happens when girls start to grow up," Mama had said. No. If Daddy was Jija, then Mama had to be Essun. Shafa is very quiet. He knows what she is now, though. A child so willful that her own mother broke her hand to make her mind. A girl whose mother never loved her, only refined her, and whose father will only love her again if she can do the impossible and become something she is not. "That was wrong," Shafa says. His voice is so soft she can barely hear it. She turns to look at him in surprise. He is staring at the ground, and there is a strange look on his face. Not the usual wandering, confused look that he gets sometimes. This is something he actually remembers, and his expression is guilty? Rueful, sad. "It's wrong to hurt someone you love, Nassun." Nassun stares at him. Her own breath catches, and she doesn't notice until her chest aches and she is forced to suck in air. It's wrong to hurt someone you love. It's wrong. It's wrong. It has always been wrong. Then Shafa lifts a hand to her. She takes it. He pulls, and she falls willingly. And then she is in his arms, and they are very tight and strong around her the way her father's have not been since before he killed Uche. In that moment, she does not care that Shafa cannot possibly love her, when he has known her for only a few weeks. She loves him. She needs him. She will do anything for him. With her face pressed into Shafa's shoulder, Nassun sesses it when the silver flicker happens again. This time, in contact with him, she also feels the slight flinch of his muscles. It is barely a fluctuation, and might be anything. A bug bite, a shiver in the cooling evening breeze. Somehow, though, she realizes that it is actually pain. Frowning against his uniform, Nassun cautiously reaches toward that strange place at the back of Shafa's head, where the silver threads come from. They are hungry, the threads, somehow. As she gets closer to them, they lick at her, seeking something. Curious, Nassun touches them and sesses, "What? A faint tug?" Then she is tired. Shafa flinches again and pulls back, holding her at arm's length. "What are you doing?" She shrugs awkwardly. "You needed it. You were hurting." Shafa turns his head from side to side, slowly, not in negation, but as if checking for something he expects to be there, which is now gone. "I am always hurting, little one. It's part of what guardians are. But His expression is wondering. By this, Nassun knows the pain is gone, at least for now. "You're always hurting?" She frowns. "Is it that thing in your head?" His gaze snaps back to her immediately. She has never been afraid of his ice-white eyes, even now as they turn very cold. "What?" She points at the back of her own skull. It is where the sesapine are located. She knows from lectures on biochemistry in creche. "There's a little thing in you, here. I don't know what it is, but I sensed it when I met you. When you touched my neck." She blinks, understanding. "You took something then to make it bother you less." "Yes, I did." He reaches around her head now and sets two of his fingers just at the top of her spine, beneath the back edge of her skull. This touch is not as relaxed as other times he has touched her. The two fingers are stiffened, held as if he's pantomiming a knife. Only he isn't pantomiming, she realizes. She remembers that day in the forest when they reached Found Moon, and the bandits attacked them. Shafa is very, very strong, easily strong enough to push two fingers through bone and muscle like paper. He wouldn't have needed a rock to break her hand. Shafa's gaze searches hers and finds that she understands precisely what he's thinking about doing. "You aren't afraid?" She shrugs. "Tell me why you aren't." His voice brooks no disobedience. "Just—" She cannot help shrugging again. She can't really figure out how to say it. "I mean, if you have a good reason?" "You have no inkling of my reasons, little one." "I know." She scowls, more out of frustration with herself than anything else. Then an explanation occurs to her. "Daddy didn't have a reason when he killed my little brother. Or when he knocked her off the wagon, or any of the other half-dozen times he's looked at Nassun and thought about killing her so obviously that even a 10-year-old can figure it out." An ice-white blink. What happens then is fascinating to watch. Slowly, Shafa's expression thaws from the contemplation of her murder into wonder again, and a sorrow so deep that it makes a lump come to Nassun's throat. "And you have seen so much purposeless suffering that at least being killed for a reason can be borne." He's so much better at talking. She nods emphatically. Shafa sighs. She feels his fingers waver. "But this is not a thing that can be known beyond my order. I let a child live once who saw, but I should not have, and we both suffered for my compassion. I remember that." "I don't want you to suffer," Nassun says. She puts her hands on his chest, wills the silver flickers within him to take more. They begin to drift toward her. "It always hurts." "That isn't right." "Many things ease the pain. Smiling, for example, releases specific endorphins, which—" He jerks and takes his hand from the back of her neck, grabbing her hands and pulling them away from him, just as the silver threads find her. He actually looks alarmed. "That will kill you." "You're going to kill me anyway." This seems sensible to her. He stares. "Earth of our fathers and mothers." But with that, slowly, the killing tension begins to bleed out of his posture. After a moment, he sighs. "Never speak of what you sense in me around the others. If the other guardians learn that you know, I may not be able to protect you." Nassun nods. "I won't. Will you tell me what it is?" "Someday, perhaps." He gets to his feet. Nassun hangs on to his hand when he tries to pull away. He frowns at her, bemused, but she grins and swings his hand a little, and after a moment he shakes his head. Then they head back into the compound. And that is the first day that Nassun thinks of it as home. Seek the origin in its crib. Watch for the center of the circle. There you will find... obscured. Tablet 2, The Incomplete Truth, verse 5. 10. You've got a big job ahead of you. You've called him crazy so many times, told yourself that you despised him even as you grew to love him. Why? Perhaps you understood early on that he was what you could become. More likely it is that you suspected long before you lost and found him again that he wasn't crazy. Crazy is what everyone thinks all Ragas are, after all, addled by the time they spend in stone, by their ostensible alliance with the evil earth, by not being human enough. But crazy is also what Ragas who obey choose to call Ragas that don't. You obeyed once because you thought it would make you safe. He showed you, again and again, unrelentingly, he would not let you pretend otherwise, that if obedience did not make one safe from the guardians, or the nodes, or the lynchings, or the breeding, or the disrespect, then what was the point? The game was too rigged to bother playing. You pretended to hate him because you were a coward, but you eventually loved him. And he is part of you now, because you have since grown brave. I fought antimony all the way down, Alabaster says. It was stupid. If she'd lost her grip on me, if her concentration had faltered for an instant, I would have become part of the stone. Not even crushed, just mixed in. He lifts a truncated arm, and you know him well enough to realize he would have waggled his fingers, if he still had fingers. He sighs, not even noticing. We were probably into the mantle by the time Innan died. His voice is soft. It's gotten quiet in the infirmary. You look up and around. Lerna's gone, and one of his assistants is sleeping on an unoccupied bed, snoring faintly. You speak in a soft voice, too. This is a conversation for only the two of you. You have to ask, though. Even thinking the question makes you ache. Do you know? Yes. I assessed how he died. He falls silent for a moment. You reverberate with his grief and your own. Couldn't help assessing it. What they do, those guardians, is magic, too. It's just wrong. Contaminated, like everything else about their kind. When they shake a person apart, if you're attuned to that person, it feels like a niner. And of course, you were both attuned to Innan. He was a part of you. You shiver because he's trying to make you more attuned to the earth and orogeny and the obelisks and the unifying theory of magic. But you don't ever want to experience that again. It was bad enough seeing it, knowing the horror that resulted had once been a body you held and loved. It had felt much worse than a niner. I couldn't stop it. No, you couldn't. You're sitting behind him, holding him upright with one hand. He's been gazing away from you, somewhere into the middle distance, since he began telling this story. He does not turn to look at you now over his shoulder, possibly because he can't do so without pain. But maybe that's comfort in his voice. He continues. I don't know how she manipulated the pressure, the heat, to keep it from killing me. I don't know how I didn't go mad from knowing where I was, wanting to get back to you, realizing I was helpless, feeling like I was suffocating. When I assessed what you did to Koru, I shut down. I don't remember the rest of the journey, or I don't want to. We must have... I don't know. He shudders, or tries to. You feel the twitch of muscles in his back. When I came to, I was on the surface again, in a place that... He hesitates. His silence goes on for long enough that your skin prickles. I've been there. It's difficult to describe. That isn't Alabaster's fault. On the other side of the world, Alabaster finally says, there is a city. The words don't make sense. The other side of the world is a great expanse of tractless blankness in your head, a map of nothing but ocean. On an island? Is there a landmass there? Sort of. He can't really smile easily anymore. You hear it in his voice, though. There's a massive shield volcano there, though it's under the ocean. Biggest one I've ever assessed. You could fit the Antarctics into it. The city sits directly above it on the ocean. There's nothing visible around it, no land for farming, no hills to break tsunami, no harbor or moorings for boats, just buildings, trees and some other plants, of varieties I've never seen elsewhere. Gone wild, but for a forest, sculpted into the city, sort of. I don't know what to call that. Infrastructures that seem to keep the whole thing stable and functioning, but all strange. Tubes and crystals and stuff that looks alive. Couldn't tell you how 1/10 of it worked. And at the center of the city there's a hole. A hole? You're trying to imagine it. For swimming? No, there's no water in it. The hole goes into the volcano and beyond. He takes a deep breath. The city exists to contain the hole. Everything about the city is built for that purpose. Even its name, which the Stone Eaters told me, acknowledges this core point. It's a ruin, Essun. A dead sieve ruin like any other, except that it's intact. The streets haven't crumbled. The buildings are empty, but some of the furniture is even usable, made of things not natural, undecaying. You could live in them if you wanted. He paused. I did live in them, when antimony brought me there. There was nowhere else to go and no one else to talk to, except the Stone Eaters. Dozens of them, Essun. Maybe hundreds. They say they didn't build the city, but it's theirs now. Has been for tens of thousands of years. Your mind full of how much he hates being interrupted, but he pauses anyway. Maybe he's expecting commentary, or maybe he's giving you time to absorb his words. You're just staring at the back of his head. What's left of his hair is getting too long. You'll have to ask Lerna for scissors and a pick soon. There are absolutely no suitable thoughts in your head besides this. It's something you can't help thinking about when you're confronted with it. He sounds tired. Your lessons rarely last more than an hour, and it's been longer than that already. You would feel guilty if you had any emotion left in you right now, other than shock. The obelisks hint at it, but they're so... You feel him trying to shrug. You understand. Not something you can touch or walk through. But this city... Recorded history goes back, what, 10,000 years? 25 if you count all the seasons the university's still arguing about. But people have been around for much longer than that. Who knows when some version of our ancestors first crawled out of the ash and started jabbering at each other? 30,000 years? 40? A long time to be the pathetic creatures we are now, huddling behind our walls and putting all our wits, all our learning toward the singular task of staying alive. That's all we make now. Better ways to do field surgery with improvised equipment. Better chemicals so we can grow more beans with little light. Once we were so much more. He falls silent again for a long moment. I cried for you and Innan and Koru for 3 days, there in that city of who we used to be. You ache that he included you in his grief. You don't deserve it. When they brought me food. Alabaster skips past whatever he would have said so seamlessly that at first the sentence doesn't make sense. I ate it, then tried to kill them. His voice turns wry. Took me a while to give that up, actually. But they kept feeding me. I asked them again and again why they'd brought me there. Why were they keeping me alive? Antimony is the only one who would speak to me at first. I thought they were deferring to her, but then I realized they just didn't speak my language. Some of them weren't used to interacting with people at all. They stared, and sometimes I had to shoo them away. I seemed to fascinate some, disgust others. The feeling was mutual. I learned some of their language eventually. I had to. Parts of the city talked in that language. If you knew the right words, you could open doors, turn on lights, make a room warmer or colder. Not everything still worked. The city was breaking down, just slowly. But the whole, there were markers all around it, lighting up as you got closer. You suddenly remember a chamber at the fulcrum's heart, long narrow panels igniting in sequence as you walked toward the socket, glowing with no discernible fire or filament. Barriers big as buildings in themselves, which sometimes glowed at night. Warnings that would write themselves in fire on the air before you. Sirens that would sound if you got too near. Antimony took me to it, though, on the first day that I was functional. I stood on one of the barriers and looked down into a darkness so deep that He has to stop. After he swallows, he resumes. She told me already that she took me from Meov because they couldn't risk me being killed. So there at Corpoint's heart she told me, "This is why I saved you. This is the enemy you face. You are the only one who can." What? You're not confused. You think you understand. You just don't want to, so you decide that you must be confused. "That's what she said," he replies. Now he's angry, but not at you. Word for word. I remember it because I was thinking that was the reason Innan and Koru died, and you got thrown to the rusting dogs. Because sometime in the ass end of history, some of our so-smart ancestors decided to dig a hole to the heart of the world for no rusting reason. No, for power, Antimony said. I didn't know how that was supposed to work, but they did it. And they made the obelisks and other tools to harness that power. Something went wrong, though. I got the sense that even Antimony didn't know exactly what. Or maybe the Stone Eaters are still arguing about it and nobody's come to a consensus. Something just went wrong. The obelisks misfired. The moon was flung away from the planet. Maybe that did it. Maybe some other things happened. But whatever the cause, the result was the shattering. It really happened, Essun. That's what caused the seasons. The muscles in his back flex a little against your hand. He's tense. Do you understand? We use the obelisks. To stills, they're just big strange rocks. That city, all those wonders, that dead sieve was run by orogens. We destroyed the world, just like they always said we did. Ragas. He says it so sharply and viciously that his whole body reverberates with the word. You feel how he stiffens as he says it. Vehemence hurts him. He knew it would, and said it anyway. What they got wrong, he continues, sounding weary now, are the loyalties. The stories say we're agents of Father Earth, but it's the opposite. We're his enemies. He hates us more than he hates the stills because of what we did. That's why he made the Guardians to control us, and you're shaking your head. Pastor, you're speaking as if the planet, is real. Alive, I mean. Aware. All that stuff about Father Earth? It's just stories to explain what's wrong with the world, like those weird cults that crop up from time to time. I heard of one that asks an old man in the sky to keep them alive every time they go to sleep. People need to believe there's more to the world than there is. And the world is just shit.
You understand this now after 2 dead children and the repeated destruction of your life. There's no need to imagine the planet as some malevolent force seeking vengeance. It's a rock. This is just how life is supposed to be, terrible and brief, and ending in, if you're lucky, oblivion. He laughs. This hurts him too, but it's a laugh that makes your skin prickle, because it's the laugh of the Humanus Alia High Road. The laugh of a dead node station. Alabaster was never mad. He's just learned so much that would have driven a lesser soul to gibbering that sometimes it shows. Letting out some of that accumulated horror by occasionally sounding like a frothing maniac is how he copes. It's also how he warns you, you know now, that he's about to destroy some additional measure of your naivete. Nothing is ever as simple as you want it to be. That's probably how they thought, Alabaster says when his laughter goes quiet. The ones who decided to dig a hole to the world's core. But just because you can't see or understand a thing doesn't mean it can't hurt you. You know that's true. But more importantly, you hear the knowledge in Alabaster's voice. It makes you tense. What have you seen? Everything. Your skin prickles. He takes a deep breath. When he speaks again, it's a monotone. This is a 3-sided war. More sides than that, but only 3 that you need to concern yourself with. All 3 sides want the war to end. It's just a question of how. We're the problem, you see, people. 2 of the sides are trying to decide what should be done with us. That phrasing explains a lot. The Earth and the Stone Eaters? Always lurking, planning, wanting something unknown. No, they're people too, Essun. Haven't you figured that out? They need things, want things, feel things, same way we do. And they've been fighting this war much, much longer than you or I. Some of them from the very beginning. The beginning? What? The shattering? Yes, some of them are that old. Antimony is one. That little one who follows you too, I think. There are others. They can't die, so... yeah, some of them saw it all happen. You're too floored to really react. Hoa? 7-ish years old, going on 30,000? Hoa? One side wants us, people, dead, Alabaster says. That's one way to end things, I suppose. One side wants people neutralized, alive, but rendered harmless, like the Stone Eaters themselves. Earth tried to make them more like itself, dependent on itself, thinking that would make them harmless. He sighs. I guess it's reassuring to know the planet can cock up too. Your flinch is a delayed reaction, because you've still got Hoa in mind. He used to be human, you murmur. Yes. It's just a disguise now, a long-discarded set of clothes donned again for old time's sake. But once upon a time, he was a real flesh-and-blood boy who looked like that. There's nothing Sunset in him, because the Sunset did not exist as a people in his day. They all did. It's what's wrong with them. He's very tired now, which may be why he speaks more softly. I can barely remember things that happened to me 50 years ago. Imagine trying to remember 5,000 years ago, 10,000, 20. Imagine forgetting your own name. That's why they never answer when we ask them who they are. You inhale in realization. I don't think it's what they're made of that makes Stone Eaters so different. I think it's that no one can live that long and not become something entirely alien. He keeps saying, imagine, and you can't. Of course you can't. But you can think of Hoa in that moment, being fascinated by soap curling against you to sleep. His sorrow, when you stopped treating him like a human being. He'd been trying so hard, doing his best, failing in the end.
You said 3 sides, you say. Focusing on what you can, instead of mourning what you can't. Alabaster is beginning to slouch, leaning harder against your hand. He needs to rest. Alabaster is silent for so long that you think he might have fallen asleep. Then he says, I slipped out one night when antimony wasn't there. I'd been there years. Time got loose after a while. No one but them to talk to, and sometimes they forget that people need to talk. Nothing in the earth to listen to except the grumbling of the volcano. The stars are all wrong on that side of the world. He trails off for a moment, loose time catching up with him. I'd been looking at diagrams of the obelisks, trying to understand what their builders intended. My head hurt. I knew you were alive, and I missed you so much. I was sick with it. I had this sudden, wild, half-rusted thought. Maybe through the hole, I could get back to you. If only he had a hand left that you could take. Your fingers twitch against his back instead. It's not the same. So I ran to the hole and jumped in. It's not suicide if you don't mean to die. That's what I told myself. Another felt smile. But it wasn't. The things around the hole are mechanisms, but not just for warning. I must have triggered something, or maybe that was how they were meant to work. I went down, but it wasn't like falling. It was controlled somehow. Fast but steady. I should have died. Air pressure, heat, the same things antimony took me through without the rock involved. But antimony wasn't there, and I should have died. There are lights along the shaft at intervals. Windows, I think. People actually used to live down there. But mostly it's just the dark. Eventually, hours or days later, I slowed down. I had reached. He stops. You feel the prickle of goosebumps rise on his skin. The earth is alive! His voice grows harsh, hoarse, faintly hysterical. Some of the old stories are just stories, you're right, but not that one. I understood then what the Stone Eaters had been trying to tell me. Why I had to use the obelisks to create the rift. We've been at war with the world for so long that we've forgotten Essun, but the world hasn't. And we have to end it soon, or... Alabaster pauses suddenly, for a long and pent moment. You want to ask what will happen if a war so ancient doesn't end soon. You want to ask what happened to him down there at the core of the earth, what he saw or experienced that has so plainly shaken him. You don't ask. You're a brave woman, but you know what you can take and what you can't. He whispers, when I die, don't bury me. What? Give me to antimony. As if she has heard her name, suddenly antimony reappears, standing before you both. You glare at her, realizing that this means Alabaster has reached the end of his strength and that the conversation must end. It makes you resent his weakness and hate that he is dying. It makes you seek a scapegoat for that hatred. No, you say, looking at her. She took you from me. She doesn't get to keep you. He chuckles. It's so weary that your anger breaks. It's either her or the evil earth, Essun. Please. He begins to list to one side. And maybe you're not as much of a monster as you think, because you give up and get up. Antimony blurs in that stone-eaterish way, slow except when they aren't, and then she is crouched beside him, using both hands now to hold and support him as he slips into sleep. You gaze at antimony. You've thought of her as an enemy all this time, but if what Alabaster says is true... No, you snap. You're not really saying it to her, but it works either way. I'm not ready to think of you as an ally yet. Maybe not ever. Even if you were, says the voice from within the Stone Eater's chest, I'm his ally, not yours. People like us with wants and needs. You want to reject this too. But oddly, it comforts you to know that she doesn't like you either. Alabaster said he understood why you did what you did. But I don't understand why he did what he did, or what he wants now. He said this was a three-sided war. What's the third side? Which side is he on? How does the rift help? No matter how you try, you cannot imagine antimony as having once been human. Too many things work against it. The stillness of her face, the dislocation of her voice, the fact that you hate her. The Obelisk Gate amplifies energies both physical and arcane. No single point of surface venting produces these energies in sufficient quantity. The rift is a reliable, high-volume source. Meaning, you tense. You're saying that if I use the rift as my ambient source, channel it through my torus, no, that would simply kill you. Well, thanks for the warn-off. You're beginning to understand, though. It's the same problem you keep having with Alabaster's lessons. Heat and pressure and motion are not the only forces in play here. You're saying the Earth churns out magic too? And if I push that magic into an obelisk... You blink, recalling her words. Obelisk Gate? Antimony's gaze has been focused on Alabaster. Now her flat black eyes slide to finally meet yours. The 216 individual obelisks networked together via the control cabochon. While you stand there wondering what the rust a control cabochon is, and marveling that there are more than 200 of the damn things, she adds, using that to channel the power of the rift should be enough. To do what? For the first time, you hear a note of emotion in her voice. Annoyance. To impose equilibrium on the Earth-Moon system. What? Alabaster said the moon was flung away. Into a degrading long ellipsis orbit. When you stare blankly, she speaks your language again. It's coming back. Oh, Earth. Oh, rust. Oh, no. You want me to catch the fucking moon? She just stares at you, and belatedly you realize you're practically shouting. You throw a guilty look at Alabaster, but he hasn't woken. Neither has the nurse on the far cot. When she sees that you're quiet, Antimony says, "That is an option." Almost as an afterthought, she adds, Alabaster made the first of 2 necessary course corrections to the moon, slowing it and altering the trajectory that would have taken it past the planet again. Someone else must make the second correction, bringing it back into stable orbit and magical alignment. Should equilibrium be re-established, it's likely the seasons will end, or diminish to such infrequency as to mean the same thing to your kind. You inhale. But you get it now. Give Father Earth back his lost child, and perhaps his wrath will be appeased. That's the third faction, then. Those who want a truce. People and Father Earth agreeing to tolerate one another, even if it means creating the rift and killing millions in the process. Peaceful coexistence, by any means necessary. The end of the seasons. It sounds unimaginable. There have always been seasons. Except now you know that isn't true. Then it isn't an option, you say finally. End the seasons, or watch everything die as this season burns on forever? Catch the moon sounds ridiculous. I'll do what you Stone Eaters want, then. There are always options. Her gaze, alien as it is, abruptly shifts in a subtle way. Or maybe you're just reading her better. Suddenly she looks human, and very, very bitter. And not all of my kind want the same thing. You frown at her, but she says nothing more. You want to ask more questions, try harder to understand, but she was right. You weren't ready for this. Your head's spinning, and the words stuffed into it are starting to blur and jumble together. It's too much to deal with. Wants and needs. You swallow. Can I stay here? She does not respond. You suppose it wasn't really necessary to ask. You get up and move to the nearest cot. Its head is against the wall, which would put your head behind alabaster and antimony, and you don't feel like staring at the back of the Stone Eater's head. You grab the pillow and curl up with your head at the foot of the bed instead, so you can see Alabaster's face. Once you slept better when you could see him, across the expanse of Innan's shoulders. This is not the same reassurance. But it's something. After a while, antimony begins to sing again. It's strangely relaxing. You sleep better than you have in months. Seek the retrograde, obscured, in the southern sky. When it grows larger, obscured. Tablet 2, The Incomplete Truth, verse 6. 11. Shafa, lying down. Him again. I wish he hadn't done so much to you. You don't like being him to any degree. You will like less knowing that he is part of Nassun. But don't think about that right now. The man who still carries the name of Shafa, even though he hardly qualifies as the same person, dreams fragments of himself. Guardians don't dream easily. The object embedded deep within the left lobe of Shafa's Sesapine interferes with the sleep-wake cycle. He does not often need sleep, and when he does, his body does not often enter the deeper sleep that enables dreaming. Ordinary people go mad if they are deprived of dreaming sleep. Guardians are immune to that sort of madness. Or perhaps they're just mad all the time. He knows it's a bad sign that he dreams more often these days, but it cannot be helped. He chose to pay the price. So he lies on a bed in a cabin and groans, twitching fitfully, while his mind flails through images. It's poor dreaming because his mind is out of practice and because so little remains of the material that might have been used to construct the dreams. Later he will speak of this aloud to himself, as he clutches his head and tries to pull the scattering bits of his identity closer together. And that's how I'll know what torments him. I will know that he thrashes. He dreams of two people, their features surprisingly sharp in his memory, though all else has been stripped away. Their names, their relationship to him, his reason for remembering them. He can guess, seeing that the woman of the pair has ice-white eyes rimmed with thick black eyelashes, that she is his mother. The man is more ordinary, too ordinary, carefully so, in a way that immediately stirs a suspicion in Shafa's guardian mind. Ferals work hard to seem so ordinary. How they came to produce him, and how he came to leave them, is lost to the earth. But their faces are interesting, at least. Of warrant, and black-walled rooms carved into layered volcanic rock. Gentle hands, pitying voices. Shafa doesn't remember the hands or voices' owners. He is helped into a wire chair. No, the nodes were not the first to use these. This chair is sophisticated, automated, working smoothly even though something about it seems old to Shafa's eye. It whirs, and reconfigures and turns him until he is suspended face down beneath bright artificial lights, with his face trapped between unyielding bars, and the nape of his neck bared to the world. His hair is short. Behind and above him, he hears the descent of ancient mechanisms, things so esoteric and bizarre that their names and original purposes have long been lost. He remembers learning around this time that original purposes can be perverted easily. Around him he can hear the snuffling and pleading of the others brought with him to this place. Children snuffling and pleading. He is a child in this memory, he realizes. Then he hears the other children's screams, followed by and mingling into whirring, cutting sounds. There is also a low, watery hum that he will never hear again, yet it will be very familiar to you and any other origin who has ever been near an obelisk, because from this moment forth his own Cessapine will be repurposed, made sensitive to orogeny and not to the perturbations of the earth. Shafa remembers struggling, and even as a child he's stronger than most. He gets his head and upper body almost free before the machinery reaches him. This is why the first cut goes so wrong, slicing far lower on his neck than it should, and nearly killing him right there. The equipment adjusts, relentless. He feels the cold of it as the sliver of iron is inserted, feels the coldness of the other presence within him at once. Someone stitches him up. The pain is horrific, and it never really ends, though he learns to mitigate it enough to function. All those who survive the implantation do. The smiling, you see. Endorphins ease pain. Of the fulcrum, and a high-ceilinged chamber at the heart of Maine, and familiar artificial lights that march toward and around a yawning pit from whose walls grow endless slivers of iron. He and the other guardians gaze down at a small, shredded body crumpled at the bottom of the pit. Every now and again, the children find the place. Poor foolish creatures. Don't they understand? The earth is indeed evil, and it is cruel, and Shafa would protect them all from it if he could. There is a survivor, one of the children attached to Guardian Lachette. The girl cringes as Lachette approaches, but Shafa knows Lachette will let her live. Lachette has always been softer, kinder than she should be, and her children suffer for it. Of the road, and the endless flinching eyes of strangers who see his ice-white irises and unchanging smiles, and know that they are seeing something wrong, even if they don't know what it is. There is a woman one night at an inn who tries to be intrigued rather than frightened. Shafa warns her, but she's insistent, and he cannot help but think of how the pleasure will keep the pain at bay for hours, perhaps the whole night. It's good to feel human for a while. But as he warned her, he circuits back in a few months. She's got a child in her belly which she says isn't his, but he cannot permit the uncertainty. He uses the black glass poniard, which is a thing made in warrant. She was kind to him, so he targets only the child. Hopefully she'll pass its corpse and live. But she's furious, horrified, and she calls out for help and draws a knife of her own as they struggle. Never again, he resolves as he slaughters all of them. Her whole family, a dozen bystanders, half the town as they attack him en masse. Never again can he forget that he is not and never has been human. Of Lachette again. He can barely recognize her this time. Her hair has gone white and her once smooth face is all over lines and sagging skin. She's smaller, her softening bones compressing her into a hunched posture, which often happens to Arctics when they grow old. But Lachette has seen more centuries even than Shafa. Old is not supposed to mean this for them. Feebleness, senescence, shrinking. Happiness and a smile that means something other than mere mitigation of the pain. They're not supposed to have these either. He stares at her broad, welcoming smile as she hobbles toward him from the cottage to which he has tracked her. He is filled with dim horror and a burgeoning disgust that he's not even aware of until she stops before him and he reaches out to reflexively break her neck. Of the girl. The girl. One of dozens, hundreds. They blurred together over the endless years. But not this one. He finds her in a barn, poor, frightened, sad thing, and she loves him instantly. He loves her too, wishes he could be kinder to her, is as gentle as he can be while he trains her to obedience with broken bones and loving threats, and chances he should not give. Has Lachette infected him with her softness? Maybe. But her face, her eyes, there's something about her. He is not surprised later when he receives word that she is involved in the raising of an obelisk in Alia. His special one. He does not believe she is dead after. Indeed, he is filled with pride as he goes to reclaim her, and as he prays to the voice in his head that she will not force him to kill her. The girl, whose face causes him to wake with a soft cry. The girl. The other two guardians look at him with the Earth's judging eyes. They are as compromised as he. More. All three of them are everything the Guardian Order has warned them against. He remembers his name, but they do not remember theirs. That's the only real difference between him and them, isn't it? Yet they seem so much less than he somehow. Irrelevant. He pushes himself up from the cot, rubs his face, and heads outside. The children's cabin. It's time to check on them, Shafa tells himself, though he makes a beeline to Nassun's cot. She's asleep as he lifts a lantern to examine her face. Yes, it has always been there in her eyes and maybe cheekbones, tickling his mind, the fragments of his memory and the solidity of her features finally coming together. His Demaya, the girl who did not die, reborn. He remembers breaking Demaya's hand and flinches with it. Why would he do such a thing? Why did he do any of the horrible things he did in those days? Lachette's neck, Timé's, Aitz's family, so many others, whole towns of them. Why? Nassun stirs in her sleep, murmuring softly. Automatically, Shafa reaches out to stroke her face, and she quiets at once. There is a dull ache in his chest that perhaps might be love. He remembers loving Lachette and Demaya and others, and yet he did such things to them. Nassun stirs a little and half wakes, blinking in the lantern light. Shafa? It's nothing, little one, he says. I'm sorry. Many degrees of sorry. But the fear is in him, and the dream lingers. He cannot help trying to expunge it. He finally blurts, Nassun, are you afraid of me? She blinks, barely lucid, and then she smiles. It untwists something within him. Never. Never. He swallows, his throat suddenly tight. Good. Go back to sleep. She drifts off at once, and perhaps she was never really awake to begin with. But he lingers near her, keeping watch until her eyelids flicker into dreaming again. Never. Never again, he whispers, and twitches with the memory of that, too. Then the feeling changes, and his resolve refocuses. What happened before does not matter. That was a different Shafa. He has another chance now, and if being less than himself means being less than the monster that he was, he cannot regret it. There is a quick silver lightning strike of pain along his spine, too fast for him to smile it away. Something disagrees with his resolve. Automatically his hand twitches toward the back of Nassun's neck. And then he stops himself. No! She is more to him than just relief from pain. Use her, commands the voice. Break her. So willful, like her mother. Train this one to obey. No, Shafa thinks back and braces himself to bear the lash of retaliation. It is only pain. So Shafa tucks Nassun in and kisses her forehead and puts out the light as he leaves. He heads for the ridge that overlooks the town and stands there for the rest of the night, grinding his teeth and trying to forget the last of who he was and promising himself a better future. Eventually, the other two guardians come out onto the steps of their cabin as well, but he ignores the alien pressure of their gazes against his back. 12. Nassun, falling up. Again, much of this is speculation. You know of Nassun, and she is part of you, but you cannot be Nassun. And I think we have established by now that you do not know her as well as you think. But no parent does with any child. Another has the task of encompassing Nassun's existence. But you love her, and that means some part of me cannot help but do the same. In love, then, we shall seek understanding. With her consciousness anchored deep within the earth, Nassun listens. At first, there is only the usual impingement upon the ambient Sussuna, the minute flex and contract of strata, the relatively placid churn of the old volcano beneath Jeketi, the slow, unending grind of columnar basalt rising and cooling into patterns. She's gotten used to this. She likes that she can listen to this freely now whenever she wants, instead of having to wait until the dark of night, lying awake after her parents have gone to bed. Here in Found Moon, Shafa has given Nassun permission to use the crucible whenever she wants, for as long as she wants. She tries not to monopolize it, because the others need to learn too, but they do not enjoy orogeny as much as she does. Most of them seem indifferent to the power they wield, or the wonders they can explore by mastering it. A few of the others are even afraid of it, which makes no sense to Nassun. But then, it also makes no sense to her now that once she wanted to be a lorist. Now she has the freedom to be fully who and what she is, and she no longer fears that self. Now she has someone who believes in her, trusts her, fights for her, as she is. So she will be what she is. So now Nassun rides an eddy within the Jeketi hotspot, balancing perfectly amid the conflicting pressures, and it does not occur to her to be afraid. She does not realize this is something a fulcrum four-ringer would struggle to do. But then, she doesn't do it the way a four-ringer would, by taking hold of the motion and the heat, and trying to channel both through herself. She reaches, yes, but just with her senses and not with her absorption torus. But where a fulcrum instructor would warn that she can't affect anything like this, she follows the lesson of her own instincts, which say she can. By settling into the eddy, swirling with it, she can relax enough to winnow down through its friction and pressure to what lies beneath. The silver. This is the word she has decided to give it, after questioning Shafa and the others, and realizing they don't know what it is either. The other Orogen kids can't even detect it. Eights thought he sessed something once, when she shyly asked him to concentrate on Shafa instead of the earth, because the silver is easier to see, more concentrated, more potent, more intent within people than it is in the ground. But Shafa stiffened and glared at him in the next instant, and Eights flinched and looked guiltier and more haunted than ever, so Nassun felt bad that she hurt him. She never asked him to do it again. The others, however, can't do even that much. It is the other two guardians, Nida and Umber, who help the most. This is a thing that we called for in the fulcrum when we found it, when they heard the call, when they listened too closely. Nida begins, and Nassun braces herself, because once Nida gets started, there's no telling how long she'll run on. She stops only for the other guardians. The use of subliments in lieu of controlling structures is dangerous, determinate, a warning. Important to cultivate for research purposes, but most such children we steered into node service. Among the others, we cut them, for it was forbidden to reach for the sky. Amazingly, she shuts up after this. Nassun wonders what the sky has to do with anything, but she knows better than to ask, lest Nita get going again. But Umber, who is as slow and quiet as Nita is fast, nods.
We allowed a few to progress,
he translates.
For breeding, for curiosity, for the fulcrum's pride. No more than that.
Which tells Nassun several things, once she sifts sense from the babble. Nita and Umber and Shafa are not proper guardians anymore, though they used to be. They have given up the credo of their order, chosen to betray the old ways. So the use of the silver is clearly an issue of violent concern to ordinary guardians. But why? If only a few of the Fulcrum's origins were allowed to develop the skill to progress, what was the danger if too many did it? And why do these ex-guardians who once called for the skill allow her to do it unfettered now? Shafa is there for this conversation, she notes, but he does not speak. He merely watches her, smiling and twitching now and again as the silver sparks and tugs within him. That's been happening to him a lot lately. Nassun isn't sure why. Nassun goes home in the evenings after her days at Found Moon. Jija has settled into his Jeketi house, and every time she comes back, there are new touches of hominess that she likes. Surprisingly rich blue paint on the old wooden door, cuttings planted in the small house screen, though they grow scraggly as the ash thickens in the sky overhead. A rug he has bartered a glass knife for in the small room that he designates as her own. It's not as big as the room she had back in Torimo, but it has a window that overlooks the forest around Jeketi's plateau. Beyond the forest, if the air is clear enough, she can sometimes see the coast as a distant line of white just beyond the forest's green. Beyond that is a spread of blue that fascinates her, though there's nothing to see but that slice of color from here. She has never seen the sea up close, and Ates tells her wonderful stories of it, that it smells of salt and strange life, that it washes up onto thin stuff called sand, in which little grows because of the salt, that sometimes its creatures wiggle or bubble forth like crabs or squid or sand-teethers, though the lattermost are said to appear only during a season. There is the constant danger of tsunami, which is why no one lives near the sea if they can avoid it. And indeed, a few days later, after Nassun and Jija reached Jeketi, she sensed rather than saw the remnant of a big shake far to the east, well out to sea. She sensed, too, the reverberations this caused when something vast shifted and then pounded at the land along the coast. For once, she was glad to be so far away. Still, it is nice having a home again. Life begins to feel normal for the first time in a very long while. One evening during dinner, Nassun tells her father what Ates has said about the sea. He looks skeptical, then asks where she heard these things. She tells him about Ates, and he grows very quiet. "This is a Raga boy," he says after a moment. Nassun, whose instincts have finally pinged a warning, she has gotten out of the habit of keeping vigilant for Jija's mood shifts, falls silent. But because he will get angrier if she doesn't speak, she finally nods. "Which one?" Nassun bites her lip. Ates is Shafa's, though, and she knows that Shafa will allow none of his origins to come to harm. So she says, "The oldest. He's tall and very black and has a long face." Jija keeps eating, but Nassun watches the flecks of muscles in his jaw that have nothing to do with chewing. "That coaster boy. I've seen him. I don't want you talking to him anymore." Nassun swallows and risks. "I have to talk with all of the others, Daddy. It's how we learn." "Learn?" Jija looks up. It's banked, contained, but he's furious. That boy is what, 20? 25? And he's still a raga? Still? He should have been able to cure himself by now. For a moment, Nassun is confused, because curing herself of orogeny is the last thing she thinks of at the end of her lessons. Well, Shafa did say that it was possible. And Eitz, who's only 18, but obviously aged up in Jija's head, is too old to have not utilized this cure if he's going to. With a chill, Nassun realizes Jija has begun to doubt Shafa's claims that the erasure of orogeny is possible. What will he do if he realizes Nassun no longer wants to be cured? Nothing good. "Yes, Daddy," she says. This mollifies him, as it usually does. "If you have to talk to him during your lessons, fine. I don't want you making the guardians angry. But don't talk to him outside of that." He sighs. "I don't like that you spend so much time up there." He grumbles on about it for the rest of the meal, but says nothing worse, so eventually Nassun relaxes. The next morning at Found Moon, she says to Shafa, "I need to learn how to hide what I am better." Shafa is carrying 2 satchels uphill to the Found Moon compound as she says this. They're heavy, and he's freakishly strong, but even he has to breathe hard to do this, so she does not pester him for a response while he walks. When he has reached one of the compound's tiny store shacks, he sets the satchels down and catches his breath. It's easier to keep goods up here for things like the children's meals than to go back and forth to the Jeckety store caches or communal meal house. "Are you safe?" he asks then, quietly. This is why she loves him. She nods, biting her bottom lip, because it is wrong that she must wonder this about her own father. He looks at her for a long, hard moment, and there is a cold consideration to this look that warns her he's begun to think of a simple solution to her problem. "Don't," she blurts. He lifts an eyebrow. "Don't?" he challenges. Nassun has lived a year of ugliness. Shafa is at least clean and uncomplicated in his brutality. This makes it easy for her to set her jaw and lift her chin. "Don't kill my father." He smiles, but his eyes are still cold. "Something causes a fear like that, Nassun. Something that has nothing to do with you, or your brother, or your mother's lies. Whatever it is has left its wound in your father. A wound that obviously has festered. He will lash out at anything that touches upon, or even near that reeking old sore, as you have seen." She thinks of Uche and nods. "That cannot be reasoned with." "I can," she blurts. "I've done it before. I know how to—" manipulate him. Those are the words for it, but she's barely 10 years old, so she actually says, "I can stop him from doing anything bad. I always have before." "Mostly." "Until you fail to stop him once. That would be enough." He eyes her. "I will kill him if he ever hurts you, Nassun. Keep that in mind, if you value your father's life more than your own. I do not." Then he turns back to the shed to arrange the satchels, and that's the end of the conversation. Some while later, Nassun tells the others of this exchange. Little Pido suggests, "Maybe you should move into Found Moon with the rest of us." Yenigan, Shirk, and Lasher are sitting nearby, relaxing and recovering after an afternoon spent finding and pushing around the marked rocks buried beneath the crucible floor. They nod and murmur agreement with this. "It's only right," says Lasher in her haughty way. "You'll never be truly one of us if you continue living down there among them." Nassun has thought of this herself often, but He's my father, she says, spreading her hands. This elicits no understanding from the others, and a few looks of pity. Many of them still bear the marks of violence inflicted by the trusted adults in their lives. He's a still, Shirk snaps back, and that is the end of the matter as far as most of them are concerned. Eventually, Nassun gives up on trying to convince them otherwise. These thoughts invariably begin to affect her orogeny. How can they not, when an unspoken part of her wants to please her father? It takes all of herself, and the confidence that comes of delight, to engage with the earth to her fullest. And that afternoon when she tries to touch the spinning silver threads of the hot spot, and it goes so horribly wrong that she gasps and claws her way back to awareness, only to find that she has iced all 10 rings of the crucible. Shafa puts his foot down. "You will sleep here tonight," he says, after walking across the crusted earth to carry her back to a bench. She's too exhausted to walk. It took everything she had not to die. "Tomorrow, when you wake, I'm going with you to your house, and we'll bring back your belongings." "Don't want to," she pants, even though she knows Shafa doesn't like it when the children say no to him. "I don't care what you want, little one. This is interfering with your training. It is why the Fulcrum took children from their families. What you do is too dangerous to allow any distractions, however beloved." "But—" She does not have the strength to object more strongly. He holds her in his lap, trying to warm her up because the edge of her own torus was barely an inch from her skin. Shafa sighs. For a while he says nothing except to shout for someone to bring a blanket. Eights is the one who delivers it, having already gone to fetch it once he saw what happened. Everyone saw what happened. It is embarrassing. As you realized back during Nassun's dangerous early childhood, she is a very, very proud girl. As Nassun finally stops shivering and feeling as though her Sesapine have been methodically beaten, Shafa finally says, "You serve a higher purpose, little one. Not any single man's desire, not even mine. You are not made for such petty things." She frowns. What was I made for, then?" He shakes his head. The silver flashes through him, the webwork of it alive and shifting as the thing lodged in his Sesapine weaves its will again, or tries to. "To remedy a great mistake, one to which I once contributed." This is too interesting to fall asleep to, though Nassun's whole body craves it. What was the mistake? "To enslave your kind." When Nassun sits back to frown at him, he smiles again, but this time it is sad. "Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that we perpetrated their enslavement of themselves, under old Sans. The Fulcrum was nominally run by orogens, you see. Orogens whom we had culled and cultivated, shaped and chosen carefully, so that they would obey, so that they knew their place. Given a choice between death and the barest possibility of acceptance, they were desperate, and we used that. We made them desperate." For some reason he pauses here, sighs, takes a deep breath, lets it out, smiles. This is how Nassun knows without cessing that the pain which lives always in Shafa's head has begun to flare hotter again. "And my kind, guardians such as I once was, were complicit in this atrocity. You've seen how your father naps a stone, hammering at it, flaking away its weaker bits, breaking it, if it cannot bear the pressure, and starting over with another. That is what I did back then, but with children." Nassun finds this hard to believe. Of course, Shafa is ruthless and violent, but that is to his enemies. A year calmness has taught Nassun the necessity of cruelty, but with the children of Found Moon he is so very gentle and kind. "Even me?" she blurts. It is not the clearest of questions, but he understands what she means. If you had found me back then. He touches her head, smooths a hand over it, rests his fingertips against the nape of her neck. He takes nothing from her this time, but perhaps the gesture comforts him, for he looks so sad. "Even you, Nassun. I hurt many children back then." So sad. Nassun decides he would not have meant it back then, even if he'd done something bad. "It was wrong to treat your kind so, your people. What we did, making tools of you, was wrong. It is allies that we need, more than ever now, in these darkening days." Nassun will do anything that Shafa asks. But allies are needed for specific tasks, and they are not the same thing as friends. The ability to distinguish this is also something the road has taught her. "What do you need us as allies for?" His gaze grows distant and troubled. "To repair something long broken, little one, and settle a feud whose origins lie so far in our past that most of us have forgotten how it began, or that the feud continues." He lifts a hand and touches the back of his head. "When I gave up my old ways, I pledged myself to the cause of helping to end it." So that's it. "I don't like that it hurts you," Nassun says, staring at that blot on the silver map of him. It's so tiny, smaller than one of the needles her father sometimes uses to stitch up holes in clothing. Yet it is a negative space against the glimmer, perceptible in silhouette only, or by its effects rather than in itself. Like the motionless spider at a quivering dew-laden web's heart. Spiders hibernate, though, during a season, and the thing within Shafa never stops tormenting him. "Why does it hurt you if you're doing what it wants?" Shafa blinks, squeezes her gently, and smiles. "Because I will not force you to do what it wants. I present its wishes to you as a choice, and I will abide if you say no. It is less trusting of your kind, admittedly, for good reason." He shakes his head. "We can speak of this later. Now let your Cessapine rest." She subsides at once, though she had not really meant to cess him, and hadn't been really aware of doing so. Constant cessing is becoming second nature to her. "A nap will help you, I think." So he carries her into one of the dormitory buildings and lays her down on an unclaimed cot. She curls up within the cocooning blanket and drifts off to the sound of his voice instructing the other children not to trouble her. And she wakes the next morning to the echo of her own screams and strangled gasps as she fights her way out of the blanket. Someone grabs her arm, and it is everything it should not be. Not now, not on her, not who she wants, not tolerable. She flails toward the earth, and it is not heat or pressure that answer her call, but silver-lacing light that screams in echo and reverberates with her unspoken need for force. That scream echoes across the land, not just in threads, but in waves, not just through the land, but through water and air, and then something answers her. Something in the sky. She does not mean what she does. Eights certainly does not intend what happens as a result of his attempt to wake her from the nightmare. He likes Nassun. She's a sweet kid. And even though Eights is no longer a trusting child, and it has occurred to him in the years since he left his coastal home that Shafa smiled too much that day and smelled faintly of blood, he understands what it means that Shafa is so taken with Nassun. The Guardian has been looking for something all this time, and in spite of everything, Eights loves him enough to hope that he finds it. Perhaps that will comfort you, as it will not Nassun, when in her frightened, disoriented flailing, she turns Eights to stone. This is not like the thing happening far away and underground to Alabaster. That is slower, crueler, yet much more refined, artful. What hits Eights is a catastrophe, a hammer blow of disordered atoms, reordered at not quite random. The lattice that should naturally form dissolves into chaos. It starts on his chest when Nassun's hand tries to slap him away, and spreads in less time than it takes for the other children present to draw breath in gasps. It spreads over his skin, the brown hardening and developing an undersheen like tiger eye, then into his flesh, though no one will see the ruby inside unless they break him. Eights dies almost instantly, his heart solidifying first into a striated jewel of yellow quartz and deep garnet and white agate, with faint lacing veins of sapphire. He is a beautiful failure. It happens so fast that he has no time for fear. That may comfort Nassun later, if nothing else. But in the moment, in the pent seconds after this happens, as Nassun writhes and tries to drag her mind back from falling upward through watery blue light, and as Deshati's gasp turns into a scream which sets off others, and Peak comes forward to stare open-mouthed at the glossy, brightly colored facsimile of himself that Eights has become. A number of things happen simultaneously, elsewhere. Some of these things you will have guessed. Perhaps 100 miles away, a sapphire obelisk shimmers into solid reality for an instant, then flickers back to translucence, before ponderously beginning to drift toward Jeketi. Many more miles in a different direction, somewhere deep within a magnetic vein of porphyry, a shape that is suggestive of the human form turns, alert with new interest. Another thing happens that you may not have guessed, or perhaps you will have, because you know Jija as I do not. But in the precise moment that his daughter rips a boy's protons loose, Jija finishes his laborious climb to the plateau that houses the Found Moon compound. Too angry for courtesy after a night of seething, he shouts for his daughter. Nassun does not hear him. She is convulsing in the dormitory. Hearing the other children's screams, Jija turns toward the building. But before he can start in that direction, 2 of the guardians emerge from their building and move across the compound. Umber heads toward the dormitory at a brisk pace. Shafa veers off to intercept Jija. Nassun will hear of this later from the children who witness it. So will I. "My daughter didn't come home last night," Jija says, as Shafa stops him in his tracks. Jija is alarmed by the children's screams, but not by much. Whatever madness is happening within the dorm, he expects nothing better of the den of iniquity that Found Moon surely must be. As he confronts Shafa, he has a set to his jaw that you will recognize from other occasions on which he has felt himself righteous. He will therefore be unwilling to back down. "She will be remaining here," Shafa says, smiling politely. "We've found that returning to your home in the evenings is interfering with her training. Since your leg has clearly healed enough to allow you to make the climb, could you be so kind as to bring her things later today?" "She..." The screams get louder for a moment as Umber opens the door to go inside, but he closes it behind him and they stop. Jija frowns at this, but shakes his head in order to focus on what is important. "She will not be rusting staying here. I don't want her spending any more time than she has to with these..." He stops short of vulgarity. "She isn't one of them." Shafa tilts his head for an instant, as if he is listening to something only he can hear. "Isn't she?" His tone is contemplative. Jija stares at him, momentarily confused into silence. Then he curses and tries to move past Shafa. His leg has indeed mostly healed since his arrival at Jeketi, but he still limps heavily, the harpoon having torn nerves and tendons that will be slow to heal, if they ever fully do. Even had Jija been able to move easily, however, he could not have evaded the hand that comes out of nowhere to cover his face. It is Shafa's big hand that splays over his face, moving so fast that it blurs before it seats itself. Jija doesn't see it till it's over his eyes and nose and mouth, picking him up bodily and slamming him to the ground on his back. As Jija lies there, blinking, he is too dazed to wonder what just happened, too stunned for pain. Then the hand pulls away, and from Jija's perspective, the Guardian's face is just there, nose nearly touching Jija's own.
Nassun does not have a father,
Shafa says softly. Jija will remember later that Shafa smiles the whole time that he says this.
She needs no father nor mother. She does not know this yet, though some day she will learn. Shall I teach her early how to do without you?
And he positions 2 fingertips just under Jija's jaw, pressing the tender skin there with enough force that Jija instantly understands his life depends on his answer. Jija goes still, for a long, pent breath. There's nothing in his head worth relating, even speculatively. He says nothing, though he makes a sound. When the children speak later of this tableau, they leave out this detail. The small, strangled whine uttered by a man who is trying not to loose his bladder and bowels, and who can think of nothing beyond imminent death. It is a mostly nasal, back-of-the-throat sound. It makes him want to cough. Shafa seems to take Jija's whine for an answer in itself. His smile widens for a moment, a real heartening smile, the kind that crinkles the corners of his eyes and makes his gums show. He is delighted that he does not have to kill Nassun's father with his bare hands. And then he very deliberately lifts the hand that had been positioned under Jija's jaw, waggling the fingers before Jija's eyes, until Jija blinks.
There, Shafa says. Now we may behave again like civilized people.
He straightens, head turning toward the dormitory. It is clear he has forgotten Jija already, but for an afterthought.
Don't forget to bring her things, please.
Then he rises, steps over Jija, and heads into the dormitory. No one really cares what Jija does after that. A boy has been turned to stone, and a girl has manifested power that is strange and horrifying even for a Raga. These are the things everyone will remember about this day. Everyone, I suspect, except Jija, who quietly limps home in the aftermath. In the dormitory, Nassun has finally managed to withdraw her awareness from the watery column of blue light that nearly consumed it. This is an amazing feat, though she does not realize it. All she knows, as she finally comes out of the fit and finds Shafa leaning over her, is that a scary thing happened, and Shafa is there to take care of her in the aftermath. She is your daughter at her core. It is not for me to judge her, but, she is so very much yours.
Tell me,
Shafa says. He has sat her on the edge of her cot very close, deliberately blocking her view of Aids. Umber is ushering the other children out. Peak is weeping and hysterical. The others are silent in shock. Nassun does not notice, having her own trauma to deal with in the moment.
There was...
she begins. She's hyperventilating. Shafa cups a big hand over her nose and mouth, and after a few moments her breathing slows. Once she is closer to normal, he removes his hand and nods for her to continue.
There was a blue thing, light, and I fell up. Shafa, I fell up.
She frowns, confused by her own panic.
I had to get out of it. It hurt. It was too fast. It burned. I was so scared.
He nods as if this makes sense. You survived, though. That's very good. She glows with this praise, even though she has no idea what he means. He considers for a moment. Did you sense anything else while you were connected? She will not wonder at this word connected until much later. There was a place, up north. Lines in the ground. All over. She means all over the stillness. Shafa cocks his head with interest, which encourages her to keep babbling. I could hear people talking. Where they touched the lines. There were people in the knots, where the lines crossed. I couldn't figure out what anybody was saying, though. Shafa goes very still. People in the knots. Origins? Yes. It's actually hard to answer that question. The grip of those distant strangers' orogeny was strong, some stronger than Nassun herself. Yet there was a strange, almost uniform smoothness to each of these strongest ones, like running fingers over polished stone. There's no texture to catch on. Those were also the ones spread across the greatest distance, some of them even farther to the north than Terimo, all the way up near where the world has gone red and hot. The node network, Shafa says thoughtfully. Someone is keeping some of the node maintainers alive up north. How interesting. There's more, so Nassun has to keep babbling it out. Closer by. There were a lot of them. Us. These felt like her fellows of Found Moon, their orogeny bright and darting like fish, many words schooling and reverberating along the silver lines connecting them. Conversations, whispers, laughter. A calm, her mind suggests. A community of some sort. A community of origins. She does not cess, Castrima. I know you are wondering. How many? Shafa's voice is very quiet. She cannot gauge such things. I just hear a lot of people talking. Like houses full. Shafa turns away. In profile, she sees that his lips have drawn back from his teeth. It isn't a smile, for once. The Antarctic fulcrum. Nida, who has quietly come into the room in the meantime, says from over near the door. They weren't purged? Apparently not. There is no inflection to Shafa's voice. Only a matter of time until they discover us. Yes. Then Nida laughs softly. Nassun cesses the flecks of silver threads within Shafa. Smiling eases the pain, he has said. The more a guardian is smiling, laughing, the more something is hurting them. Unless... Nida laughs again. This time, Shafa smiles too. But he turns again to Nassun and strokes her hair back from her face. I need you to be calm, he says. Then he stands and moves aside so that she can see Eitz's corpse. And after she has finished screaming and weeping and shaking in Shafa's arms, Nida and Umber come over and lift Eitz's statue, carrying it away. It is obviously much heavier than Eitz ever was, but guardians are very strong. Nassun doesn't know where they take him, the beautiful sea-born boy with the sad smile and the kind eyes, and she never knows anything of his ultimate fate other than that she has killed him, which makes her a monster. Perhaps, Shafa tells her as she sobs these words. He holds her in his lap again, stroking her thick curls. But you are my monster. She is so low and horrified that this actually makes her feel better. Stone lasts unchanging. Never alter what is written in stone. Tablet 3, Structures, verse 1. 13. You amid relics. It begins to feel as though you've lived in Castrima all your life. It shouldn't, Just another calm, just another name, just another new start, or at least a partial one. It will probably end the way all the others have, but it makes a difference that here everyone knows what you are. That is the one good thing about the fulcrum, about Mayov, about being cyanide. You could be who you were. That's a luxury you're learning to savor anew. You're topside again in Castrema over, as they've been calling it, standing on what used to be the town's token Greenland. The ground around Castrema is alkaline and sandy. You heard Yika actually hoping for a little acid rain to make the soil better. You think the ground probably needs more organic matter for that to work. And there isn't likely to be much of that, since you saw 3 boilbug mounds on the way here. The good news is that the mounds are easy to detect, even when they're only a little higher than the ash layer that covers the ground. The insects within them tickle your awareness as a ready source of heat and pressure for your orogeny. On the walk here, you showed the children how to cess for that pent difference from the cooler, more relaxed ambient around it. The younger ones made a game of it, gasping and pointing whenever they sensed a mound, and trying to outdo one another in the count. The bad news is that there are more of the boilbug mounds this week than there were last week. That's probably not a good thing, but you don't let the children see your worry. There are 17 children altogether, the bulk of Castrema's complement of origins. A couple are in the teen range, but most are younger, one only 5. Most are orphans, or might as well be, and that does not surprise you at all. What does surprise you is that all of them must have relatively good self-control and quick wits, because otherwise they wouldn't have survived the rifting. They would have had to cess it coming in time enough to get to someplace isolated, let their instincts save them, recover, and then go someplace else before anybody started trying to figure out who was at the center of the circle of non-destruction. Most are mid-ladder mongrels like you. Lots of not quite sunzed bronze skin, not quite ash-blow hair, eyes and bodies on a continuum from the Arctic to the coaster. Not much different from the kids you used to teach in Turimo's creche. Only the subject matter, and by necessity your teaching methods must be different. Cess what I do. Just cess. Don't imitate yet, you say. And then you construct a torus around yourself. You do it several times, each time a different way, sometimes spinning it high and tight, sometimes holding it steady, but wide enough that its edge rolls close to them. Half the children gasp and scramble away. That's exactly what they should do. Good. Not good that the rest just stood there stupidly. You'll have to work on that. Now, spread out. You there, you there. All of you, stay about that far apart. Once you're in place, spin a torus that looks exactly like the one I'm making now. It isn't how the fulcrum would have taught them. There, with years of time and safe walls and comforting blue skies overhead, the teaching could be done gently, gradually, giving the children time to get over their fears or outgrow their immaturities. There's no time for gentleness in a season, though, and no room for failure within Castrema's jagged walls. You've heard the grumbling, seen the resentful looks when you join use-cast crews or head down to the communal bath. Yika thinks Castrema is something special, a calm where Raga and Still can live in harmony, working together to survive. You think she's naive. These children need to be prepared for the inevitable day that Castrema turns on them. So you demonstrate, and correct their imitations with words when you can, and once with a torus inversion slap when one of the older children spins his too wide and threatens to ice one of his comrades. You cannot be careless. The boy sits on the icy ground, staring at you wide-eyed. You also made the ground heave under his feet to throw him down, and you're standing over him now, shouting, deliberately intimidating. He almost killed another child. He should be afraid. People die when you make mistakes. Is that what you want? A frantic headshake. Then get up and do it again. You flog them through the exercise until every one of them has demonstrated at least a basic ability to control the size of their torus. It feels wrong to teach them only this without any of the theory that will help them understand why and how their power works, or any of the stabilizing exercises designed to perfect the detachment of instinct from power. You must teach them in days what you mastered over years. Where you are an artist, they will be only crude imitators at best. They are subdued when you walk them back to Castrima, and you suspect some of them hate you. Actually, you're pretty sure they hate you. But they will be more useful to Castrima like this, and on the inevitable day that Castrima turns on them, they'll be ready. This is a familiar series of thoughts. Once, as you trained Nassun, you told yourself that it did not matter if she hated you by the end of it. She would know your love by her own survival. That never felt right, though, did it? You were gentler with Uche for that reason, and you always meant to apologize to Nassun later when she was old enough to understand. Ah, there are so many regrets in you that they spin, heavy as compressed iron at your core. You're right, Alabaster says as you sit on an infirmary cot and tell him about the lesson later. But you're also wrong. It's later than usual for you to be visiting Alabaster, and as a result, he is restless and in visible pain amid his nest. The medications that Lerna usually gives him are wearing off. Being with him is always a competition of desires for you. You know there's not much time for him to teach you this stuff, but you also want to prolong his life, and every day that you wear him down grates on you like a glacier. Urgency and despair don't get along well. You've resolved to keep it brief this time, but he seems inclined to talk a lot today as he leans against Antimony's hand and keeps his eyes closed. You can't help thinking of this as some kind of strength-saving gesture, as if just the sight of you is a drain. Wrong, you prompt. Maybe there's a warning note in your voice. You've always been protective of your students, whoever they are. For wasting your time, for one thing. They'll never have the precision to be more than rock pushers. Alabaster's voice is thick with contempt. Innan was a rock pusher, you snap. A muscle flexes in his jaw, and he pauses for a moment. So maybe it's a good thing that you're teaching them how to push rocks safely, even if you aren't doing it kindly. Now the contempt is gone from his words. It's as close to an apology as you're probably going to get from him. But I stand by the rest. You're wrong to teach them at all, because their lessons are getting in the way of your lessons. What? He makes you cess one of his stumps again, and oh. Suddenly, it's harder to grasp the stuff between his cells. It takes longer for your perception to adjust, and when it does, you keep having to reflexively jerk yourself out of a tendency to notice only the heat and jittering movement of the small particles. One afternoon of teaching has set your learning back by a week or more. There's a reason the fulcrum taught you the way it did, he explains finally, when you sit back and rub your eyes and fight down frustration. He's opened his eyes now. They are hooded as they watch you. The fulcrum's methods are a kind of conditioning meant to steer you toward energy redistribution and away from magic. The torus isn't even necessary. You can gather ambient energy in any number of ways. But that's how they teach you to direct your awareness down to perform orogeny, never up. Nothing above you matters, only your immediate surroundings, never farther. He shakes his head to the degree that he can. It's amazing when you think about it. Everyone in the stillness is like this. Never mind what's in the oceans. Never mind what's in the sky. Never look at your horizon and wonder what's beyond it.
We've spent centuries making fun of the astronomists for their crackpot theories. But what we really found incredible was that they ever bothered to look up to formulate them. You'd almost have forgotten this part of him. The dreamer, the rebel, always reconsidering the way things have always been, because maybe they should never have been that way in the first place. He's right, too. Life in the stillness discourages reconsideration, reorientation. Wisdom is set in stone, after all. That's why no one trusts the mutability of metal. There's a reason alabaster was the magnetic core of your little family, back when you were together. Damn, you're nostalgic today. It prompts you to say, I think you're not just a 10-ringer. He blinks in surprise. You're always thinking. You're a genius, too. It's just that your genius is in a subject area that no one respects. Alabaster stares at you for a moment, his eyes narrow. Are you drunk? No, I'm not. Evil earth, so much for your fond memories. Go on with the rusting lesson. He seems more relieved by the change of subject than you. So that's what fulcrum training does to you. You learn to think of orogeny as a matter of effort, when it's really perspective and perception. An alia-shaped trauma tells you why the fulcrum wouldn't have wanted every two-shard feral reaching for any obelisks nearby. But you spend a moment trying to understand the distinction he's explaining. It's true that using energy is something entirely different from using magic. The fulcrum's method makes orogeny feel like what it is, straining to shove around heavy objects, just with will instead of hands or levers. Magic, though, feels effortless, at least while one is using it. The exhaustion comes later. In the moment, though, it is simply about knowing it's there, training yourself to see it. I don't understand why they did this, you say, tapping your fingers on the mattress in thought. The fulcrum was built by orogens. At least some of them, at some point in the past, must have sessed magic. But you shiver as you understand. Ah, yes. The most powerful orogens, the ones who detect magic most easily and perhaps have trouble mastering energy redistribution as a result, are the ones who end up in the nodes. Alabaster thinks in bigger pictures than just the fulcrum. I think, he says, they understood the danger. Not just that ragas who lacked the necessary fine control would connect to the obelisks and die, but that some might do it successfully for the wrong reasons. You try to think of a right reason to activate a network of ancient death machines. Alabaster reads your face. I doubt I'm the first raga who's wanted to tip the fulcrum into a lava pit. Good point. And the war. Don't ever forget that. The Guardians who work with the fulcrum are one of the factions I told you about, so to speak. They're the ones who want the status quo. Ragas made safe and useful, stills doing all the work, and thinking they run the place. Guardians actually in charge of everything. Controlling the people who can control natural disasters. You're surprised by this. No, you're surprised you didn't think of it yourself. But then you haven't spent much time thinking about Guardians when you weren't in the immediate vicinity of one. Maybe this is another kind of thought aversion you've been conditioned to. Don't look up, and don't think about those damned smiles. You decide to make yourself think about them now. But Guardians die during a season. Shit. They say they die. Shit. Of course they don't. Alabaster lets out a rusty sound that might be a laugh. I'm a bad influence. He always has been. You can't help smiling, though the feeling doesn't last because of the conversation. They don't join comms, though. They must go somewhere else to ride it out. Maybe.
Maybe this warrant place. No one seems to know where it is. He pauses, grows thoughtful. I suppose I should have asked mine about that before I left her. No one just leaves their guardian. You said you didn't kill her. He blinks out of memory. No, I cured her. Sort of. You know about the thing in their heads? Yes. Blood and the sting of your palm. Shafa handing something tiny and bloody to another guardian with great care. You nod. It gives them their abilities, but it also taints them, twists them. The seniors at the fulcrum used to speak of it in whispers. There are degrees of contamination. He sets his jaw, visibly steering himself away from that topic. You can guess why. Somewhere along the way, it lands on the shirtless guardians who kill with a touch. Anyway, I took that thing out of mine. You swallow. I saw a guardian kill another once, taking it out. Yes, when the contamination becomes too great. Then they're dangerous even to other guardians and must be purged. I'd heard they weren't gentle about it, brutes even to their own. It's angry, Guardian Time had said right before Shafa killed her. Readying for the time of return. You inhale. The memory is vivid in your mind because that was the day that you and Tonki, Beanoff, found the socket. The day of your first ring test, early, and with your life in the balance. You'll never forget anything of that day. And now, it's the Earth. What? The thing that's in Guardians. The contaminant. It changed those who would control it. Chained them fate to fate. She started speaking for the Earth. You can tell you've actually surprised him, for once. Then, he considers for a moment. I see. That's when they switch teams. Stop working for the status quo and Guardian interests, and start working for the Earth's interests instead. No wonder the others kill them. This is what you need to understand. What does the Earth want? Alabaster's gaze is heavy, heavy. What does any living thing want, facing an enemy so cruel that it stole away a child? Your jaw tightens. Vengeance. You shift down from the cot to the floor, leaning against the cot's frame. Tell me about the Obelisk Gate. Yes, I thought that would get you interested. Alabaster's voice has gone soft again, but there is a look on his face that makes you think this is what he looked like on the day he made the rift. You remember the basic principle, parallel scaling. Yoking 2 oxen together instead of 1. 2 ragas together can do more than each individually. It works for obelisks too, just exponential. A matrix, not a yoke. Dynamic. Okay, you're following so far. So, I need to figure out how to chain all of them together. He nods back minutely. And you'll need a buffer, at least initially. When I opened the gate at Humanus, I used several dozen node maintainers. Several dozen stunted, twisted ragas turned into mindless weapons, and Alabaster somehow turned them against their owners. How like him, and how perfect. Buffer? To cushion the impact, to smooth out the connection flow. He falters, sighs. I don't know how to explain it. You'll know when you try it. When? He assumes so much. What you did, killed the node maintainers? Not precisely. I used them to open the gate and create the rift. And then they tried to do what they were made to do. Stop the shake. Stabilize the land. You grimace, understanding. Even you in your extremity weren't foolish enough to try to stop the shockwave when it reached Terimo. The only safe thing to do was divert its force elsewhere. But node maintainers lack the mind or control to do the safe thing. I didn't use all of them, Alabaster says thoughtfully. The ones far to the west and in the Arctics and Antarctics were out of my reach. Most have died since. No one to keep them alive. But I can still cess active nodes in a few places. Remnants of the network, south, near the Antarctic fulcrum, and north, near Renonis. Of course he can cess active nodes all the way in the Antarctics. You can barely cess 100 miles from Castrema, and you have to work to stretch that far. And maybe the Ragas of the Antarctic fulcrum have survived somehow, and chosen to care for their less fortunate brethren in the nodes, but Renonis? That can't be. It's an equatorial city. More southerly and westerly than most. People in Humanus thought it was only a step above any other Somidlat's backwater. But Renonis was equatorial enough that it should be gone. The rift wends northwesterly, along an ancient fault line that I found. It swung a few 100 miles wide of Renonis. I suppose that was enough to let the node maintainers actually do something. Should have killed most of them, and the rest should have died of neglect when their staffs abandoned them, but I don't know. He falls silent, perhaps weary. His voice is hoarse today, and his eyes are bloodshot. Another infection. He keeps getting them because some of the burned patches on his body aren't healing, Lerna says. The lack of pain meds isn't helping. You try to digest what he's told you, what antimony has told you, what you've learned through trial and suffering. Maybe the numbers matter. 216 obelisks, some incalculable number of other origins as a buffer, and you. Magic to tie the three together, somehow. All of it together forging a net to catch the Earth Fire's damned moon. Alabaster says nothing while you ponder, and eventually you glance at him to see if he's fallen asleep. But he's awake, his eyes slits, watching you. What? You frown, defensive as always. He quarter-smiles with the half of his mouth that hasn't been burned. You never change. If I ask you for help, you tell me to flake off and die. If I don't say a rusting word, you work miracles for me. He sighs. Evil Earth, how I've missed you. This hurts unexpectedly. You realize why at once, because it's been so long since anyone said anything like this to you. Jija could be affectionate, but he wasn't much given to sentimentality. Innan used sex and jokes to show his tenderness. But Alabaster, this has always been his way. The surprise gesture, the backhanded compliment that you could choose to take for teasing or an insult. You've hardened so much without this, without him. You seem strong, healthy, but inside you feel like he looks. Nothing but brittle stone and scars, prone to cracking if you bend too much. You try to smile and fail. He doesn't try. You just look at each other. It's nothing and everything at once. Of course it doesn't last. Someone walks into the infirmary and comes over and surprises you by being Yika. Yarka's behind her, slouching along and looking very sansidly bored. Picking her sharp-filed teeth with a bit of polished wood, one hand on her well-curved hip, her ash-blow hair a worse mess than usual, and noticeably flatter on one side where she's just woken up. Sorry to interrupt, Yika says, not sounding especially sorry, but we've got a problem. You're beginning to hate those words. Still, it's time to end the lesson, so you nod to Alabaster and get up. What now? Your friend, this slacker. Tonki, who hasn't joined the Innovator's work crews, doesn't bother to pick up your household share when it's her turn, and who conveniently disappears whenever it's time for a cast meeting. In another comm, they'd have already kicked her out for that kind of thing. But she gets extra leeway for being one of the companions of the second most powerful orogeny in Castrima. It only goes so far, though, and Yika looks especially pissed off. "She's found the control room," Yika says, "locked herself inside." What? The control room for what? Castrima! Yika looks annoyed to have to explain. "I told you when you got here. There are mechanisms that make this place function. The light and the air and so on. We keep the room secret because if somebody loses it and wants to smash things, they could kill us all. But your mest is in there doing evil earth knows what, and I'm basically asking you if it's okay to kill her, because that's about where I am right now." "She won't be able to affect anything important," Alabaster says. It startles you both. You because you aren't used to seeing him interact with anyone else, and Yika because she probably thinks of him as a waste of medicines and not a person. He doesn't think much of her either. His eyes are closed again. "More likely to hurt herself than anything else." "Good to know," Yika says, though she looks at him skeptically. "I'd be reassured if you weren't talking out of your ass, seeing as you couldn't possibly know what's happening beyond this infirmary, but it's a nice thought anyway." He lets out a soft snort of amusement. "I knew everything I needed to know about this relic the instant I came here. And if any of you other than Essun had a chance of making it do what it's really capable of, I wouldn't stay here a moment longer." As you and Yika stare, he lets out a heavy sigh. There's a little bit of a rattle in it which troubles you, and you make a note to ask Lerna about it. But he says nothing more, and finally Yika glances at you with a palpable "I am really sick of your friends" look, and beckons for you to follow her out. It's a long way up to wherever this control room is. Hjarka's breathing hard after the first ladder, but she acclimates after that and settles into a rhythm. Yika does better, though she's still sweating in 10 minutes. You've still got your road conditioning, so you handle the climb well enough. But after the first 3 flights of stairs, a ladder, and a spiraling balcony built round one of the fatter crystals of the calm, you're even willing to start small talk to take your mind off the ground falling farther and farther below. "What's your usual disciplinary process for people who shirk their cast duties?" "The boot. What else?" Yika shrugs. "We can't just ash them out, though. Have to kill them to maintain secrecy. But there's a process. 1 warning, then a hearing. Morat, that's the innovator cast spokeswoman, hasn't made a formal complaint. I asked her to, but she waffled. Said your friend gave her a portable water testing device that may save some of our hunters' lives out in the field." Hjarka utters a rusty laugh. You shake your head, amused. "That's a nice bribe." She is a survivor, if nothing else. Yika rolls her eyes. "Maybe, but it sends a bad message. One person not joining any work crews and going unpunished for it, even if she does invent useful things outside of work time. Others start to skive off. What do I do then?" "Ash out the ones who haven't invented anything," you suggest. Then you stop because Yika has paused. You think it's because she's annoyed by what you just said, but she's looking around, taking in the expanse of the calm, so you stop too. This far up, you're well above the main inhabited level of the calm. The geode echoes with calls, and someone hammering something, and one of the work crews singing a rhythm song. You risk a look over the nearest railing and see that someone's made a simple rope and wooden pallet cargo lift for the mid-level, but without a counterweight. The only way to get a heavy load up is to basically play tug-of-war with it. 20 people are at it now. It looks surprisingly like fun. "You were right about the assimilations," Hjarka says. Her voice is soft as she too contemplates the bustle and life of Castrima. We couldn't have made this place work without more people. Thought you were full of shit, but you weren't. Ika sighs. So far, it's working. She eyes Hjarka. You never said you didn't like the idea before. Hjarka shrugs. I left my home calm because I didn't want the burden of leadership. Didn't want it here either. You don't have to knife fight me for the headwomanship to give an opinion for Earth's sake. When a season's coming on, and I'm the only leader in the com, I'd better be careful even about opinions. She shrugs, then smiles at Yika with an air of something like affection. Keep figuring you'll have me killed any minute now. Yika laughs once. Is that what you would have done in my place? You hear the edge in this. It's the playbook I was taught to follow, yeah. But it'd be stupid to try that here. There's never been anything like this season, or this com. Hjarka eyes you pointedly, as the latest example of Kostrima's peculiarity. Tradition's just going to rust everything up in a situation like this. Better to have a headwoman who doesn't know how things should be, only how she wants them to be. A headwoman who'll kick all the asses necessary to make her vision happen. Yika absorbs this in